The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In 1830, only a few miles away from what is now the great city of Cincinnati, lay an immense and almost unbroken forest. The whole region was sparsely settled by people of the frontier. Restless souls who no sooner had hewn fairly habitable homes out of the wilderness, and attained to that degree of prosperity which today we should call indigence, that, impelled by some mysterious impulse of their nature, they abandoned all and pushed farther westward, to encounter new perils and privations in the effort to regain the meager comforts which they had voluntarily renounced. Many of them had already forsaken that region for remoter settlements, but among those remaining was one who had been of the first arriving. He lived alone in a house of logs, surrounded on all sides by the great forest, of whose gloom and silence he seemed a part, for no one had ever known him smile or to speak a needless word. His simple wants were supplied by the sale or barter of skins of wild animals in the river town, for not a thing did he grow upon the land, which, if needful, he might have claimed by right of undisturbed possession. There were evidences of improvement. A few acres of ground immediately about the house had once been cleared of its trees, the decayed stumps of which were half concealed by the new growth that had been suffered to repair the ravage brought by the axe. Apparently, the man's zeal for agriculture had burned with a failing flame, expiring in penitential ashes. The little log house with its chimney of sticks, its roof of warping clapboards, weighted with traversing poles, and its chinking of clay, had a single door, and, directly opposite, a window. The latter, however, was boarded up. Nobody could remember a time when it was not, and none knew why it was so closed. Certainly not because of the occupant's dislike of light and air, for on those rare occasions when a hunter had passed that lonely spot, the recluse had commonly been seen sunning himself on his doorstep, if heaven had provided sunshine for his need. I fancy there are few persons living today who ever knew the secret of that window, but I am one, as you shall see. The man's name was said to be Murlock. He was apparently 70 years old, actually about 50. Something besides years had had a hand in his aging. His hair and long full beard were white, his gray, lusterless eyes sunken, his face singularly seamed with wrinkles which appeared to belong to two intersecting systems. In figure he was tall and spare, with a stoop of the shoulders, a burden-bearer. I never saw him. These particulars I learned from my grandfather, from whom also I got the man's story when I was a lad. He had known him when living nearby in that early day. One day Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not a time and place for coroners and newspapers, and I suppose it was agreed that he had died from natural causes, or I should have been told and should remember. I know only that with what was probably a sense of the fitness of things, the body was buried near the cabin, alongside the grave of his wife, who had preceded him by so many years that local tradition had retained hardly a hint of her existence. That closes the final chapter of this true story, excepting, indeed, the circumstance that many years afterwards, in company with an equally intrepid spirit, I penetrated to the place and ventured near enough to the ruined cabin to throw a stone against it, and ran away to avoid the ghosts which every well-informed boy thereabout knew haunted the spot. But there is an earlier chapter, that supplied by my grandfather. When Murlock built his cabin and began laying sturdily about with his axe to hew out a farm, the rifle meanwhile his means of support, he was young, strong, and full of hope. In that eastern country whence he came he had married, as was the fashion, a young woman in all ways worthy of his honest devotion, who shared the dangers and privations of his lot with a willing spirit and a light heart. There is no known record of her name. Of her charms of mind and person tradition is silent, and the doubter is at liberty to entertain the doubt, but God forbid that I should share it. Of their affection and happiness there is abundant assurance in every added day of the man's widowed life, for what but the magnetism of a blessed memory could have chained that venturesome spirit to a lot like that? One day Murlock returned from gunning in a distant part of the forest to find his wife prostrate with fever and delirious. There was no physician within miles, no neighbor, nor was she in a condition to be left to summon help. So he set about the task of nursing her back to health, but at the end of the third day she fell into unconsciousness and so passed away, apparently, with never a gleam of returning reason. From what we know of a nature like his, we may venture to sketch in some details of the outline picture drawn by my grandfather. When convinced that she was dead, Murlock had sense enough to remember the dead must be prepared for burial. In performance of this sacred duty he blundered now and again, did certain things incorrectly, and others which he did correctly were done over and over. His occasional failures to accomplish some simple and ordinary act filled him with astonishment, like that of a drunken man who wonders at the suspension of familiar natural laws. He was surprised, too, that he did not weep, surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to weep for the dead. Tomorrow, he said aloud, I shall have to make the coffin and dig the grave, and then I shall miss her, when she is no longer in sight. But now she is dead, of course, but it is all right. It must be all right somehow. Things cannot be so bad as they seem. He stood over the body in the fading light, adjusting the hair and putting the finishing touches to the simple toilet, doing all mechanically, with soulless care. And still through his consciousness ran an undersense of conviction that all was right, that he should have her again as before, and everything explained. He had no experience in grief. His capacity had not been enlarged by use. His heart could not contain it all, nor his imagination rightly conceive it. He did not know he was so hard struck, that knowledge would come later and never go. Grief is an artist of powers as various as the instruments upon which he plays his dirges for the dead, evoking from some the sharpest, shrillest notes, from others the low-grade chords that throb recurrent like the slow beating of a distant drum. Some natures it startles, some it stupefies. To one it comes like the stroke of an arrow, stinging all sensibilities to a keener life, to another as the blow of a bludgeon, which in crushing benumbs. We may conceive Murlock to have been that way affected, for, and here we are upon surer ground than that of conjecture, no sooner had he finished his pious work than, sinking into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay, and noting how white the profile showed in the deepening gloom, he laid his arms upon the table's edge, and dropped his face into them, tearless yet unutterably weary. At that moment came in through the window a long, wailing sound, like the cry of a lost child in the far deeps of the darkening woods. But the man did not move. Again, and nearer than before, sounded that unearthly cry upon his failing sense. Perhaps it was a wild beast. Perhaps it was a dream. For Murlock was asleep. Some hours later, as it afterward appeared, this unfaithful watcher awoke, and lifting his head from his arms intently listened, he knew not why. There in the black darkness by the side of the dead, recalling all without a shock, he strained his eyes to see he knew not what. His senses were all alert, his breath was suspended, his blood had stilled its ties as if to assist the silence. Who, what had waked him, and where was it? Suddenly the table shook beneath his arms, and at the same moment he heard, or fancied that he heard, a light soft step, another, sounds as of bare feet upon the floor. He was terrified beyond the power to cry out or move. Perforce he waited there in the darkness through seeming centuries of such dread as one may know, yet live to tell. He tried vainly to speak the dead woman's name, vainly to stretch forth his hand across the table to learn if she were there. His throat was powerless, his arms and hands were like lead. Then occurred something most frightful. Some heavy body seemed hurled against the table with an impetus that pushed it against his breast so sharply as nearly to overthrow him, and at the same instant he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor with so violent a thump that the whole house was shaken by the impact. A scuffling ensued, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murlock had risen to his feet. Fear had by excess forfeited control of his faculties. He flung his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which terror may turn to madness, and madness incites to action. With no definite intent, from no motive but the wayward impulse of a madman, Murlock sprang to the wall, with a little groping seized his loaded rifle, and without aim discharged it. By the flash which lit up the room with a vivid illumination, he saw an enormous panther dragging the dead woman toward the window, its teeth fixed in her throat. Then there was darkness blacker than before, and silence, and when he returned to consciousness the sun was high and the wood vocal with songs of birds. The body lay near the window, where the beast had left it when frightened away by the flash and report of the rifle. The clothing was deranged, the long hair in disorder, the limbs lay anyhow. From the throat, dreadfully lacerated, had issued a pool of blood not entirely coagulated. The ribbon with which he had bound the wrists was broken. The hands were tightly clenched. Between the teeth was a fragment of the animal's ear. End of The Boarded Window. Recording by Matthew J. Almeida, October 24th, 2024.
Bring Me a Light, A Ghost Story by Jane Margaret Hooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Bring Me a Light, A Ghost Story by Jane Margaret Hooper. My name is Thomas Winmore, and when I was a young man I went to spend a college vacation with a gentleman in Westmoreland. He had known my father's family, and had been appointed the trustee of a small estate left me by my great-aunt, Lady Jane Winmore. At the time I speak of I was 21, and he was anxious to give up the property into my hands. I accepted his invitation to come down to the old place and look about me. When I arrived at the nearest point to the said old place, to which the Carlisle coach would carry me, I and my portmanteau were put into a little cart, which was the only wheeled thing I could get at the little wayside inn. "How far is it to Winmore?" I asked of a tall, grave-looking lad, who had already informed me I could have to horse and cart for a shilling a mile. 12 mile to Hall Gate. A mile ayont that to Squire Earl's farm." As I looked at the shaggy wild horse, just caught from the moor from the purpose of drawing to cart, I felt doubtful as to which of us would be the master on the road. I had ascertained that the said road lay over moor and mountain, just the sort of ground on which such a steed would gambol away at his own sweet will. I had no desire to be run away with. "Is there anyone here who can drive me to Mr. Earl's?" I asked of the tall, grave lad. "No, but feyther." I was puzzled, and was about to ask for an explanation when a tall, strong old man, as like the young one as might be, came out from the door of the house with his hat on, and a whip in his hand. He got up into the cart and looked at me, said, "Ye munna stand here, sir. We shan't pass Winmore Hall afore the devil brings a light." "But I want something to eat before we start," I remonstrated. "I've had no dinner." "Then ye maun keep your appetite till supper time," replied the old man. "I canna gae past Winmore lights for na man, nor the horse neither. Get up wi' ye. Joe, lend the gentleman a hand." Joe did as he was desired, and then said, "Will ye be home the night, feyther?" "Maybe yes, maybe na, lad. Take care of the place." In a moment the horse started, and we were rattling over the moor at the rate of 8 miles an hour. Surprise, indignation, and hunger possessed me. Was it possible I had been whirled off dinnerless into this wilderness against my own desire? "I say, my good man," I began. "My name is Ralph Thurlston." "Well, Mr. Thurlston, I want something to eat. Is there any inn between this desert and Mr. Earl's house?" "No but Winmore Hall," said the old man, with a grin. "I suppose I can get something to eat there without being obliged to anybody? It is my own property." Mr. Thurlston glanced at me sharply. "Be it master, lad?" "I am Mr. Thurlston," said I. "My name is Winmore." Mr. Tom!" "The same. Do you know anything about me and my old house?" "'Deed I do. You're the heir to old Letty. Mr. Earl is your guardian, and farms your lands." "I know so much myself," I replied. "I want you to tell me who lives in Winmore Hall now, and whether I can get a dinner there, for I am clim, as you say here."
"Well, well, it is a sore trial to a young stomach. You must e'en bear it till we get to Mr. Earl's."
"But surely there is somebody, some old woman or other, who lives in the old house and airs the rooms?"
"'Deed is there, but it's nobbut ghosts and devil spawn of that sort."
"I am surprised, Mr. Thirlston, to hear a man like you talk such nonsense."
"What like man do ye happen know that I am, Maester Winmore? Though if I talk nonsense, I'm not gainsaying what a learned colleger like you can tell about nonsense, yet it's just the things I've heard and seen myself I'm speaking of."
"What have you heard and seen at Winmore Hall?"
"What anybody hears and sees to Winmore, twixt sunset and moonlight, and what I used to see times and oft when I lived there farming man to told the Lady Jane. What I'm not curious to see again now. So get on, Timothy," he added to the horse, "or we may chance to come in for a fright."
I did not trouble myself about the delay as he did, but watched him. This man is no fool, I thought. I wonder what strange delusion has got possession of the people about this old house of mine. I remembered that Mr. Earl had told me in one of the very few letters I ever received from him that it was difficult to find a tenant for Winmore Hall. Curiosity took precedence of hunger, and I began to think how I could best soothe my irritated companion and get him to tell me what he believed. We were back on the road again and going across the shoulder of a great fell. The sun had just disappeared behind a distant range of similar fells. It left no rosy clouds, no orange streaks in the sky. Black rain clouds spread all over the great concave, and in a very few minutes they burst upon us. There was a cold piercing wind in our teeth. I felt my spirits rise. The vast monotonous moor, the threatening sky, and the fierce rushing blast had something for me sublime and invigorating. I looked round at the new range of moorland which we were gradually commanding as we rounded the hill. "I like this wild place, Mr. Thirlston," I said.
"Wild enough,"
he grumbled in reply.
"'Tis college learning is a deal better than such house and land. Beggars won't live in the house, and the land is the poorest in all England."
"Is that the house yonder on the right?"
"There's not either house, good or bad, to be seen from this,"
he replied, but I observed that he did not turn his head in the direction I had indicated. He kept a lookout straight between the horse's ears. I, on the contrary, never took my eyes off the great building which we were approaching. Nearer and nearer we came, and I saw that there was a sort of large garden or pleasure ground enclosed round the house, and that the road ran past a part of this enclosure, and also past a large open-worked iron gate, which was the chief entrance. Very desolate, cold, and inhospitable looked this old house of mine. Wild and tangled looked the garden. The tall, smokeless chimneys were numerous and stood up white against the blackness of the sky. The windows, more numerous still, looked black in contrast with the whitish-gray stone of the walls. Just as we entered the shadow cast by the trees of the shrubbery, a horse snorted and sprang several yards from the enclosure.
"Now for it. It is your own fault for running away and bringing us late,"
muttered Ralph Thirlston, grasping the reins and standing up to get a better hold of the horse. Timothy now stood still, and to my surprise he was trembling in every limb and shaking with terror. "Something has frightened the beast," said I. "I shall just go and see what it was," and was about to jump down when I felt Ralph Thirlston's great hand on my arm. It was a powerful grip.
"For the love of God, lad, stay where ye are," he said in a frightened whisper. "It's just here that my brother met his death for doing what you want to do now."
"What? For walking up to that fence and seeing what trifle frightened a skittish horse?" And I looked at the fence intently. There was nothing to be seen but a straggling bough of an elder bush, which had forced its way through a chink in the rotten wood and was waving in the wind. Finding that the man was really frightened as well as the horse, I humored him. He still held my arm. "There is no need for anyone to go closer to see the cause of poor Timothy's fear," I said, laughing. "If you will look, Mr. Thirlston, you will see what it was."
Nah, lad, nah. I'm not going to turn my face towards the devil and his works. Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. Our Father which art in heaven.
And he repeated the whole prayer with emphasis, slowness, and with his eyes closed. I sat still, an amazed witness of his state of mind. When he had said Amen, he opened his eyes and looked down at the horse, who seemed to have recovered. As I judged by putting his head down to graze, he gave a low whistle, and tightening the reins once more, Timothy allowed himself to be driven forward. Thirlston kept his face away from the enclosure on his right hand and looked steadily at Timothy. I gave another glance towards the innocent elder bough, but what was my astonishment to see where it had been, or seemed to be, the figure of a man with a drawn sword in his hand. "Stop, Thirlston, stop!" I cried. "There is somebody there. I see a man with a sword. Look, turn back, and I will soon see what he is doing there."
Nah, never turn back to meet the devil, when ye have once got past him.
And Thirlston drove on rapidly. "But he may overtake you," I cried, laughing. But as I looked back, I saw that a pursuit was not intended, for the figure I had seen was gone. "I'll pay a visit to that devil tomorrow," I added. "I shall not harbor such game in my preserves."
"Lord's sake, don't talk like that, Mr. Winmore," whispered Thirlston. "We're just coming to the gate. Maybe they may strike Timothy dead."
"They? Who? Not the ghosts, surely." I looked through the great gate as we passed and saw the whole front of the house. "Why, Mr. Thirlston, you said no one lived in the old hall. Look, there are lights in the windows."
Aye, I thought you would see them,"
he said in a terrified whisper, without turning his head. "Why, look at them yourself," cried I, pointing to the house.
"God forbid,"
he exclaimed, and he gave Timothy a stroke with the whip that sent him flying past the rest of the garden of the hall. Our ground rose again, and in a few minutes a good view of the place was obtained. I looked back at it with vivid interest. No lights were to be seen now, no moving thing. The black windows contrasted with the gray walls, and the gray chimneys with the black clouds, as when the place first appeared to me. The moon now rose above a dark hill on our left. Thirlston allowed Timothy to slacken his speed, and turning round his head, he also looked back at Winmore Hall.
"We are safe enough now," he said. "The only dangerous time is betwixt sunset and moonrise, when people are passing close to the accursed old place."
About a mile further, the barking of a house dog indicated that we were approaching Mr. Earl's. The driver stopped at a small wicket gate leading into a shrubbery, got down, and invited me to do the same. He then fastened Timothy to the gate-post. The garden and the house have nothing to do with my present tale, and are far too dear to me to be flung in as an episodical adornment. They form the scenery of the romantic part of my own life, for Miss Earl became my wife a few years after this first visit to Winmore. I saw her that evening and forgot Ralph Thirlston, the old hall, its ghosts and mysterious lights. However, the next morning I was forced back to this workaday world in her father's study. There I heard Mr. Earl's account of my property. All the land was farmed by himself except the few acres round the hall, which no one would take because it was not worth tillage, and because of the evil name of the house itself.
"I suppose you know why no tenant can be found for the hall, since Ralph Thirlston drove you over?"
"Yes," I said, smiling, but I could get no rational account from him. "What is this nonsense about ghosts and lights? Who lives in the hall?"
"No one, my good fellow. Why, you would not get the stoutest man in the parish, and that's Thirlston, to go into the house after sunset, much less live in it."
"But I have seen lights in some of the windows myself."
"So have I," he replied.
"Do you mean to say that no human beings make use of the house in virtue of the superstition about it? Tricks of this kind are not uncommon."
"At the risk of seeming foolish in your eyes, I must reply that I believe no human beings now living have any hand in the operations which go on in Winmore Hall."
Mr. Earl looked perfectly grave as he said this. "I saw a man with a sword in his hand start from a part of the fence. I think he frightened our horse."
"I, too, have seen the figure you speak of, but I do not think it is a living man."
"What do you suppose it to be?" I asked in amazement, for Mr. Earl was no ignorant or weak-minded person. He had already impressed me with real respect for his character and intellect. He smiled at my impetuous tone.
"I live apart from what is called the world," he said. Grace and I are not polite enough to think everything which we cannot account for either impossible or ridiculous. 10 years ago, I myself was a new resident in this county, and wishing to improve your property, I determined to occupy the old hall myself. I had it prepared for my family. No mechanic would work about the place after sunset. However, I brought all my servants from a distance, and took care that they should have no intercourse with any neighbour for the first 3 days. On the 3rd evening they all came to me and said that they must leave the next morning, all but Grace's nurse, who had been her mother's attendant, and was attached to the family. She told me that she did not think it safe for the child to remain another night, and that I must give her permission to take her away.
"What did you do?" said I.
I asked for some account of the things that had frightened them. Of course, I heard some wild and exaggerated tales, but the main phenomena related were what I myself had seen and heard, and which I was as fully determined as they were not to see and hear again, or to let my child have a chance of encountering. I told them so candidly, and at the same time declared that it was my belief God's providence, or punishment, was at work in that old house, as everywhere else in creation, and not the devil's mischievous hand. Once more I made a rigorous search for secret devices, and means for producing the sights and sounds which so many had heard and seen, but without any discovery. And before sunset that afternoon the hall was cleared of all human occupants, and so it has remained until this day.
Will you tell me the things you saw and heard?
Nay, you had better see and hear them for yourself. We have plenty of time before sunset. I can show you over the whole house, and if your courage holds good, I will leave you there to pass an hour or so between sunset and moonrise. You can come back here when you like, and if you are in a condition to hear, and care to hear, the story which peoples your old hall with horrors, I will tell it to you."
"Thank you," said I. "Will you lend me a gun and pistols to assist me in my investigations?"
"Surely."
And taking down the weapons I had pointed out, he began to examine them.
"You want them loaded?"
"Certainly, and with bullets. I am not going to play." Mr. Earl loaded both gun and pistols. I put the latter into my pocket, and we left the room by the window. Grace Earl met us on the moor, riding a shaggy pony.
"Where are you going so near dinner time?"
"Mr. Winmore is going to look at the old hall."
"And his gun?"
she asked, smiling. "I want to shoot vermin there." She looked as if she were about to say something eagerly, but checked herself and rode slowly away. I looked after her and wondered what she was going to say. Perhaps she wished to prevent me from going. Presently we stood before the great iron gate of Winmore. Mr. Earl took 2 keys from his pocket. With one he unlocked the gate, with the other the chief door. There were no other fastenings. They were very rusty and were moved with difficulty. "People don't get in this way," said I. "That is clear." The garden was a sad wilderness, and grass grew on the broad steps which led up to the door. As soon as we had crossed the threshold, I felt the influence of that desolate dwelling creep over my spirits. There was a cold stagnation in the air, a deathly stillness, a murky light in the old rooms that was indescribably depressing. All the lower windows had their pierced shutters fastened, and cobwebs and dust adorned them plentifully. Yet I could have sworn I saw lights in 2, at least, of these lower windows. I said so to my companion. He replied, "Yes, it was in this very room you saw a light, I dare say. This is one in which I have seen lights myself. But I do not wish to spoil my dinner by seeing anything supernatural now. We will leave it, and I will hasten to the lady's bedchamber and dressing-room, where the apparitions and noises are most numerous." I followed him, but cast a glance round the room before I shut the door carefully. It was partly furnished like a library, but on one side was a bed, and beside it an easy-chair. "What name is given to this room? It looks ominous of some evil deed," I said.
"It is called Told Squire's Murder Room, by the people who know the story connected with it."
"Ah," I said, "then I may look for a ghost there."
"You will perhaps see one, or more, if you stay long enough," said Mr. Earl with the utmost composure. "This way."
I followed him along a gallery on the first floor to the door of a room. He opened it, and we entered what had been apparently one of the principal bedrooms. It was a regular ladies' chamber of the 17th century, with dark plumes waving on the top of the bed-pillars of black oak. The massy toilette, with its oval-looking glass, set in silver and shrouded in old lace, the carved chairs and lofty mantelpiece, gave an air of quaint elegance to the dignity of the apartment. I had but little time to examine the objects here, for Mr. Earl had passed on to an inner room, which was reached by ascending a short flight of steps.
"Come up here!"
cried a voice which did not sound like Mr. Earl's. I ran up the stairs and found him alone in a small room which contained little else than an escritoire, a cabinet, and 2 great chairs. On one side, a large Parisian-looking glass, à la Régence, was fixed on the wall. The branches for lights still held some yellow bits of wax candle covered with dust. I joined Mr. Earl, who was looking through the window over a vast expanse of mountainous moorland. "What a grand prospect!" I exclaimed. "I like these 2 rooms very much. I shall certainly come and live here."
"You shall tell me your opinion about that tomorrow," said Mr. Earl. "I must go now."
Concealing as much as possible the contempt I felt for his absurd superstition, I accompanied him downstairs again. "Are these the only rooms worth looking at?" I asked.
"No, most of the rooms are good enough for a gentleman's household. The rooms I've shown you, and the passages and staircase which lead from one to the other, are the only portions of the house in which you are subjected to annoyance. I've slept in both the rooms and advise no one else to do so."
"You had bad dreams?" I asked with an involuntary smile as I took my gun from the hall table where I had left it.
"As you please,"
said Mr. Earl, smiling also. I stretched out my hand to him when we stood at the gate together. "Good night," said I. "I think I shall sleep in one of those rooms and return to you in the morning." Mr. Earl shook his head.
"You will be back at my house within 3 hours, Tom Winmore. So, au revoir."
He strode away over the moor. His fine figure appeared almost gigantic as it moved between me and the setting sun. That does not look like a man who should be a prey to weak superstition, any more than good Ralph Thurleston, who drove home alone willingly enough past this same gate and fence at 9 o'clock last night. The witching hour, it seems, is just after sunset. Well, it wants a quarter of an hour of that now, I continued, thinking silently. There will be time enough for me to explore the garden a little before I return to the house and wait for my evening's entertainment. As I walked through the shrubbery, I recollected the figure I had seen outside the fence on the previous evening. I must find out how that trick is managed, thought I, and if I got a chance I will certainly wing that ghost pour encourager l'autre. Ascertaining, as well as I was able, the part of the shrubbery near which I saw the man, I began to search for footsteps or marks of human ingenuity. I soon discovered the elder bush that had sent some of its branches through a hole in the fence. I crept round it and examined the fence. No plank was loose, though some boughs had grown through the hole. I could see no footstep except my own on the moist, dank, leafy mold. I got over the fence and saw no marks outside. Baffled and yet suspicious, I went back and continued my walk, in the course of which I came upon sundry broken and decayed summer houses and seats. In the tangled flower garden on the southwest side were a few rich blossoms, growing amicably with the vilest weeds. I tore up a great root of hemlock to get at a branch of Provence rose, and then seeing that the sun had disappeared below the opposite fell, I pursued my course and arrived again at the broad gravel path leading from the gate to the hall door. Both stood open as I had left them. I lingered on the grass-grown steps to look at the last rays of the sun, reddening the heather on the distant fell. As I leaned on my gun, enjoying the profound stillness of this place, far from all sounds of village or wood or sea, a stillness that seemed to deepen and deepen into unearthly intensity, the charm was broken by a human voice speaking near me. The tone was hollow and full of agony.
"Bring me a light! Bring me a light!"
it cried. It was like a sick or dying man. The voice came, I thought, from the room next to me on the right hand of the hall. I rushed into the house and to the door of that room. It was the first which Mr. Earl had shown me. I remembered shutting the door. It now stood wide open, and there was a sound of hurrying footsteps within. "Who is there?" I shouted. No answer came. But there passed by me, as it were, in the very doorway, the figure of a young and, as I could see at a glance, very beautiful woman. When she moved onwards, I could not choose but follow, trembling with an indefinable fear, yet borne on by a mystic attraction. At the foot of the stairs she turned on me again, and smiled, and beckoned me with an upraised arm, whereon great jewels flashed in the gloom. I followed her quickly, but could not overtake her. My limbs, I am not ashamed to say it, shook with strange fear, yet I could not turn back from following that fair form. Onward she led me, up the stairs and through the gallery to the door of the lady's chamber. There she paused a moment, and again turned her bewitching face, radiant with smiles, upon me, before she disappeared within the dark doorway. I followed into the room and saw her stand before the antique toilet, and arrange in her bosom a spray of roses, the very spray that I had so lately pulled in the garden, it seemed. Then she kissed her hand to me, and glided to the narrow stairs that led to the little room above. Then came a loud, haughty voice, the voice of a woman accustomed to command. It sounded from the little room above, and it could not be the voice of that fair girl, I felt sure. It said, "Bring me a light! Bring me a light!" I shuddered at the sound. I knew not why, but I stood there still. I then saw the figure of an old female servant rise from a chair by one of the windows. She approached the toilet, and there I saw her light 2 tapers, with her breath, it seemed. "Bring me a light!" was repeated in an angry tone from the upper room. The old woman passed rapidly to the stairs. Thither I followed, in obedience to a sign from her, and mounting to the top saw into the room. That beautiful girl stood in the center, with her costly lace gown sweeping to the floor, and her bright curls drooping to the waist. Her back was towards me, but I could see her innocent, sweet face in the great glass. What a lovely, happy face it was! Behind her stood another lady, taller and more majestic. She pretended to caress her, but her proud eyes, unseen by the young lady, brightened with triumphant malice. They danced gladly in the light of the taper which she took from the maid. God of heaven, can a woman look so wicked? I thought. "Watch her," whispered a voice in my ear, a voice that stirred my hair. I did watch her. Would to God I could forget that vision. She, the woman, the fiend, bent carefully to the door as though to set right something amiss in the border of the fair bride's robe. I saw her lower the flame of the candle and set fire to the dress of the smiling, trusting girl. Ere I could move, she was enveloped in flames, and I heard her wild shrieks mingling with the low demoniac laughter of her murderess. I remember suddenly raising the gun in my hand and firing at the horrid apparition. But still she laughed and pointed with mocking gestures to the flames and the writhing figure they enveloped. I ran forward to extinguish them. My arms struck against the wall, and I fell down insensible. When I recovered my senses, I found myself lying on the floor of that little room, with the bright, cold moon looking in on me. I waited without moving, listening for some more of those demon sounds. All was still. I rose, went to the window. The moon was high in heaven, and all the great moor seemed light as day. The air of that room was stifling. I turned and fled. Hastily I ran down those few steps, quicker yet, through the great chamber and out into the gallery. As I began to go down the stairs, I saw a figure coming up. I was now a very coward. Grasping the banister with one hand and feeling for the unused pistol with the other, I called out, "Who are you?" And with a stupid terror I fired at the thing without pausing. There was a slight cry, a very human one, then a little laugh.
"Don't fire any more pistols at me, Mr. Winmore. I'm not a ghost."
Something in the voice sent the blood once more coursing through my veins. "Is it—" I could not utter another word.
"It is I, Grace Earle."
"What brought you here?" I said at length, after I had descended the stairs and had seized her hand that I might feel sure it was of flesh and blood.
"My pony. We began to get uneasy about you. It is nearly midnight, so Papa and I set off to see what you were doing."
"What the devil are you firing at, Winmore?"
asked Mr. Earle, coming hurriedly from a search in the lower rooms.
"Only at me, Papa,"
answered his daughter archly, glancing up at my face.
"But he is a bad shot, for he didn't hit me."
"Thank God!" I ejaculated. "Miss Earle, I was mad."
"No, only very frightened. Look at him, Papa."
Mr. Earle looked at me. He took my arm.
"Why, Winmore, you don't look the better for seeing the spirits of your ancestors. However, I see it is no longer a joking matter with you. You do not wish to take up your abode here immediately."
I rallied under their kindly badinage. "Let me get out of this horrible place," said I. Mr. Earl led me beyond the gate. I leaned against it in a state of exhaustion.
"Here, try your hand at my other pocket pistol,"
said Mr. Earl as he put a precious flask of that kind to my lips. After a second application of the remedy, I was decidedly better. Miss Earl mounted her pony, and we set off across the moor. I was very silent, and my companions talked a little with each other. My mind was too confused to recollect just then all that I had experienced during my stay in the house, and I wished to arrange my thoughts and compose my nerves before I conversed with Mr. Earl on the strange visions of that night. I excused myself to my host and his daughter in the best way I could, and after taking a slice of bread and a glass of water, I went to bed. The next day I arose late, but in my right mind. I was much shocked to think at the cowardly fear which had led me to fire a pistol at Miss Earl. I began to interview with my host by uttering some expressions of this feeling, but it was an awkward thing to declare myself a fool and a coward.
"The less we say about that, the better," said her father gravely. "Fear is the strongest human passion, my boy, and will lead us to commit the vilest acts if we let it get the mastery."
I acknowledged that I was beside myself with terror at the sights and sounds of that accursed house. I was not sane at the moment. I saw your daughter. I shall never...
"Winmore, she hopes you will never mention it again. We certainly shall not. Now, if you are disposed to hear the story of your ancestors' evil deeds, I am ready to fulfill the promise I made you last night. I see you know too much now to think me a fool for believing my own senses, and keeping clear of disagreeable creatures that will not trouble themselves about me. I don't raise the question of what they are, or how they exist, nor even whether they exist at all. It is sufficient that they appear, and that by their appearance they put a stop to normal human life. You may be a philosopher, and may find some means of banishing these supernatural horrors. I shall like you none the less, if you can do what I cannot."
"I will try. Will you tell the story?"
"Yes, if you will take a cigar with me first."
After we had composed ourselves comfortably before the fire in his study, Mr. Earl began.
"How long ago I can't exactly find out, but some time between the Reformation and the Great Rebellion, the Winmores settled in this part of the county, and owned a large tract of land. They were of a gentle blood, and most ungentle manners, for they quarrelled with everyone, and carried themselves in an insolent fashion to the simple below them, and to the noble above. The Winmores were iron-handed and iron-hearted, staunch Catholics and staunch Jacobites, during the religious and political dissensions of the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th centuries. After the establishment of Protestantism in the reigns of William III and Anne, the position of the proud house of Winmore was materially altered. The cadets went early into the foreign service as soldiers and priests, and the firstborn remained at home to keep up a blighted dignity. After the establishment of the Hanoverian dynasty, the Winmores of Winmore Hall ceased to take any part in public affairs. They were too proud to farm their own land, and putting trust in a nefarious steward, the Winmore who reigned at the Hall when King George II reigned over England was compelled to keep up appearances by selling half the family estate. The Winmore in question, Told Squire, as the people called him, was a melancholy man, not much blessed in the matrimonial lottery. His wife, Lady Henrietta Winmore, was the daughter of a poor Catholic earl. Tradition says she was equally beautiful and proud, and I believe it. To return. This couple had only one child, a son. When Lady Henrietta found that her husband was a gentleman of a moping and unenterprising turn of mind, that she could not persuade him to compromise his principles, and so find favour with the new government, she devoted herself to the education of her son Graham. As he was a clever boy with strong health and good looks, she determined that he should retrieve the fortunes of the family. She kept him under her own superintendence till he was 10 years of age. She then sent him to Eton, with his cousin, the little Earl of Blank. He was brought up a Protestant, and thus the civil disabilities of the family would be removed. He was early accustomed to the society of all ranks, to be found in a first-class English public school, and his personal gifts as well as his mental excellence helped to win him the good opinion of others. Graham came home from Oxford in his 23rd year,
a first-class man."
"Indeed," I exclaimed. "I hope I am descended from him, and that his good luck will be a part of my inheritance. Is there any portrait of this fine young English gentleman of the olden time?"
"A very good one. It is in my daughter's sitting-room. We are both struck by your likeness to your grandfather, Graham Winmore."
"I shall never take a first class," I sighed. "But go on."
"When Graham returned home after his success at college, he found his father a hopeless valetudinarian, who had his bed brought down to his library because he thought himself too feeble to go up and down stairs. He showed little emotion at sight of his son, and seemed to be fast sinking to idiocy. His mother, on the contrary, was radiant with joy, and had made the old ruined house look its best to welcome the heir. For at that time the place was much dilapidated, and only a small portion was habitable. That is the part you saw yesterday, the south front. And Graham stayed at home for a month or two in repose, after the fatigues of study. One afternoon, as he rode home from a distant town, he paused on the top of Winmore Hall, which commands a good view of the hall. The simple bareness of the great hills around, the antique beauty and retirement of the hall, above all, the sweet, impressive stillness of the place, had often charmed Graham as a boy. Now he gazed with far stronger feelings at it all. "It shall not be lost to me and my children," he vowed inwardly. "I will redeem the mortgage of the house. I will win back every acre of the old Winmore land. Yes, I will work for wealth, but I must lose no time or my opportunity will be gone." He looked at the ruined part of the house and began to calculate the cost of rebuilding as he hastened forward. As soon as he entered the house, he went to see his father, whom he had not seen that day. He found him in his bed, with the nurse asleep in the easy-chair beside it. His father did not recognize him, and to Graham's mind looked very changed since the previous day. He left the room in search of his mother, thinking, in spite of his love for her, that she neglected her duty as a wife. She should be beside him now, he thought. Still he framed the best excuse he could for her then, for he loved and reverenced her. She was so strong-minded, so beautiful. Above all, she loved him with such passionate devotion. He dreaded to tell her the resolution he had formed. She was an aristocrat and a woman. She did not understand the mutation of things in that day. She would not believe that the best way to wealth and power was not through the court influence, but by commercial enterprise. He went to her bedroom, the ladies' chamber, in which you were last night. She was not there, and he was about to retreat when he heard her voice in anger speaking to someone in the dressing-room or oratory above. Graham went towards the stairs, and was met by an old female servant, who was in his mother's confidence, and acted as her maid and head nurse to his father. She came down in tears, murmuring, "I cannot bear it. It was you gave me the draught for him. I will send a doctor." "A doctor indeed! He wants no doctor," cried the angry mistress. "And don't talk any more nonsense, my good woman, if you value your place." In her agitation the woman did not see her young master, and hastily left the room. Astonished at the woman's words, he slowly ascended the steps to the dressing-room. He found his mother standing before the long looking-glass, arrayed in a rich dress of old point lace, over a brocaded petticoat, with necklace, bracelets, and tiara of diamonds. She looked very handsome, as her great eyes still flashed, and her cheek was yet crimson with anger. She turned hastily as her son's foot was heard on the topmost stair. When she saw who it was, her face softened with a smile. "You hear, Graham? I've been wanting you. Read that." He could scarcely take his admiring eyes from the brilliant figure before him as he received the letter. It was addressed to his mother, and came from his cousin the Earl, informing her that he had obtained a certain post under government for Graham. She kissed him as he sat down after reading the letter. "There's your first step on fortune's ladder, my son. You are sure to rise." "I hope so, mother, but where are you going decked out in the family diamonds and lace?" "Have you forgotten? To the ball at the Lord Lieutenant's. You must dress quickly, or we shall be late. Your cousin will be there, and we must thank him for the letter." "Yes, mother," he replied, "but we must refuse the place. I have other views." Lady Henrietta's brow darkened. "Mother, I vow to recover the estate of my ancestors. It will require a large fortune to do this.
I cannot get a large fortune by dangling about the court. I am going to turn merchant."
Lady Henrietta stared at him in amazement.
"You, my son, become a merchant?" "Why not, mother? None of the nobler houses have done so, and I have advantages that few have ever had. Listen, dear mother, I saved the life of a college friend who was drowning. His father is one of the wealthiest merchants in London, in all England. He wrote to tell me that if it suited my views and those of my family, he was ready to receive me at once, as a junior partner in his firm. He had learned from his son that I wished to become rich, that I might buy back my ancestral estate. His offer puts it in my power to become rich in a comparatively short space of time. I intend to accept his munificent offer."
Lady Henrietta's proud bosom swelled, but there was something in her son's tone which made her feel that anger and persuasion were alike vain. After some minutes' silence, she said bitterly,
"The world is changed indeed, Graham, if men of gentle blood can become traders and not lose their gentility." "They can, mother, and I do not think the world can be much changed in that particular. A man of gentle blood, who is, in very truth, a gentleman, cannot lose that distinction in any occupation. Come, good mother, give me a smile. I am about to go forth to win an inheritance. I shall fight with modern weapons, the pen and the ledger, instead of sword and shield."
At that moment hasty steps were heard in the chamber below, and a voice called,
my lady, come quick, the squire is dying."
Mother and son went fast to Mr. Winmore's room. They arrived in time to see the old man die. He pointed to her, and cried with his last breath, "She did it! She did it!" Lady Henrietta sat beside his bed and listened to these incoherent words without any outward emotion. She watched the breath leave the body, and then closed the eyes herself. But though she kept up so bravely then, she was dangerously ill for several months after her husband's death, and was lovingly tended by her son and the old servant. I must now pass over 10 years. Before the end of that time, Graham Winmore had become rich enough to buy back every acre of the land, and to build a brand new house 20 times finer than the old one, if he were so minded. But he was by no means minded. He restored the old house, made it what it is now. He would not have accepted Chatsworth or Stowe in exchange. The Lady Henrietta lived there still, and superintended all the improvements. She had become reconciled to her son's occupation for the sake of the result in wealth. She entered eagerly into all his plans for the improvement of his property, and she had some of her own to propose. It was the autumn of the 10th year since her husband's death, and she was expecting Graham shortly for his yearly visit to the Hall. She sat looking over papers of importance in her dressing-room. The old servant, who seems to have grown no older, sat sewing in the bedroom below, when a housemaid brought in a letter which the old servant took immediately to her mistress. Lady Henrietta opened the letter quickly, for she saw that the handwriting was her son's. "Perhaps she is coming this week," she thought with a thrill of delight. "Yes, he will come to take me to the Lord Lieutenant's ball. He is proud of his mother yet, and I must look my best." But she had not read a dozen words before the expression of her face changed. Surprise darkened into contempt and anger. Anger deepened into rage and hatred. She uttered a sharp cry of pain. The old servant ran to her in alarm, but her mistress had composed herself, though her cheek was livid.
"Did your ladyship call me?"
"Yes, bring me a light." In this letter Graham announced his return home the following week, with a wife, a beautiful girl, penniless and without connections of gentility. No words can describe the bitter rage and disappointment of this proud woman. He had a second time thwarted her plans for his welfare, and each time he had outraged her strongest feelings. He had turned merchant, and by his plebeian peddling had bought the land which his ancestors had won at the point of sword. She had borne that, and had submitted to help him in his schemes. But receive a beggarly, low-born wench for her daughter-in-law? No, she would never do that. She paced the room with soft, firm steps like a panther. After a time, thought became clearer, and she saw that there was no question of her willingness to receive her daughter-in-law, but of that daughter-in-law's willingness to allow her to remain in the house. Ah, but it was an awful thing to see the proud woman, when she looked that fact fully in the face. She hated her unseen daughter with a keen, cold hate, a remorseless hate born of that terrible sin, pride. But she was not a woman to hate passively.
She paced to and fro, turning and returning with savage, stealthy quickness. The day waned and the night began. Her servant came to see if she were wanted, and was sent away with a haughty negative. "She is busy with some wicked thought," murmured the old woman. Graham Winmore's bride was, as he had said, so good and so lovely that no one ever thought of asking who were her parents. She was also accomplished and elegant in manner. She was in all respects but birth superior to the Duke's daughter, whom Lady Henrietta had selected for her son's wife. The beautiful Lillian's father was a music master, and she had given lessons in singing herself. Lady Henrietta learned this and everything else concerning her young daughter-in-law that could be considered disgraceful in her present station. But she put restraint on her contempt, and received her with an outward show of courtesy and stately kindness. Graham believed that for his sake his mother was determined to forget his wife's low origin, and he became easy about the results of their connection after he had seen his mother caress his wife once or twice. He felt sure that no one could know Lillian and not love her. He was proud and happy to think that two such beautiful women belonged to him. The Lord Lieutenant's ball was expected to be unusually brilliant that year, and Graham was anxious that his wife should be the queen of the assembly. "I should like her to wear the old lace and the jewels, mother," said Graham. The Lady Henrietta's eyebrows were contracted for a moment, and she shot forth a furtive glance at Lillian, who sat near playing with a greyhound. If Graham had seen that glance, but her words he believed. "Certainly, my son. It is quite proper that your wife should wear such magnificent heirlooms. There is no woman of quality in this county that can match them. I am proud to abdicate my right in her favour." "There, Lillian, do you hear you are to eclipse the Duchess herself?" "I will do so if you wish it," said Lillian, "but I do not think that will amuse me so much as dancing." Balls in those times began at a reasonable hour. Ladies who went to a ball early in November began to dress by daylight. Lillian had been dressed by her maid. Owing to a certain sentimental secret between her and her husband, she wore her wedding dress of white Indian muslin instead of a rich brocaded silk petticoat underneath the grand lace robe. The diamonds glittered gaily round her head and her softly rounded throat and arms. She went to the old library, where Graham sat awaiting the ladies. She wanted his opinion concerning her appearance. The legend does not tell how he behaved on this occasion, but leaves it to young husbands to imagine. "You must go to my mother, and let her see how lovely you look. Walk first, that I may see how you look behind." So she took from his hand a spray of roses he had gathered, and preceded him from the room and up the staircase to his mother's chamber. She was in the dressing-room above. "Go up yourself," said Graham. "I will remain on the stairs and watch you both. I should like to hear what she says when she does not think I hear, for she never praises you much to me, for fear of increasing my blind adoration, I suppose." Lillian smiled at him and disappeared up the stairs. It was now becoming dark, and as he approached the stairs a few minutes afterwards to hear what was said, his mother's voice, in a strange, eager tone, called from above, "Bring me a light! Bring me a light!" Then Graham saw his mother's old servant run quickly from her seat by the window, and light a tall taper on the toilet. She carried this up to her mistress, and found Graham on the stair on her return. She grasped his arm and whispered fearfully, "Watch her! Watch her!" He did watch, and saw. "For God's sake, Mr. Earl," I interrupted, "don't tell me what he saw, for I saw the same dreadful sight." "I have no doubt you did, since you say so, and because I've seen it myself." We were silent for some moments, and then I asked if he knew anything more of these people. "Yes, the rest is well known to everyone who lived within 20 miles. Graham Winmore vowed not to remain under the same roof with his mother after he had seen his wife's blackened corpse. His grief and resentment were quiet and enduring. He would not leave the corpse in the house, but before midnight had it carried to a summer-house in the shrubbery, where he watched beside it and allowed no one to approach except the old servant who figures in the story. She brought him food and carried his commands to the household. From the day of Lillian's death till the day of her burial in the family vault at Winmore Church, Graham guarded the summer house where his wife lay, with his drawn sword, as he walked by night round about. It was known that he would not allow the family jewels to be taken from the body, and that they were to be buried with it. Some say that he finally took them from the body himself and buried them in the shrubbery, lest the undertakers, tempted by the sight of the jewels on the corpse, might desecrate her tomb afterwards for the sake of stealing them. This opinion is supported by the fact that a portion of the shrubbery is haunted by the apparition of Graham Winmore, in mourning garments and with a drawn sword in his hand. "Would you advise me to institute a search for those old jewels?" I asked, smiling. "I would," said he, "but take no one into your confidence, Tom Winmore. You may raise a laugh against you if you are unsuccessful, and if you find them and take them away—" "Which I certainly should do," I interrupted. "You will raise a popular outcry against you. The superstitious people will believe that you have outraged the ghost of your great-grandfather, who will become mischievous in consequence." I saw the prudence of this remark, and it was agreed between us that we should do all the digging ourselves, unknown to anyone. I then asked how it was that I was descended from this unfortunate gentleman. Mr. Earle's story continued thus. "After his wife's funeral, Graham Winmore did not return to the Hall, but went away to the south, and never came here again, not even to visit his mother on her deathbed a year after. In a few years he married again, and had sons and daughters. To an unmarried daughter, Jane Winmore, always called Lady Jane by our neighbours, he left the house and lands. He did not care to keep it in the family, and she might leave it to a stranger, or sell it, if she pleased. It was but a small portion of Graham Winmore's property, as you must know. She, however, this Lady Jane, took a great fancy to the old place. She is said to have lived on terms of familiarity with the ghost of her grandmother, and still more affectionately with her father's first wife. She heard nothing of the buried jewels, and saw nothing of her own father's ghost during his lifetime. That part of the story did not come to light until after the death of Graham Winmore, when the Lady Jane herself was startled one evening in the shrubbery by meeting the apparition of her father. It is said that she left her property to her youngest nephew's youngest son, in obedience to his injunctions during that interview. So that, though unborn at the time, I may consider myself Lord of Winmore Hall by will of my great-grandfather, I said. "Precisely so. I think it an indication that the ghostly power is to die out in your time. The last year of the wicked Lady Henrietta's life was very wretched, as you may suppose. Her besetting and cherished sins brought their own reward, and her crowning crime was avenged without the terror of the law. For it is said that every evening at sunset the apparition of her murdered daughter-in-law came before her, wearing the rich dress which was so dear to the proud woman, and that she was compelled to repeat the cruel act, and to hear her screams and the farewell curses of her adored son. The servants all left the Hall in a fright, and no one lived with the wicked lady except the faithful old servant, Margaret Thirlston, who stayed with her to the last, followed her to the grave, and died soon after. Her son and his wife were sought for by Jane Winmore on her arrival here. She gave them a home and everything they wanted as housekeeper and farm manager at the Hall, and at the death of Giles Thirlston, his son Ralph became farm manager in his place. He continued there till Letty's death, when he settled at the little wayside inn in which you have seen, and which he called Lady Jane's Gift. I have but little more to say. Mr. Earle and I sought long for the hidden treasure. We found it, after reading a letter secreted in the escritoire, addressed to my youngest nephew's youngest son. In that letter directions were given for recovering the hidden jewels of the family. They were buried outside the garden fence, on the open moor, on the very spot where I can swear I saw the figure of a man with a sword. My great-grandfather, Graham Winmore. After I married, we came to live in the south, and I took every means to let my little estate of Winmore. To my regret, the Hall has never found a tenant, and it is still without a tenant after these 25 years. Will any reader of Once a Week make me an offer? They shall have it cheap. End of Bring Me a Light by Jane Margaret Hooper, read by Ben Tucker.
By the Shrine of St. Cuthbert, by Howard Pease. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garth Burton. By the Shrine of St. Cuthbert, by Howard Pease. The bells were ringing to evensong in the great cathedral dedicated to St. Cuthbert that stands like a fortress on its rock above the murmuring Wear. Half house of God, half castle gainst the Scot, in the windy dusk of a November evening. The people of the saint, however, the Hayley-ware folk, the folk of the holy man, were few in attendance that afternoon, and the great nave seemed very empty as I sat down in a seat in front of the Galilee beside the north door of entry. I looked about me and admired the mighty Norman pillars, diapered and fluted with exceeding skill by the great master builders of old, who built to, even as their great Duke swore by, the splendour of God. My eye wandered upward and rested upon the great chevrons resembling sword cuts that seemed deep hacked within the rounded arches of the triforium. Thence onward my gaze fluttered like a butterfly and rested upon a leering corbel which seemed to scoff at priest and priestcraft with protruding tongue. The mighty stone roof soaring aloft, a ship's keel upturned, drew my eye eastward to the choir. There on the great east window, rose-shaped and many-coloured, the invading dusk gathered like water drops upon the panes, and wove its dun mantle over them. The anthem now pealed along the roof, lapping capitals, corbels, and pillars in a tide of sound that swept unresisted through the wide spaces of the cathedral. As the echoing song grew fainter and ebbed away into the twilight shadows, my gaze returned to my immediate surroundings and rested unconcernedly upon a man sitting a seat or two in front of me, beside one of the massive piers. He seemed to be in a most distressed and nervous condition, for he peered about him with an evident alarm, which was pitiful to witness. As he turned his face about, I saw it was haggard with fear and sorrow, or remorse. His hair was matted, and beads of sweat were thick upon his brow. It was as if he were terrified of impending danger. Yet what could he be afraid of in the great calm of the solemn cathedral? The benediction had been given, and the sparse congregation had now risen and was slowly departing, yet he rose not, but seemed to be hiding from view as he crouched behind the form in front of him, and edged his way slowly within the shadow of the heavy pier to his left hand. I sat on, listening to the voluntary, and it held me by its strangeness. I knew that the Dean and Chapter's organist was away on holiday, and I wondered who the strange player might be who was setting forth his own soul in the notes of the pealing organ. He sang of fellowship, of comradeship in ancient days through stress of adventure and deadly combat, then with organ sobs that shook the heart, of death and the infinite loneliness of death, and of the inappeasable sorrow of the survivor lamenting his Jonathan. A pause of black silence. Then, brokenly, a little sow of life began to re-arise, a growth of hope, the fierce determination of revenge, quickening with flame, breaking into triumph. And now, as the lights were being turned out, and gloom came rushing in upon the empty spaces of the cathedral, I saw the unhappy figure shift indecisively as he rose from his seat in front of me, glance hurriedly about as if for a way of escape, then moving unsteadily round the pier. To my surprise he shuffled off in the direction of the organ. The music seemed to fascinate him, to paralyse his will, even as the sphex paralyses its victim with its sting. The organist was now engaged upon the coda of his fugue. The former motifs were rehearsed: love, sorrow and revenge. Triumph resounded from the loft when I heard above the quickening notes a sudden patter of heels across the nave, then a pitiful drumming of fists upon the barred door that led into the east corner of the cloisters. Knowing that escape that way was now impossible for the distracted man, and feeling pity for him, I crossed the nave and followed after him in the gloom. As I drew near, I heard him flee again, down the south aisle to the other door of the cloisters. Here once more he shook unavailingly upon the latch, and drummed pitifully with his fists. There was a scrabbling with nails on the oaken door. Then a cry of anguish smote on my ear. An awful terror evidently had him in grip. He rushed wildly on again, on to the only remaining door of escape into the northern close. Suddenly the music stopped on a throb of joy. The shock caused me to halt. As I started again to walk towards the door, I heard no longer the miserable patter of feet in front of me. I was just about to reach out a hand to feel for the latch in the darkness, when I stumbled over an obstacle on the pavement. I knelt down and felt about with my hands. I found a man's body lying inert at my feet. God in heaven! The darkness seemed to buffet me upon the ears. I heard a vague cry escape my lips, for the fugitive's hand had dropped from mine with a thud upon the stone. The man was dead. End of By the Shrine of St. Cuthbert.
Chapter 12 of the Secret History of the Court of Justinian by Procopius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Public Domain Scholar. Chapter 12 of the Secret History of the Court of Justinian by Procopius. Those who were considered the wealthiest persons in Byzantium and other cities of the empire, next after the members of the Senate, were robbed of their wealth by Justinian and Theodora in the manner which I have described above. I shall now describe how they managed to take away all the property of the members of the Senate. There was at Constantinople one Zeno, grandson of that Anthemius, who formerly had been emperor of the West. They sent this man to Egypt as governor. He delayed his departure while he loaded his ship with precious valuables, for he had silver beyond any man's counting, and gold plate set with pearls and emeralds, and with other like precious stones. But Justinian and Theodora bribed some of those who passed for his most faithful servants to take everything out of the ship as fast as they could, set it on fire in the hold, and then go and tell Zeno that his ship had taken fire of its own accord, and that all his property was lost. Some time after this, Zeno died suddenly, and they took possession of his property as his heirs, producing a well which, it is currently reported, was never made by him. In like manner, they made themselves the heirs of Tatian, of Demosthenes, and of Hilera, persons who at the time held the first rank in the Roman Senate. They obtained other persons' fortunes by the production, not of formal wills, but of counterfeit conveyances. This was how they became the heirs of Dionysius, who dwelt in Labanus, and of John the son of Basil, who was the leading man in Edessa, and had been delivered up to the Persians and hostage against his will by Belisarius, as I have told already. Carausius kept this John a prisoner and refused to let him go, declaring that the Romans had not performed all the terms of the treaty for which John had been given in pledge by Belisarius, but he was prepared to let him be ransomed as a prisoner of war. His grandmother, who was still alive, got together the money for his ransom, not less than 2,000 pounds of silver, and would have ransomed her grandson. But when this money arrived at Dara, the emperor heard of the transaction and forbade it, that the wealth of Romans might not be conveyed to barbarians. Not long after this John fell ill and died, whereupon the governor of the city forged a letter which he said John had written to him as a friend not long before, to the effect that he desired the emperor to succeed to his property. I could not give the list of all other people whose heirs Justinian and Theodora became by the free will of the testators. However, up to the time of the insurrection called Nika, they only plundered rich men of their property one by one. But when this broke out, as I have described in my former works, they then sequestered nearly all of the property of the Senate. They laid their hands upon all the movables and the finest parts of the estates, but set apart such lands as were burdened with grievous imposts, and, under the pretense of kindness, restored them to their former possessors. So these people, oppressed by the tax-gatherers, and tormented by the never-ceasing interest to be paid upon their debts, became weary of their lives. For the reasons which I have stated, I, and many of my position, never believed that they were really two human beings, but evil demons, and what the poets call scourges of mankind, who laid their heads together to see how they could fastest and most easily destroy the race and the works of man, but who had assumed human forms, and became something between men and demons, and thus convulsed the whole world. One can find proofs of this theory more particularly in the superhuman power with which they acted. There is a wide distinction between the human and the supernatural. Many men have been born, in every age, who, either by circumstances or their own character, have shown themselves terrible beings, who became the ruins of cities, countries, and whatever else fell into their hands. But to destroy all men, and to ruin the whole earth has been granted to none save these two, who have been helped by fortune in their schemes to destroy the whole human race. For about this time, much ruin was caused by earthquakes, pestilences, and inundations of rivers, as I shall immediately tell you. Thus it was not by mere human power, but by something greater, that they were enabled to work their evil will. It is said that Justinian's mother told some of her intimates that Justinian was not the son of Sabatius, her husband, or of any human being, but that, at the time when she became pregnant, an unseen demon accompanied with her, whom she only felt as when a man has connection with a woman, and who then vanished away as in a dream. Some who have been in Justinian's company, in the palace very late at night, men with a clear conscience, have thought that in his place they have beheld a strange and devilish form. One of them said that Justinian suddenly arose from his royal throne and walked about, although indeed he could never sit still for long, and that at that moment his head disappeared, while the rest of his body still seemed to move to and fro. The man who beheld this stood trembling and troubled in mind, not knowing how to believe his eyes. Afterwards, the head joined the body again, and united itself to the parts from which it had so strangely been severed. Another declared that he stood beside Justinian as he sat, and of a sudden his face turned into a shapeless mass of flesh, without either eyebrows or eyes in their proper places, or anything else which makes a man recognizable. But after a while he saw the form of his face come back again. What I write here I did not see myself, but I heard it told by men who were positive that they had seen it. They say too that a certain monk, highly in favor with God, was sent to Byzantium by those who dwelt with him in the desert, to beg that favor might be shown to their neighbors, who had been wronged and outraged beyond endurance. When he arrived at Byzantium, he straightway obtained an audience of the emperor, but just as he was about to enter his apartment, he started back, and turning round suddenly withdrew. The eunuch who was escorting him, and also the bystanders, besought him earnestly to go forward, but he made no answer, but like one who has had a stroke of the palsy, made his way back to his lodging. When those who had come with him asked why he acted thus, they say that he distinctly stated that he saw the chief of the devils sitting on his throne in the midst of the palace, and he would not meet him or ask anything of him. How can one believe this man to have been anything but an evil demon, who never took his fill of drink, food, or sleep, but snatched at the meals which were set before him anyhow, and roamed about the palace at untimely hours of the night, and yet was so passionately addicted to venery? Some of Theodora's lovers, when she was still on the stage, declared that a demon had fallen upon them, and driven them out of her bedchamber, that it might pass the night with her. There was a dancer named Macedonia, who belonged to the Blue faction of Antioch, and who had very great influence with Justinian. This woman used to write letters to him while Justin was still on the throne, and thus easily made away with any great man in the East whom she chose, and caused their property to be confiscated for the public use. And they say that this Macedonia once greeted Theodora, when she saw her very much troubled and cast down at the ill treatment which she had received at the hands of Hesebolius, and at the loss of her money on her journey, and encouraged and cheered her, bidding her remember the fickleness of fortune, which might again grant her great possessions. They say that Theodora used to tell how, that night, she had a dream which bade her take no thought about money, for that when she came to Byzantium, she would share the bed of the chief of the demons, that she must manage by all means to become his wedded wife, and that afterwards she would have all the wealth of the world at her disposal. This was the common report in regard to these matters. End of chapter 12 of the Secret History of the Court of Justinian.
The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 1. By the light of a tallow candle, which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not, apparently, very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures, for besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and, the room being small, not far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever unfamiliar noises of night in the wilderness. The long, nameless note of a distant coyote, the stilly, pulsing thrill of tireless insects in trees, strange cries of night birds, so different from those birds of the day, a drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all that was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit there was that in his attire that attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor (he was the only one uncovered) was such that if one had considered it as an article of mere personal adornment he would have missed its meaning. In countenance the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he might have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority. For he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects, in his cabin where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment the door was pushed open and a young man entered. He, clearly, was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away, not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other rather hotly with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used manifold paper, and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible." "That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at his place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you. Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows highlights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. Relate the circumstances of this man's death, said the coroner. You may use any notes or memoranda that you please. The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and turning the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. Part 2. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by the trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly, we heard, at a little distance to our right, and partly in front, a noise as if some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. We've started a deer, said. I wish we had brought a rifle. Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had had a reputation for exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. Oh, come, I said, you are not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you? Still he did not reply, but, catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly toward me, I was struck by the pallor of it. Then I understood that we had serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as we moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. What is it? What the devil is it? I asked. That damned thing, he replied, without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out of an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but, being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparent causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of the line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulders and fire both barrels at the agitated grass. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and, flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat, and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack the hand. At least I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds. Yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident his shouts and curses were heard, as if through an enveloping uproar of such sounds of rage and fury as I had never heard from the throat of man or brute. For a moment only I stood irresolute, then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased, but, with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired, I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. Part 3. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors who had risen to get a better view repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had, in truth, seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did this your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner, gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused, with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "That book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. You read in it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table, on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which with various degrees of effort all signed. "We, the jury, do find that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." Part 4. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having, possibly, a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it not worth while to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows: "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always towards the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran into the brush as fast as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house found no other alteration in his manner than what was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them? September 2nd. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear, from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge all that were within a degree or two from the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. Ugh! I do not like this. Several weeks' entries are missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27th. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning the fresh footprints were there, as before, yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3rd. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5th. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7th. I have the solution of the problem. It came to me last night, sudden, as by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire treetop, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another. Whole treetops intervene. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not only blackbirds, but other birds, quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And, God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. End of The Damned Thing. Recorded by Matthew J. Almeida, October 19th, 2024.
The Doppel-ganger by Howard Pease. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Doppel-ganger by Howard Pease. So this was the old home, the cradle of his race. Percy Osbaldistone of Osbaldistone Tower gazed curiously about him in what had formerly been the library, and espied a capacious Queen Anne chair by the fireside which looked inviting. Having ensconced himself therein, he put up his feet against the mantelpiece, lit a long cigar, and drew in the smoke slowly and meditatively. The old housekeeper and her pretty niece had given him a good supper, and he himself, foreseeing empty cellars, had brought with him an ample freight. So now at the long last he had arrived in harbor. after all his vicissitudes, and being for years the black sheep of the ancient family, that he should come into possession of Osbaldistone Tower and Manor touched his vein of humour. He laughed grimly, rubbed one hand upon the other, and looked contemptuously up at the portrait of an ancestor who seemed to be scowling at the last representative of his race. It was true that there was not much of the old family estate left, and what was left was mortgaged, but still it was good for a few thousands, and the family lawyer had to find them or go. The heir of the Osbaldistones continued his reflections. He didn't give a damn for his ancestors, for what had they done save bring him into the world, a doubtful blessing. Après moi le déluge, murmured he to himself with a cynical smile, as he ensconced himself deeper in the recesses of his armchair and drank deep from the glass by his side. His hand shook badly, and he spilled some drops of whiskey and soda upon his trousers. "Damn!" cried he in annoyance. Then to himself, sotto voce, "Now that I've got back to this old quiet place, I'll soon have my rotten nerves right again." Looking up after wiping his trousers, he suddenly perceived, to his great astonishment, for he had heard no sound of entrance, a fellow seated in the chair opposite, which nestled under the Spanish leather screen that kept off the draught from the door behind. "Who the devil are you?" inquired the lord of the manor angrily, "and what do you want?" "I am an Osbaldistone like yourself," replied the stranger suavely. "We are the last of the ancient house that bears upon its chevron the spear and spurs, mullets. So when I heard of your good fortune, I thought it but polite to call and congratulate you on your succession." Percy Osbaldistone looked across upon his unwelcome visitor with narrowed eyes. The room was dark in its old oak panelling. There was but the one lamp on the table behind him, and it was by the light of the fire that he had to scrutinize the newcomer. So far as he could see, the fellow was not unlike himself. He seemed to have the high-ridged nose of the family, which had become almost a birthmark in course of years, yet the sardonic hardness of chin and jaw was very different to his own flabbiness, and as he watched his opposite, Osbaldistone felt hatred surge up within his soul. He had heard of men having their double. Perhaps this was his own. He shivered at the thought. Then he recollected that a branch of the family had long years ago migrated to Virginia. Possibly the fellow was one of their descendants. "Are you from America?" he inquired. Then he went on in haste, not waiting for reply. "For myself, I've only just arrived here. The only servants are an ancient housekeeper and her little niece, and I can't do with visitors. You'll understand me. Take a whiskey and soda and then go." And the speaker ended with a snarl and suggestive stretch of leg and boot. "You are not very hospitable," replied his opposite, suavely as before. "But it matters little, nor do I require a whiskey and soda. I simply called in for a crack, as you say up here, and to congratulate you on succeeding." "A crack?" echoed his host surlily. "What about?" "Oh, about our family and yourself," returned the other caressingly. "I am something of a genealogist, love family histories, and dote on skeletons in the cupboard. As a matter of fact, ours is a singularly dull chronicle, except that the head of the family was an unsuccessful rebel in the '15. We never traveled beyond our Anglo-Saxon fatherdom. Deep drinking, gambling, hard riding, and the droit de seigneur." Here the speaker paused a moment. "This little niece, for example," he hinted delicately. "How the devil has this fellow guessed that?" thought Osbaldistone, white with anger and touched by secret fear. "Get out!" he cried hoarsely, and felt if his revolver lay handy in his pocket, ready for use if needful. His guest, however, took no notice of the command. Indeed, he went on more coolly than before. "I mention it," said he, "because there was an ugly story about in British East Africa, when you were farming out in the wilds beyond Simba, of the rape of a native girl who was eventually turned out of doors at night and never reached her home again. Hyena or lion? Which do you think?" Osbaldistone's hand dropped feebly back from his revolver. His face was ashen-colored. Good God, who was this visitor? The episode of this black girl was the one thing he had never been able to forget. Shrinking back into his chair, he gazed as a rabbit may gaze upon the approaching python. Damn the fellow! He plucked forth his revolver with quivering fingers, leveled it at his guest, and pulled upon the trigger. The bullet sang across the room, passed through armchair and screen into the wainscot beyond. The smoke cleared. Osbaldistone could still see the unmoved and mocking eye of his enemy that filled him with a nameless horror. He lifted his pistol to take a better aim, then, on a strange misgiving, turned the barrel round upon himself. "You fool," muttered the strange visitor sardonically, and as he spake he vanished as silently as he had come. End of The Doppel-ganger. Recording by Douglas Wood in Utah.
The Dream Chair by Leroy Ernest Fess. From Weird Tales, October 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Strange Tale of Dual Personality. The Dream Chair by Leroy Ernest Fess. Free. By 11:15 o'clock tonight, I shall be free. Free! God, I wonder how many people in the world can appreciate and sense the full significance of that one wonderful word. Not many, I assure you. In order to have the feeling of reality being free, one has to be liberated from something. It follows, the more terrible and enslaving the something is, the greater will be the feeling of freedom when one has shaken it off completely. Tonight, when the clock on the town hall chimes the quarter hour after 11, I doubt if I shall be able to contain myself. I shall feel like a little boy on the last day of school in June. Only with the greatest difficulty shall I be able to restrain myself from dashing off into the city streets, sans coat and hat, and shouting to the multitudes as they pass. Look at me! I am even one of you now. Thank God, I am free, free, free. I said by 11:15 p.m. Easily, it should be all over by that time. In fact, it should be earlier than that. Yet there comes a gnawing fear. What if something should slip up at the last moment? What if the governor should grant an 11th hour reprieve? God, that's unthinkable. That I could not stand. My poor brain has been too near the breaking point within the last few months to endure a single night more of this unnameable hell. I tell you, I couldn't stand it. It would drive me to the madhouse. It is now 11 minutes after 10, just 1 hour more. In this brief time that remains, let me collect my scattered thoughts and put down on this paper, in as orderly a fashion as possible, the events of the last few months. I have one reason only for doing this. If anything should happen that Robert Naylor does not die in the electric chair at Hardway Prison a few moments after 11 p.m. tonight, and I, in consequence of the state's failure to execute its sentence, am rendered a madman, I want the world to know the strange and unbelievable story of Hubert Simmons. Ha! You will say that it is strange at least that my freedom and happiness should depend upon the death in the electric chair of another man. And you will say my story is unbelievable, too, when I admit to you that I have never seen or met the condemned man. Never knew of his existence until I read the account of his brutal and hideous crime in the newspaper. Surely tonight in his death cell at Hardaway Prison, he cannot dream of my unhappy existence. Unless... But to begin at the beginning. Now, please understand that I am not given to either day or night dreaming. Until the night of September 26th last, I was an ordinary man, content to earn a modest living for my dear wife and our darling little ones, with no criminal thoughts in the secret depths of my heart. Just to clinch the point that my weird experience was not the result of an overwrought mind and a nervous temperament, let me say that I was not given to following the developments of the latest crime scandals that appeared daily in our newspapers. No, what happened to me came out of an entirely clear sky. I had retired early that fatal night of September 26th. When I closed my eyes in the first sweet sleep of night, I was a happy, normal man. So normal, in fact, that I did not realize my happiness or my freedom. When I awoke in the middle of the night, it was to sleep no more. Large beads of cold sweat stood on my feverish brow. My hands were shaking. My lips were parched and dry. I had experienced a hideous nightmare. In my mind, I had murdered an innocent little child. The scene had dawned upon my dreaming consciousness with a sudden fury. I found myself in a forest clearing, with the wind whistling plaintively through the giant trees, causing their gnarled limbs to sway like battered demons. A pale, cold moon shone down. Suddenly, I became aware that I was not alone. I was leading by the hand a little boy of 8 or 9, who sobbed continually. Mister, please take me back home." His words maddened me. I seized him by the throat with my 2 bare hands. I felt my fingers sink into the soft, yielding flesh. With fiendish glee, I pressed harder and harder until I saw the little fellow's eyes bulge from their sockets, his tongue protrude from his lips and become swollen, and his complexion change from pale white to livid purple. Then the stark horror of my brutal deed overcame me. I hurled the dead body from me. As I did so, one of my thumbs that had been encircling the boy's neck caught in a chain that he was wearing and tore off a small signet locket. It fell with a dull clang on the hard, frozen ground. In the moonlight, I could see the initials plainly. They were S.J. I was repeating those letters when I awoke in my own bed, my wife lying beside me and breathing evenly, and our little ones asleep in their cradles in an adjoining room. All that day at the office, the horror of that awful nightmare haunted me. It had been too vivid, too real, too horrible for an ordinary lobster or Welsh rabbit nightmare that one shakes off with the coming of dawn. Somehow, I dreaded the coming out of the afternoon papers. My worst fears were confirmed when I saw the newsboys rushing out with the latest edition and shouting as they ran, "Wextra! Wextra! All about the latest murder!" With feverish haste, I ran to the nearest corner and bought a copy. There it was, under the scare headlines, the story of my nightmare. Every detail as to the finding of the poor little body where I had hurled it, even the telltale locket with the initials S.J., which was discovered near the scene of the crime. The time given by the medical examiner as the approximate hour of the child's death also checked up with the time of my dream. Upon arriving home that night, I decided to make no mention to my wife of the strange coincidence, for that was all it was, nothing more, I argued. The scene of the murder had been more than 2,000 miles from the city where I lived. I could not possibly have committed it between the time when I went to sleep and when I awoke, even if I had employed the fastest airplane known to science. That night I had another dream. Again, I was the murderer. I was fleeing, and I sensed the fear of the hunted animal. The minions of the law were at my very heels. Every night for weeks following, I played the role of the murderer at large, and every night I tramped through the streets of unknown cities. Finally, my nocturnal travels took me to familiar places. One big city particularly I was able to recognize and name from landmarks I had noticed when there in person on a visit months before. From that time on, I began to look forward, with, shall I say, pleasure, to my nightly nightmares. One super thought dominated my waking life. I wanted this murderer apprehended and put to death, for then I knew I would be free. If only I could assist the police in locating the criminal. This was by no means easy, though, for in my dreams I became the hunted criminal only for split seconds during that one's night life. Sometimes I caught him sleeping and was forced to dream his troubled and haunting dreams. Dreams within a dream. Then one night early in October my opportunity came. I became the murderer as he was walking out the side door of a squalid lodging house of Buffalo's tenement section. Perhaps, in eluding the police dragnet laid for him in all the cities of the county, he had just changed his former place of abode and taken new quarters. At least he, or should I say I, turned full around upon reaching the street and scrutinized the number of the building as if wishing to remember it. I remembered my lips repeating 3215 Swain Street. That was the clue I had been waiting for. Early the next morning I disguised myself, took a streetcar to a remote section of the city, and then summoned by telephone a telegraph messenger boy. I hastily scribbled a telegram and handed it to the lad with a liberal tip. The message was addressed to the chief of detectives at Buffalo. It informed him that the brutal murderer of 8-year-old Sammy Jocelyn was hiding at 3215 Swain Street in his city. My message was not signed. In the following day's paper I read the details of Naylor's capture in Buffalo. The Swain Street rooming house had been surrounded by police, acting on an anonymous tip that came by wire from a distant city. Naylor had been surprised while shaving in the bathroom and taken into custody without a struggle. That night, for a few agonized moments of the nightmare, I paced the narrow confines of a prison cell. It would be repetition here to narrate what followed. That, I trust, is familiar to everyone, Naylor's sensational confession and his subsequent trial and conviction. I might add, though, that nightly for the past month my soul, for brief fractions of a moment, has been confined in the death house at Hardaway and destined in Naylor's body to pace up and down the caged room, and in the very shadow of the electric chair. God, but don't I know the feelings of the condemned man? That awful monotony of waiting for the day? The mock courtesy of the guards who watch you, awake and asleep, as a cat watches a canary, lest you take your own life and rob the state of its just dues. The dismal efforts at bravado and cheeriness of the other condemned prisoners who keep kidding each other with, "It won't be long now." That death-like stillness that falls over the prison like a pall whenever one of the condemned takes that last walk out through the little green door at the side. The dull thump that the other prisoners in the death house hear, and the flickering of the electric light in the corridor they see when the lethal current is turned on. Yes, I know. I have been there. Last night I was Naylor pacing his cell. 6 steps up, then turn, and 6 steps back. then do it all over again. 6 up, 6 back, 6 up, 6 back. Every once in a while I would pause to look down the corridor at the little green door at the end. "It won't be long now," I said to a praying Negro who occupied the cell next to mine on the right, and I tried to laugh. Laugh? It was a sorry attempt. When I awoke in my bed, I was laughing like an insane man. My hands were covering my face, hiding the vision of the little green door at the end of the hall. I have just looked at my watch. It is now 2 minutes after 11, and I must hurry. Naylor is enjoying his last few minutes on Earth. Did I say enjoying? Ha ha! In a few more minutes, they'll be cutting Naylor to pieces on an autopsy table, and I shall be a free man. Dead men tell no tales. Neither do dead men do anything to dream about. Just a big blackness without dreams. That's what death is. With Naylor dead, I shan't dream any more of his hideous nightmares. It is now 5 minutes after 11. It surely won't be long now. They're probably dressing him in the black suit. The one, you know, with the slit in the right pants leg below the knee. And I bet 2 cents and a cookie that funny little priest with his graveyard face and black prayer book is in the cell too, jabbering off some ritual, words that Naylor doesn't hear. 7 minutes after 11. I am feeling drowsy. But there isn't much more to tell, or much longer to wait. By now, like as not, the 2 prison guards, dressed in their blackest and best, are knocking on Naylor's door. "Come right in, gentlemen. Take a chair. Ha ha!" They're leading Naylor through his cell door. The wedding procession is on. There they go. Tramp, 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 down the long corridor to the little green door at the end. Here comes the bride. Da-dum, da-da. Why doesn't someone play the wedding march from Lohengrin? I want to know. The chair. The chair. That's what Naylor sees when that little green door opens. Kind of makes you shake a little bit in the knees, eh, Naylor? Now maybe you'll haunt my dreams again and make me a murderer by night, eh? Gad, but I'm getting sleepy. I can hardly hold my eyes open. But it won't be long now, as the boys in the death cells say. They're strapping him in the chair. That cold steel electrode around the right leg calf doesn't feel so good, eh, boy? And that black cap that shuts off the light of this world? All done in a few seconds, eh, Naylor? These execution boys sure do know their ropes. Not a moment wasted. Every one at his job, and every job done neatly and with dispatch. How'd you like to get up and give your seat to a lady, Naylor? Ha, ha, ha! You can't blame me for having my little joke, for in a minute or two now, I shall be free. 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 I only hope I can stay awake for a minute or two. Then it'll all be over. That funny little priest is standing before the chair. Gad, can I ever stay awake? The executioner's hand is on the death switch, and he is waiting. Waiting. The funny little priest begins to pray. Our Father, who art in... Here the manuscript ends abruptly in the middle of the sentence. All the newspapers the following day carried under the front page streamers the detailed story of how the arch-fiend and murderer, Robert Nixon, met his death in the electric chair at Hardaway Prison at 11:13 the night before. It is doubted if any of the morbidly curious who devoured the account of the execution in the Evening Star noticed the following little item down at the bottom of an inside page. Hubert Simmons, 42 years old, of 47 Glendale Avenue, this city, was found dead in the library of his home shortly before midnight last night, when his wife, Sarah Simmons, returned from a visit to some neighbors. Medical examiner Lancer, who investigated the case, declared that death apparently had been caused by heart failure, though he admitted being puzzled over the appearance of slight scorches on the flesh on the crown of the dead man's head and on his right leg below the knee. He will perform an autopsy on the body before issuing a death certificate. A watch in Simmons' pocket was broken when his body crumbled from the chair on which he had been sitting before his library table and fell to the floor. The hand showed the mechanism had stopped at 11:13 o'clock, which probably marks the time of Simmons' demise. Several pages of a manuscript Simmons had been writing, apparently up to the moment of his death, were taken by the medical examiner, in case the autopsy on Simmons' body indicates he met his death by other than natural causes. Dr. Lancer said he would attempt to decipher the notes to see if they would throw any light on the case. Simmons had been in ill health for the last 3 months, according to his wife. He did not rest well at night, and often had fits of nervousness that kept him awake for hours, all of which would indicate he died of natural causes, according to Dr. Lancer. Besides his wife Sarah, the deceased leaves 2 small children, Alice, 8, and John, 7. Funeral services will be held at the home Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. The end of The Dream Chair by Leroy Ernest Fess.
The Ghost That Couldn't by William Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now, The Ghost That Couldn't by William Freeman. 'Twas lacking some 3 minutes of midnight when, taking my accustomed stroll from Culpeper House to Tarleton, I chanced upon faithful John. His face, methought, was even greyer than usual, and he looked wearied to extinction. "What fortune?" I asked him. "None," he groaned. "Yet, since you're here, I would fain discuss the matter as one friend with another." I tucked my head comfortably under my arm, and side by side we drifted along the terrace and into the house. One of the maids, gossiping late with a footman, perceived us, and, shrieking, dropped her candle and fled. My comrade, scarce smiling at the compliment, bent to extinguish the flame, and passed on. "Our calling, it seems, hath not wholly gone to the dogs," he said bitterly, "which, since there are 2 of us—" "Each of the 17th century," I reminded him. Edward Culpeper, whose honourable shade 'tis my fortune to be, lost his treasonable head in the reign of the 2nd Charles, while John gained his ghostship some 20 years later in rescuing the Tarleton heiress from the pool near the Great Elm. We climbed the stairs and passed into an attic, lozenge-shaped, and filled chiefly with dust and moth-eaten boxes and furniture. 'Twas a meeting place high in favour with us, seeing that none of the family were over-anxious to explore it after dusk. "For 200 years I've haunted," quoth John, toying with his wet cloak. "'Tis ever wet, and its drip, 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 and the damp patches which it leaves are highly valued by him, as being fretting to the stoutest nerves. And now, to be flouted by a minx of 19! I pressed his bony hand in sympathy. 'Twas a state of affairs too monstrous to be tolerated. Every member of the squire's family acknowledged his spectral rights. At Yuletide 'twere the rankest heresy to question them. But Sir Francis had ever had a weakness for indiscriminate hospitality, and among his guests this season had come, with her sire, one Mistress Mamie Tonks of Tonksville, Pennsylvania. To her, as a matter of courtesy and honourable custom, faithful John had hastened to pay his devoirs. I myself had not encountered her, save from afar. "Thrice have I crossed her path in the hall," saith John, his voice broken with the shame of the thing, "and once again in the library, and each time she hath looked through and beyond me, with never so much as a flicker of an eyelash. The wench is, 'twould seem, an American, being of a nation of which but little was known in my early days, but which is now very puissant and mighty." "Continue," quoth I. "Within a week there is, as thou knowest, a meeting of the Grand Council of Spectres. If I appear before them with this indignity upon me, 'twill mean expulsion." I dragged a trunk across the floor. It made some noise, but Alaric P. Tonks of Tonksville, Pennsylvania, slumbered below, and I bore him no goodwill, and seated myself upon it to ponder the matter. "You say that you passed this chit in the library. Was she reading?" "Aye." "Didst note what she read?" "'Twas Plato, and methinks Marcus Aurelius." "But restrain thine impatience, good Jack. If they were in the original, she is indeed a scholar. But if they were in the vulgar tongue, experience teacheth me that she may be upon the brink of love, though knowing it not." "In sooth they were translations, such as are bound in lambskin, of a delicate tint and texture, and have wide margins. But as for love, therein lies thine only hope. Reason and science, our twin enemies, tell her that we do not exist, from which cause she flouteth us. But if we can awaken those emotions under which no women and few men retain their reason, peradventure all may yet be well, and thine dishonour averted." "True," he admitted, sighing so heavily that the casement rattled. "And there are rumours abroad that young Stephen Verity from London is enamoured of the lass. He himself is but little influenced by ghostly visitations, being as it were marred by much writing of a transitory kind, such as is termed journalism, the which corrodeth while it doth stimulate the imagination. Also, since the young man's means are meagre, her father will lend small ear to his pleadings, though he might yield if she insisted." I rose abruptly. The snores of Alaric P. Tonks in the room beneath ceased for a space, and then were renewed. "There may be other means of bringing this matter to a head. Let us first visit the youth." Faithful John wagged his grey head until his vertebrae rattled. "Beshrew me, but thou art indeed a friend, and a right helpful comrade." We stole from the attic to young Verity's apartment. His sleep was restless, and broken by many movements and mutterings. Twice we caught the word Mamie. For a space we stood regarding him, not without pity. Then, on a sudden, John crossed to a table beneath the window, seized upon a wisp of paper, and fell to capering delightedly. "See, a love missive, which the poor fool hath had neither the hardihood to deliver, nor the resolution to destroy." I took the paper from him, and read, "To Miss Tonks, may I speak to you alone on Christmas Eve by the pool under the great elm? I have something that I must tell you, and there will be no other opportunity. Stephen Verity." "Listen," quoth I to John, and catching him by the shoulder-blade, whispered a plan in his ear. As we left the room together, the lad stirred, but did not waken. From the first, it had been my intent to deliver the note to the wench, and as fortune would have it, we encountered her at the very door of her apartment. Her glance passed over us, through us, beyond us, and even in the bitter ignominy of that moment, I perceived that she was fair enough to set any youth a-muttering in his slumbers, with a white skin, eyes as dark as sloughs, and a small, red, prideful mouth. She yawned a little, and smiled. Gee whiz, but I've had a bully evening, quoth she. At that, John gave a whistling moan and vanished. For myself, I dropped the missive at her feet and slipped back into the shadows. She stooped and picked it up daintily from the floor. "Guess this billy-doo's been dropped by one of the hired girls," she murmured, and made as though to cast it aside, and then, perceiving a fragment of her own name, was moved to open it. I witnessed her face flush. "Never," saith she, stamping her foot, and then, What impudence!" Natheless, 'twas not entirely without hope that I wended my way back to the terrace and to faithful John. On Christmas Eve we met upon the terrace again. 'Twould seem that my trusty comrade had regained something of his wonted cheerfulness. "Within this house," quoth he, grinning, "there are two vastly perplexed souls, one being she who received the missive, the other he who wrote it. For each discovers a new constraint and strangeness in the other, while he also hath no knowledge as to how and by whom his love letter was stolen." "Spirited away were a better phrase," quoth I. "And will wench deign to meet him?" "So she hath intimated, thus completing his amazement. Her tiring maid, she that's being wooed so fiercely by the second footman, was dispatched with a note, which she dropped shrieking lustily when I came upon her in the panelled passage. 'I will meet you at the pool at 10 o'clock,' thus ran the message, delivered by the maid when I'd gone, and she had recovered somewhat of her terrors. And the poor fool is as bewildered as he is overjoyed at the honour. Already, methinks, he has set out to keep the tryst." Thereat, by common impulse, we turned, paced the flagged length of the terrace, and came to where the great elm leaned over the pool. 'Twas by the very nature of its associations a favoured haunting-place of faithful John, though being old, and somewhat weak in the joints, he misliked the water itself. The moon had not yet risen, but there was enough light in the sky to reveal the worm-eaten seat beneath the tree. And young Verity, too restless and perchance too chilled to rest, pacing the sward before it. We drew near. A distant tower boomed the hour, and almost upon the moment we heard light footsteps crossing the turf. As she came, the lad went forward to greet her, his face pallid, his body a-quiver with that strange sickness yclept nerves. All about them was in dim silence, but upon the terrace there fell shafts of yellow light from the great hall, and one caught faintly the murmur of voices and laughter. Faithful John, who despite his years never lacked tact and proper understanding, would have made himself known. But I drew him back, knowing well that neither was in the mood for ghostly manifestations. For a space they faced one another. 'Twas Verity who spoke first. "Oh, awfully chilly, isn't it?" "Awfully." "Ripping the park looks in the moonlight. What?" "Top hole," quoth she. "But what I wanted to say," he continued, "was that I couldn't understand how you knew I wanted to meet you here. Because, although I'd cheek enough to write a note, I never had cheek enough to send it. Not that it matters, of course." "Of course not," she agreed, her lip curling. He tried to take her hand. "Miss Tonks, Mamie, you can guess the question I had to ask." "Dolt," I breathed. "She's in no mood to capitulate yet." Nor was she. "I find it difficult to answer a question which has not been asked, Mr. Verity, and the unwanted use of my Christian name—" "Oh, of course," quoth he, desperately. "We haven't known each other long, but the less I see of you, the more I like you, and dash it all!" She laughed cruelly and moved away. He made as though he would have followed her, and pleaded further, but she shook her head. And 'twas at this point that faithful John, losing all patience and lacking all discretion, must needs intervene. "Whoa!" he wailed, leaping forward. Neither of them saw him. 'Twas all too plain how widely our plans had miscarried, but John, being in desperate plight, made yet another attempt. "Ooh!" he shrieked again, and I, being willing to lend my aid, however futile the enterprise, echoed the sound. The wench paused, and glanced carelessly over her shoulder. "If Pop was here with his Winchester," quoth she, "I guess that owl would have something more than a sore throat to sing about." Down the terrace beside her sped faithful John, his cloak dripping dank patches, his heels clicketing on the frosty flags. 'Twas the finest, maddest display of ghostly sport I have witnessed for many a long season. As I followed close behind, I perceived the chit raise her eyebrows. "A mighty high wind," quoth she. "Faster, Jack," I urged. "My, but these shadows are real lifelike," quoth she. He brushed her cheek. "3 grains of quinine is what you want, Mamie Tonks," quoth she. Then was the soul of faithful John indeed smitten with despair, since the hour of the meeting of the Grand Council was very near, and well he knew that no excuses would serve him. He drifted back to me. "'Twas my last chance," he sighed, nigh heartbroken. "Never," I said. We were by now at the pool again, and moved by inspiration I suddenly thrust at him, so that he stumbled and fell forward into the water. And as he vanished, I, still mindful to play the part that friendship demanded, shrieked, "Mamie, my love!" and then, "Stephen, dear Stephen!" and then, "Mamie!" again with a vehemence which came near to dislocating my jaw, and leapt after faithful John. 'Twas all a drama, the maddest conceivable. The lad, who had been walking swiftly and savagely away from the house, heard and turned back. The wench turned likewise. Both sped towards the pool. Quick as she was, and one could scarce count a score before she reached the brink, he was before her, and had plunged in, groping. The moon, suddenly sailing high and scornful above the branches of the elm, showed him that she was still upon dry land. Further, "You drown yourself because of me?" she asks, bending towards him. "I would drown myself to save you," quoth he, truthfully enough, his teeth chattering, and forebode to tell her that he had leapt in thinking her about to end her own life, for 'tis the way of a wench to think higher of one who would kill himself for love of her than of him who would offer up his life to some useful purpose. Lurking in the darkest corner, we saw him feel his way to the edge, and saw her help him, wet and shivering and with waterweed thick upon his garments, to the bank. Never looked a suitor less gallant. Yet there was a strange new tenderness in her eyes as she bent towards him. "I'm sorry," quoth she. "Real sorry, and ashamed, and proud." "But I love you," said he, and from his tones 'twas manifest that the water had already given him a raven-like hoarseness. "I love you, Mamie, and wet or dry, whether I live or die, I'll always love you. But I'd rather die than that you should be sorry and ashamed and proud without ever caring for me at all." For a space there was silence. Then says she softly, I'd rather drown myself than have the death of a man like you, Steve Verity, on my conscience. And though Glory only knows what Pop'll say when I tell him, if you want me—" We overheard no more. Little, that is, that one could record. But when, watching them from the bank, we saw her suffer him to put a soaked arm about the waist of her dainty gown, we did indeed take heart of grace. And as they moved away, we caught, as it were, a last fragment of conversation. "I heard the first splash," quoth she doubtfully, "and then the second, with queer, shrill cries, and then, when you hopped into the pool, a third splash. It's a mighty strange thing, but it's taught me." I awoke from a reverie upon that sweet and foolish madness which men call love, and urged forward my comrade. "Bestir thine old bones," I cried, "ere the last chance be gone, and 'tis indeed too late." Adown the pathway, twisting, curvetting, grimacing, sped faithful John. 'Twas a vision to chill the blood and blanch the cheek of the boldest. He drew level with the couple, passed them. The wench looked round, cried out, and clung to Verity's arm. A ghost!" "Roar!" shrieked faithful John, exulting wildly. "Oh!" she shuddered, leaning weakly on the lad's breast. "Roar!" "And I never believed in them," quoth she faintly, closing her eyes. "Nor I," he echoed, sneezing. "Roar!" began faithful John for the third time, when clear and deep the clock on the village church boomed midnight. We vanished joyously. There were great happenings at the Grand Council of Spectres that night. End of The Ghost That Couldn't. Recording by Michael Cottam. Columbia, Missouri, October 2024.
The Ghost in Piccadilly by Jessie Adelaide Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost in Piccadilly by Jessie Adelaide Middleton. Piccadilly, the brightest and gayest thoroughfare in London, has its ghost story, and a gloomy and sinister one at that. Here is the story, as it has just been related to me. Two women journalists, whom we will call Miss Gray and Miss Martin, who shared rooms together, were, not long since, in search of a small flat or suite of apartments not too far from Fleet Street, but in a good neighborhood. Noticing that some rooms were to be let in Piccadilly over a large shop, they called at the house to make inquiries about them, fearing at the same time that the high rent usually charged in such a central locality would be far beyond what they could possibly afford. They were shown the rooms, which included a good-sized kitchen, and found them in every way most comfortable and desirable. When they asked the rent, the caretaker, to their great surprise, named so preposterously small a sum that they thought at first they had misunderstood her. Rooms on a first floor in this fashionable neighborhood usually let for many times the amount, but, thinking themselves lucky to get them at such a bargain, they asked no questions and took the suite for 6 months, moving into them on the following Wednesday. On the Wednesday evening, they both went out, either on business or to a theater, and did not return until 11:30. On returning home, Miss Gray went to the kitchen to warm some soup which had been left in a covered saucepan on the top of the gas stove for supper. Miss Martin, meanwhile, was busy trying to make up the fire which had been banked up before they went out, and which still contained some smoldering embers, which she tried to stir into a blaze. All at once, as she was kneeling in front of the fire, Miss Martin became conscious that someone was quitting the room, and, thinking that her friend had come in from the kitchen and wanted something, she called out, without turning her head, "Is that you, Mary?" There was no answer, so she went to the kitchen and asked Miss Gray if she had come into the sitting-room for anything. "I have not been into the sitting-room," said Miss Gray. "I have never left the kitchen. You must have been dreaming." No more was said about the matter, and after supper the girls, who slept in separate rooms, retired for the night, being very tired. Later, Miss Martin woke up suddenly, with the ghastly feeling that there was someone moving about her room. It was not quite dark, as the blind was half up and a street lamp in Piccadilly shone into her window. To her dismay, she saw, standing over her bed, the figure of a hideous old woman with goggle eyes and prominent teeth, who leered at her in a most hideous manner. Making a great effort at self-control, for fear of frightening her friend, she refrained from calling out and remained quite still. The figure regarded her for a moment with an evil look, and then, to her intense horror, lay down on the bed beside her with a deep sigh. This was more than she would possibly stand, in spite of her courage, and with a violent effort she wrenched herself away to the other side of the bed and rose up to find herself quite alone. After searching the room, she forced herself to get into bed again, feeling that perhaps she was the victim of some delusion or nightmare. And, being very tired, she soon dropped off to sleep again and slept through the night without any further disturbance. In the cold, clear light of day, she was convinced that the phantom had been caused by nightmare, but the experience had been so eerie and unpleasant that she hesitated to mention it to Miss Grey, who was very nervous. The next night she went to bed and to sleep, as usual, but soon after midnight she was awakened by something lying across her bed and apparently trying to strangle her, for two hard, thin hands were twined tightly round her throat, choking her life out. With a great effort, she grappled with the phantom, and eventually tore the clinging hands from her neck. As soon as she had done so, she became unconscious, and the next thing she knew was that she was lying in bed in broad daylight, feeling stiff and sore, with her throat smarting painfully. Going to the dressing table, she looked in the glass and found that her throat and neck were blue and swollen and covered with livid marks, as if she had been hanged and then cut down. Concealment was no longer possible, and the two journalists promptly left the rooms. They related their experiences to the landlord, and naturally met with no credence. But the rent, which they absolutely refused to pay, was never pressed for, nor was money in lieu of notice required. The rooms are now occupied as offices and are only used during the day. The story is, in no sense, a first-hand one. It was told me by a friend who heard it, third or fourth hand, and who says it is known far and wide. The Society for Psychical Research, he informs me, investigated the affair, but whether they published anything about it or not, I have never been able to ascertain. The rooms are still, according to a notice board, to let as residential, but, after the gruesome experiences of the last tenants, it is hardly likely that anyone but a daily tenant or someone quite ignorant of their sinister reputation will take them. End of The Ghost in Piccadilly. Recording by MSKing.
Gibbet Hill by Bram Stoker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Gibbet Hill by Bram Stoker. When I left the Royal Huts Inn on the top of Hind Head in order to visit the Devil's Punch Bowl in Gibbet Hill, immortalized by Turner in the Liber Studiorium, I passed along a wide straight road, the new high road between London and Portsmouth, and shortly came to the edge of the Punch Bowl and easted my eyes on its beauty. The fog, which had been heavy in London when I left on this mid-October morning, extended even to Haslemere, and hung in the valleys so that the tops of the Surrey hills rose like islands from the sea of mist, and in the brilliant sunshine, which glorified these upper levels, softened and mellowed all the wide expanse of hill and dale and down which ranged between me and the southern coast. The hill gave steeply on all sides, save the northwest, where the circular valley opened to the plain below. All the summer tints were chastened and mellowed. All the full colors which the sunshine had glorified had faded into the sere of autumn. The pink and purple of the heather were changed to a brown, with only a suggestion of faded color to warm its tone. The bracken was of rich amber and faded yellow, and the myriads of grasses and wild flowers had donned their winter garb, the hues of decay. Through all this rich mass of autumn tints, the broom, untouched as yet by the frost, sent an emerald flash. The green bushes which fringed the tiny stream running through the valley seemed of supernatural vividness, and the dark green of the pines which covered the western slope and ran down into the valley seemed to assert in some positive way the right of nature to maintain her own color, despite all influences. Away to the north and west, past the spurs and shoulders of the hill, the woods and valleys, the copses and villages and hills and ridges ranged in endless succession. And it was after a long, long pause that I turned from drinking in the beauty of the scene, with my heart full of the power and majesty and purifying influence of nature's beauty. Here, at least, said I to myself, the soul of man is elevated, and on this higher plane of nature's handiwork the evil of our hearts is lulled. As I turned, however, I started, for, as if by the irony of fate, there beside me was a grim memorial of man's wickedness and lust for blood. A tombstone by the roadside, marking the spot where a century ago a poor seaman trudging on his way from Portsmouth was murdered. But not the stone only was of interest, for by it were 3 figures which would have arrested attention anywhere. They were only children, but of types that were not common. 2 were young Indian girls of an age which, by the slower development of English girlhood, would be about some 13 or 14 years. Being, however, of Eastern birth, they were probably much younger. They stood one on each side of the memorial stone, looking almost like heraldic supporters, as each, with a slim brown hand resting on an elbow of the stone, leaned her face on the hand, while looking at me gravely with long, dark, fathomless eyes. They were both very pretty of their type, and their slim, girlish figures were draped in black of some shimmering material, made in a half-Eastern fashion, with a wide belt of the stuff round the waist, and some kind of dark material wound around the head, and acting as a headgear. The third of the group was a little boy of some 10 years old, with hair of spun gold, eyes like blue porcelain, and a winning smile on his rosy face. One might designate him indifferently a Cupid or an angel. He was dressed in a dark blood-colored tunic. For a few seconds I stood looking at this group, they regarding me steadfastly without the slightest movement. Then I spoke to them, making some remark about the beauty of the scene. One of the girls said, tapping the stone with her hand as she spoke,
"Can you tell us anything about this stone, sir? We are strangers."
"I am a stranger here myself, but I think we will find it here," I answered, as I proceeded to read the inscription, which is on both sides of the stone. When I read of the word murder, they all 3 looked at each other and then at me, and shuddered, and, strange to say, followed the shudder with a smile. I thought they might be frightened, and I hastened to add, "But you need not let this disturb you. It all happened 100 years ago, when the country was very different from what it is now." One of the girls said in a low voice, whose tones were peculiarly penetrating,
"I hope not. I trust not."
And the little boy looked up at me with a laugh and said,
"I suppose if there were a murder now, someone would be stuck up on Gibbet Hill."
"Hullo, young man," said I. "You know all about it, I see. I'm going up the hilltop to see the memorial cross. Will you come and see where they put the murderer?"
"With pleasure," he said, with an air of almost supernatural gravity, lifting his cap in acknowledgment of my invitation.
The girls bowed too, and we all moved up the hill together. As we went, I noticed that the boy had one of his hands tightly clenched. "What have you got there?" I asked of him.
"These,"
he said, opening his hand and showing me a crumpled mass of great earthworms, wriggling in their sudden freedom.
"I love worms," he went on. "See, they wriggle so, and you can pull them out long."
And he illustrated the latter fact. "Poor worms," said I. "Why not let them go? They would much rather be on the ground."
"Shan't.
was his only reply as he shoved them into the folds of his tunic. There were a lot of persons at the cross when we reached the top of Gibbet Hill, besides abundant evidence of recent visitors in the shape of egg-shells and pieces of newspaper, for the cross is a favorite picnicking spot. Among the strangers, my fancy was chiefly taken by a lady and gentleman, whom I dubbed the honeymoon couple. I soon became so absorbed by the lovely view which lay stretched before me, a wilderness of rising hilltops with green woods and rich valleys, that I quite forgot my young companions. I went to the edge of the steep hill and sat looking eastwards, and lost myself in the beauty of the scene. Presently I remembered my young companions and looked around for them, but they had quite disappeared. There was not a sight of them anywhere around. My departure from London had been early, and the walk from Haslemere in the blazing October sun a little fatiguing, so after a while, when I had been all around the summit of the head and had, so to speak, boxed the scenic compass, I took my way to a deep shady grove of hazel and beech, with tall pines rising over all, one of those dense copses that creep up from the valley, throwing jagged spikes of greenery up the slopes of the hill. Here there was the very perfection of autumn fullness. The undergrowth grew luxuriantly under the shelter of the clustering pines. The brown of the bark and the bluish bloom of the foliage of the pines, as one gazed into the half-dim aisles between them, the sweet aromatic odor which they exhaled, the sleepy silence, accentuated only by the hum of nature's myriad vitalities, the soft rich grass, whose summer greenery stood untouched as yet in the sheltered dell, all invited to repose. With a blissful feeling of content I stretched myself on the grass, and soon lost my thoughts and my consciousness in the interlaced branches above me. How long I slept I know not, but it must have been a good while, for I felt thoroughly refreshed as to brain, and with that half-aching sense of cramped muscles which comes after a long period of unchanged attitude. And there was over me that mysterious sense of elapsed time, which tells philosophers that our thought is continuous in some form or another. There was, however, no sense of duty omitted, no press of coming work, which in such cases destroys the charm of awakening. I knew that there was ample time before me, and that I might muse on unchecked, that I could revel to my heart's content in the sense of freedom and enjoy the freshness and purity of the air in this wonderful spot. And so I did not stir, but lay on my back with my hands under my head, looking up into the branches and watching the gleams of light struggle through the tracery of leaf and branch. I thought of many things in that luxurious half-dreamy way which belongs to the leisure of a habitually busy man, taking up a thread of thought and dropping it again, swaying between general and particular ideas, in all ways realizing that greatest of pleasures, intellectual laissez-aller. There was in the air the same faint hum of varied sounds which had at first lulled me to sleep, but somehow the volume was richer than before, more full and satisfying to the ear, and with a special significance, as if not only all nature was speaking, but that there was some one voice amongst the myriad more potent than the rest. I listened with a growing interest, and the sound seemed to take a more definite place amongst nature's harmonies. It was not as if it grew in loudness, but merely as if the vibrations accumulated, coming in waves more quickly than they could die away. Gradually all the other noises seemed to die away, and I heard only this one sound. It seemed to be closer and closer as I began to distinguish more clearly, until I shortly came to the conclusion that its source was separated from me by only some score of yards. Then I began to be able to analyze it a little. In general effect it was like a sort of musical muffled corncrake, a corncrake in a whisper, but with some subtle prevailing sweetness which seemed of almost irresistible attraction. Presently I raised my head from amongst the bracken where I lay, and looked whence the sound proceeded. There, to my surprise, in an open dell, where the light fell through a break in the trees, were grouped the children whom I had seen. The two girls were seated, and between them the little boy stood up. One of the girls held in her left hand something which looked like a set of Pandean pipes, made of thin canes but slightly thicker than wheaten straws. Across this she drew something attached to the fingers of the right hand, which made the base of the strange corncrake sound. The other girl held a shell with strings across it which she touched lightly, and the boy had a sort of reed flute, which gave forth a peculiarly long sweet note, but which blended in the mass of music. Then the girls joined in a sort of monotonous chant of strange sweetness, but very, very faint. They were all three looking well to one side of me. By and by the girls stood up. They all turned slightly, and I could see that they were evidently turning slowly in a complete circle, as though seeking in every direction around them. As they began to face my direction, I sank down again into the bracken, so that they might not see me, for the affair began to absorb my interest. I took care, however, to peep through the fronds of the bracken, and see all that went on. A very short time elapsed before my attention was diverted, and in not the most pleasant of ways. Hearing a stir and rustle among the dead leaves beside me, I looked round, and almost jumped to my feet, for there close by and approaching closer was a large snake of the blind-worn species. It came straight towards me, and actually passed over my feet. I did not stir, and it went on, heeding me no more than if I had been a log of wood, and wriggled away toward the group in the sunlit glade. It was evidently attracted by the strange, weird music, and as this was my first actual experience of serpent charming, my interest grew, and I watched the little party more closely than before. They went on with their music, and the snake approached closer and closer, till at the feet of the fair-haired child it stopped, and curling itself into a spiral, raised its head and began to hiss. The boy looked down, and the girls turned their eyes towards him, but the music did not stop for a moment. On the contrary, it grew something quicker. Then the snake twined itself around the child's ankle and began to climb its way up his body, wriggling round and round his leg and thigh, and up, till at last it crawled along the arm that held the flute. Then suddenly the music stopped. The two girls stood up, and the boy stretched out his arm with the snake wound around it, with his hand stretched out wide open, the palm upwards. The snake remained perfectly still, as if transformed into stone. Then the girls took hands and circled slowly around the boy, uttering a low, whispering, mysterious chant, something the same as the earlier one, but this time in decrescendo as compared with the former crescendo, and in a minor key. This went on for quite 2 or 3 minutes. The boy remained perfectly still, with his arm extended, and his blue eyes fixed on the snake. Then the latter raised its head slightly, and seemed to follow with it the movements of the circling girls. They continued their slow movement, round and round, the snake's movements being more and more pronounced with each revolution, till presently it was boldly turning, like the automatic motion of a firework, around the boy's arm. Gradually the motion of the girls got slower, and that of the snake correspondingly less, till presently the girls' movement and the low crooning music, which had never stopped, died away altogether, and the snake hung, a dead mass as limp as a piece of string, across the boy's hand. The boy never moved, but the girls let go each other's hands, and one of them, who had stopped just in front of the boy, took the snake by head and tail and seemed to gently pull it out straight. When she let it go, it lay across the boy's hand as stiff as a piece of wood. There was something uncanny about this, which recalled to me recollections of a man whom I had once seen in a cataleptic fit, and whose body retained any position into which it was put, no matter how grotesque or how uncomfortable or strained. The snake seemed to be under some similar condition, and with strange curiosity I awaited the next development. The boy continued impassive, his hand still stretched out, and the snake resting across it. The girls stood a little in front of and on either side of him, so that the outstretched hand was midway between them. Then began some questioning between them in a language which I presumed to be some form of Indian, but which I did not understand. Both voices were sweet, with a peculiar penetrating power, but one of them I seemed instinctively to fear, although it was the sweeter and softer of the two. Somehow, and the idea was quite spontaneous, it seemed to suggest murder. From the tones and inflections of the voices I gathered that all utterances were put in the form of questions, a supposition shortly confirmed in a strange way, for the answers were given by the rigid snake. When each girl in turn had had her say, and they suggested positive and negative in their tones, the snake would slowly turn around like the needle in a compass and point its head to either one. The sweeter voice seemed to be the positive, and the other the negative in the inquiry. And in all the earlier questions the snake, after turning slowly round, remained with its head towards the negative. This first seemed to disturb and then annoy the positive inquirer, and her voice grew more deadly sweet and penetrating, until it made me shudder. Then she seemed to get more and more enraged, for her eyes gleamed with a dark, unholy light, and at the last came her question in a keen, thrilling whisper. For answer, the snake then spun round quicker and quicker, and suddenly came to a dead stop in front of the other girl. The disappointed one gave one fierce, short, sharp sound like a dog's bark, whilst a look of deadly malice swept over her face, and then passed away, leaving it as serene as before. At the same instant the rigidity of the snake collapsed, and it hung for an instant as limp as before, and then slipped to the ground, and lay there, all in a heap without motion, as if dead. The boys started as though from sleep to waking, and began to laugh. The girls joined in the cachinnation, and in an instant the glade, which had seemed so weird, grew instinct with laughter as the children chased each other into the recesses of the wood and disappeared from view. Then I rose up from the bracken where I lay. I could hardly believe my eyes, and thought that I must have been sleeping, and have dreamed it all. But there lay the seemingly dead snake before me as a palpable evidence that I had beheld a reality. The sun was far in the west when I had finished my stroll through the laneways and copses upon the Whitley side of Hindhead, and found myself once more at its highest point on Gibbet Hill. The place was now deserted. The picnickers had all gone home. The pony traps and donkeys and parties of school children had disappeared, and nothing remained of the day's visitation but the usual increase in old newspapers and broken eggshells. As the light was just beginning to fade and the air grow a shade colder, the sense of loneliness was more than ever marked. But I had come from the midst of the hum and turmoil of the city to enjoy this very loneliness, and its luxury was to me unspeakable. Down in the valleys the mist still lay dim and fleecy white, and from it the hilltops rose dark and grim. A belt of cloud fringed the whole horizon, and above it stretched a sea of sulphur yellow, flecked here and there with little clouds of white, which, swimming high above the level of the hill, caught the last splendors of the sun, now obscured by the horizon. One or two stars began to twinkle through the darkening sky, and a stillness that seemed sentient stole up through the valley and reached to where I sat. Then the air grew colder, and the silence became perfect. The stars swam out into the sky, which had now a darker blue, and a soft light fell on the scene. I sat on, and drank in the wondrous beauty in which I was immersed. Weariness of mind and body seemed of the dim past, and as if they could never again be other than a sad memory. In such moments a man seems almost to be born again, and to have every faculty renewed to the full. I leaned with my back against the great stone cross, and putting my hands behind me, clasped my arms around its back, so as to change my position, and be able to enjoy more fully the luxury of rest. Suddenly, without a word of warning, each hand was grasped from behind and held tight in a pair of hands, thin and warm, but so strong that I could make no movement. And at the same time a scarf or shawl of some light, fleecy, but thick material was thrown over my face and drawn tightly from behind, holding my head close to the stone. So pinioned and gagged I could neither move nor speak, and had perforce to await the coming events. Then my hands were tied with a string put around the wrists and drawn tight, so that I was fixed more firmly than before. I could hear no sound, and took it for granted that I was being prepared for robbery. I was alone, far away from everyone, and in the hands of men stronger than I was myself, and so resigned myself to the situation as well as I could, secretly thankful that I had only a small sum of money with me. After a time which seemed long, but which was probably of but a few minutes' duration, the scarf was pulled down so far that my eyes were free, though my mouth was still covered, and I was unable to cry out. For a few moments I was too much surprised even to think as strange what I saw before me. Instead of burly footpads with rude manner and coarse force, there were the 3 children who had arrested my attention earlier in the day. They stood before me perfectly still and silent for a little while, their eyes being the only features which expressed either consciousness or interest of any kind. 2 of them, the boy and 1 girl, then smiled on me with an amused superiority, whilst the other, she who in the glade had exhibited such anger, smiled with a deadly cold hate, which, bound as I was, made me shudder. This latter then approached me closer, the others remaining quite still and looking on with their superior amused smile. She took from her waist, where it was concealed in the folds of her dress, a long sharp dagger, thin, double-edged, and lethal-looking. This she proceeded to flourish before me with extraordinary dexterity and rapidity. Half the time its keen edge actually touched my skin, and the contact made me wince. Anon she would dart towards my eyes till I could feel its cold point actually touching my eyeballs. Then she would as if hurl herself at me with the point of the deadly weapon directed to my heart, but would stop just as it seemed that my last moment had come. This went on for a little while, but short though it was, it seemed endless. I felt a cold chill, a strange numbness growing over me. My heart seemed to get cold and weak, colder and colder, weaker and weaker still, till at length my eyes closed. I tried to open them, succeeded. Tried again, failed. Succeeded, failed. And at length consciousness passed away from me. The last thing I remember seeing with my waking eyes was the gleam of the long knife in the starlight, as it moved in the young girl's dexterous play. The last sound I heard was a low laugh from all three of the children. The voice in my ears was dim and distant, but it gradually grew louder, and the spoken words became intelligible.
Wake up, man! You will get your death of cold!"
Coldly the words struck home, for there was at my heart a numbness and a chill as of death. My consciousness struggled back into existence, and I opened my eyes. It was now much brighter, for a great yellow moon had arisen, and the common was flooded with its light. Beside me were two persons whom at once I recognized as the honeymoon couple of earlier in the day. The man was bending over me and was shaking me roughly by the shoulder, whilst the lady stood by looking on anxiously with her hands clasped.
"He is not dead, George, is he?"
I heard her say. The answer came, "No, thank goodness. He must have fallen asleep. It is a mercy that you had the inspiration to come out to see the moonlight view from here. He might have died of cold. See, the ground is white with the hoarfrost already. Wake up, man. Wake up and come away." "My heart," I murmured. "My heart," for it was icy cold. The man looked more serious and said to his wife,
"Bella, this may be serious. Could you run back to the hotel and send someone if necessary? It may be that his heart is affected."
"Certainly, dear. Shall I go at once?"
"Wait a minute first." He leant over me again. The past was coming back to me quickly, and I asked him, "Did you see anywhere some children? 2 Indian girls and a fair-haired boy?"
"Yes, hours and hours ago, as they went down the London road on a tricycle. They were laughing, and we thought them the prettiest and happiest children we had ever seen. But why?"
My heart, I cried out again, for there was a coldness which seemed to numb me. The man put his hand over my heart, but quickly tore it away again with a cry of terror.
"What is it, George? What is it?"
almost shrieked the lady, for his action was so sudden and unexpected that it thoroughly frightened her. He stood back, and she clung frightened to his arm, as a large blind worm wriggled itself out from my bosom, fell on the ground, and glided away down the hillside into the copse below. End of Gibbet Hill by Bram Stoker.
The Haunt of Medusa Ridge by Nurse Ellis, told to Una E. Derry. From Ghost Stories, February 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. Her life slowly ebbing away, her husband's business going to ruin, her reason threatened. Pretty Vivian Grantham was forced to find the means to kill a phantom. How can mortal man combat the influence of the marauding dead? The Haunt of Medusa Ridge by Nurse Ellis, told by Una Derry. My casebook tells me that it was an afternoon near the end of June when the sharp ringing of the telephone bell roused me from a nap and sent me in kimono and slippers to answer the insistent call. "Miss Ellis?" Dr. Rogers' distinct enunciation came clearly over the wire. "I have an interesting case for you. Mrs. Julian Grantham, at Medusa Ridge, needs a nurse. Can you go there at once? Dr. Rogers is a specialist in nerve diseases. a man who stands very highly in his chosen field of work. In addition, he has a deep knowledge of the psychic forces which influence human conduct. His cases are unusually difficult, but to me, at least, they are of an absorbing fascination. Any patient who he called interesting would be a person far removed from the commonplace. I hastily made preparations for catching the 2:55 train, my mind engaged in trying to correlate the fragmentary recollections which the name Julian Grantham had evoked. I knew that he was the wealthy owner of half a dozen cotton mills in various parts of the country. I seemed to remember that he had been recently married, but an elusive, tragic memory that was associated with his name persistently evaded me. Even after I was seated on the train and deliberately concentrating on the matter, I was unable to recall the details of the tragedy which I knew was somehow connected with him and the house I was about to enter. Medusa Ridge is a 2-hour run from the city, one of those places on the South Shore which the rich city dwellers have turned into summer paradises of deep lawns, trimmed hedges, and gleaming jewel-like gardens, all enhancing the beauty of the charming homes which surmount the bluffs above the bay. I was taxied from the little station to the Grantham's place in the lovely glow of the late afternoon, with the broad blue waters of the day dimpling and dancing before me. It seemed unbelievable that illness and tragedy could exist in such surroundings. A butler met me at the door, and having summoned the housekeeper, disappeared toward the rear of the house, leaving me to follow the elderly, sad-faced woman up the broad staircase to a room on the second floor. "I am Martha McWane," she said simply, and her accent as well as her name proclaimed her Scottish origin. "I am housekeeper and personal maid to Mrs. Grantham." She corrected herself hastily. "She was Vivian Clyde before she married. I have been with her since she was a baby, and you see—" She broke off suddenly and added, "She'll see you, Miss Ellis, when you're rested up a bit. Your room is next to hers through this connecting door. I hope you'll be able to help her." She sighed heavily, and an expression of deep gloom settled over her features. Inwardly, I decided she was a depressing creature, but I answered her as brightly as I could. "I'm not tired at all. Tell Miss Grantham I'll be with her in 10 minutes. I bathed my face, got into my uniform, and tapped on the door that led to Mrs. Grantham's room. She was lying on a couch drawn up before a window, and as I entered, her eyes turned to me with an expression I shall never forget. My first impression almost forced itself into words. What a beautiful woman! But the thought that followed was, but what a haunted face! Here was no ordinary case of nerves. Every movement, even her voice, was languid, as from weakness. Yet under the lassitude, I sensed something cold and ominous. And that something was fear, stark, naked, terrible fear that blanched her face and sapped her strength. What was she afraid of? In her soft, gentle voice, Mrs. Grantham spoke to me. "It was so good of you to come. I'm really not ill, you know, only tired." She smiled a little. "I think I'll go down to dinner tonight. Mr. Grantham has been away for the day. He'll arrive in time to dine with us. I wonder if you'd mind not wearing your uniform. Mr. Grantham dislikes illness, and I'm afraid he would be distressed if he thought I was ill enough to require a nurse. I'm not ill, not really ill, you know. Dr. Rogers assures me you would be a delightful companion, and perhaps, while you're here, you will forget you're a nurse and consent to be my friend." All the time she was speaking, her eyes were watching the door behind me, filled with fear for what might enter. I went back to my room and put on a simple dark dress for dinner, while the most unusual feeling of depression stole over me, an apprehension. Try as I might, I could not shake it off. I told myself I was tired and hungry, but the leaden weight on my spirits did not lessen. An unaccountable sensation of dread and horror turned me cold. I fought against it resolutely. "It's the whole atmosphere of this uncanny house," I muttered to myself. "Notwithstanding its beauty and luxury, there is something unnatural here, some sinister emanation that I can feel is malevolent." In spite of all my efforts, I entered the dining room a little later with my pulses beating faster than usual. Surely there was nothing in that dignified room, with its beautiful old Sheraton furniture and gleaming silver, to cause me alarm. Yet I had hardly crossed the threshold when panic swept over me, panic so great that it brought me physical distress. My knees trembled. A nausea turned me faint. Then it passed as quickly as it came, and I found myself facing the master of the house, while Mrs. Grantham introduced me as a friend who will stay with us a while. My first glance at Julian Grantham was one of surprise. He was a much younger man than I had supposed, hardly past the middle age, attractive without being at all handsome, well built and tall. Like everyone else in this house of gloom, he appeared to be depressed and downcast, though, as we seated ourselves at the table, he made an obvious effort to be entertaining. Mrs. Grantham was altogether lovely. I knew that rouge and lipstick had contributed the soft bloom that touched cheek and lip with color. But as she sat facing the sunset beyond the wide window, no makeup was visible. She looked like a young girl, delicate and fragile, but with no trace of the illness that had drained her life away. She was making a brave effort to appear animated and vivacious, and I realized at once that while Mr. Grantham was trying to entertain me, Mrs. Grantham's efforts were all directed toward drawing her husband's attention toward her. Could that be the reason, the perfectly commonplace explanation of the whole situation, I wondered? Loving her husband madly, was Mrs. Grantham aware that he did not return her love in kind, and was she wearing herself out in a vain effort to win him? Then there came a pause in the conversation, and I was aware that Mrs. Grantham had turned toward the door in a strained attitude, her eyes again filled with stark fear, watching for the thing she dreaded might enter. I had my answer. Whatever might be the relations between husband and wife, something more poignantly dreadful than unrequited love filled Mrs. Grantham's soul with horror. The meal dragged. Conversation languished. Mr. Grantham became distracted. He answered absently when he was addressed, and finally became silent, apparently lost in thought. Mrs. Grantham's vivacity died. She too became silent, and she half turned in her seat, her eyes fixed upon the door to her right. Both seemed to have forgotten my presence. We sat mute and immobile in the falling dusk. All pretense at eating was abandoned. I felt as though bound by a spell, while the corners of the room were blotted out by creeping darkness. Then, slowly, the door opened, and the figure of a woman entered the dusky room. A shadow among shadows, it moved toward the table. She drew a chair up to the table, and sat down between the husband and wife. A dim figure in gray light. Mr. Grantham, his eyes fixed on his plate, lost in abstraction, did not look up. Mrs. Grantham still turned toward the door, did not change her attitude or her fixed stare. The newcomer might have been invisible for any notice she received from the strange couple. I wondered that neither of them made any attempt to introduce me to the woman, but suddenly Mrs. Grantham turned to me with a shudder. "I am ill, Miss Ellis," she said. "Will you help me to my room?" The spell was broken. I sprang up, conscious of a damp chill in the atmosphere. Mrs. Grantham leaned on me heavily as we left the room. There was something unnatural, trance-like, in the immobility of the two who remained, who sat like statues while I supported the fainting woman as we left the room. In the hall she collapsed as Martha came running from the rear of the house. Together we got her to her room, administered restoratives, and put her to bed. I left Martha sitting beside her and went downstairs, determined to rouse Mr. Grantham and acquaint him with the fact that his wife's illness was serious. I meant to find out if he was wholly callous, or if his apparent indifference had its root in some other cause. Twilight had passed now. The hall was quite dark. The dining room was a cavern of gloom, into which light from the big west window cast a dim reflection. I could see the two figures sitting motionless at the table. A long white arm encircled Mr. Grantham's neck, and he looked very much worried. I could hardly interrupt so intimate a tête-à-tête, but I purposely made some noise as I passed the dining room into the next room, which proved to be the library. I found and turned the light switch, revealing a long, comfortable, furnished room, plentifully supplied with books and magazines, a room inspiring ease and repose. Facing me was a large, flat-topped desk, on which was a silver-framed photograph, which instantly attracted my attention. It was the likeness of a woman who was right then seated with Julian Grantham in the dining room. I studied it carefully. There could be no mistake. I knew that face, strangely foreign, almost oriental in appearance. As I gazed, the conviction grew that deception dwelt beneath that fair exterior, that evil was in those eyes. I shuddered as I replaced the picture. When I repassed the dining room, the lights were turned on, and the maid was busy at the table. Of Mr. Grantham or the woman, there was no sign. I went back to my room, and in a moment Martha entered. She had clean linen piled in her arms. "Miss Vivy is asleep quietly now," she said, and, almost under her breath, she added, "God help her." My mind was still fixed on the woman of the photograph. "Martha, who was the woman who came into the dining room tonight?" For a moment, Martha stood like a statue. Then the linen dropped from her arms, and her face turned the color of old ivory. She grasped at a chair, sank into it, and gasped, "God in heaven, you've seen her too?" I soothed and calmed her, and in a few moments she regained her self-control. "It's she," she whispered, "Mr. Grantham's first wife." "Martha, what do you mean? Has Mr. Grantham two wives living in the same house?" I exclaimed in stunned amazement. Martha's trembling increased. "Only one of them is living," she breathed. "The other one died 11 years ago." "Are you trying to tell me that I saw a spirit, a ghost, sitting beside Mr. Grantham tonight?" Fear clutched me sharply. It was too incredible. Such things simply didn't happen. This old woman was trying to infect me with her own insane imaginings. Then into my mind crowded a host of unpleasant impressions that I had experienced in the few short hours I had been under the Grantham roof. The depressing atmosphere of the place, the unnatural behavior of both the husband and wife, the inescapable feeling of the essential wrongness of it all, as though it were spiritually out of drawing. "Martha," I said at last, "you must tell me more. I am here to aid you in any way that I possibly can. If I am really to help Mrs. Grantham, I must know what is preying on her mind, and what it is that she fears. You know what is going on in this house, and for the sake of your mistress, I beg you to tell me the whole story." It was hard for Martha to begin at once, but, started, the tale came with a rush. I think she was glad to find a confidant to whom she could pour out all the stored-up terrors that had tortured her for months. Mr. Grantham, when young, had met and become infatuated with a dancer who was creating something of a furor in the cafes and dance halls of the period. She called herself Zuelita and claimed to be Australian. She was a lithe, feline creature with a vivid, flaming personality that enthralled Julian Grantham. The day he became 21 and unrestricted master of his fortune, he married her. Life became a mad orgy for the ill-mated couple and their friends. Wild parties followed one after another in quick succession. The quarrels were constant and fierce. Zuelita openly attached lovers to herself, but she was insanely jealous of her husband, and if he as much as looked at another woman, the most violent scenes occurred. Her power was hypnotic, and he could not escape her weird spell. In time, his infatuation turned to hatred, and the more he hated her, the stronger grew her power over him. His will seemed to die when she turned her eyes upon him, and he became plastic, yielding to her last desire, hating her impotently all the while. Then one night Zuelita gathered a party of her intimates and motored down to Medusa Ridge, where many mad festivals were held. Before midnight, every member of the group had reached the furthest stages of intoxication. "A cheap, drunken crowd," one of the servants later described this party on the witness stand. In the course of the early evening hours, a bitter quarrel broke out between Zuelita and the unhappy Julian. When it ended, Zuelita was dead, Julian seriously wounded. Of course, an inquest was held, but the evidence was confused and contradictory. No one knew who had had the pistols. No one knew who had fired the shots. The sordid affair was hushed up, and Julian Grantham rose from his sickbed a changed and chastened man. The house at Medusa Ridge was closed permanently. Dancers, cafes, and wild parties all became regulated to the realm of memory in his life. He devoted himself to his business, and as the years slipped by, he became an important figure among the cotton mill financiers. 10 years after Zuelita's death, he met Vivian Clyde, beautiful and charming. It was a real love match on both sides. They married, and for a few months they were ideally happy. "The trouble started when we came down here," moaned Martha. "Miss Vivi liked the ocean and suggested opening this house for the summer. Oh, if we'd only stayed in the city, if we'd gone anywhere but here." "Tell me everything," I implored. "At first we didn't know what it was," Martha went on. "We both felt that there was something wrong with this place, and Mr. Julian turned queer almost as soon as we arrived here. Miss Vivi had found him standing in the library with a big silver-framed picture in his hand, white and shaking, and with a strange, dazed look in his eyes. Of course, Miss Vivi guessed at once whose picture it was. She was greatly distressed. 'Maybe we did wrong to come here,' she said to me. It was stirring unhappy memories in Mr. Julian's mind. 'If I was you,' I said, I'd burn that picture the first thing I did." Miss Vivy laughed scornfully. "I'm not afraid of any picture," she replied. "Julian loves me. He never loved that woman, and her picture can't hurt me." It was like a challenge. The way she said it was as if the challenge was taken up. Ever since then, it's been a fight to win the man's soul, between a living woman and a dead one. And I think the dead woman is winning. "How, Martha?" I asked her quickly. She went on as if she had not heard. "They didn't go back to the city. Miss Vivy suggested it, but Mr. Julian demurred. He said he has some business here that would keep him a few days, and so it dragged on. I think at first Mr. Julian felt the influence of the dead dancer and was afraid of being a coward if he ran away. He wanted to fight it and overcome it, but instead he succumbed almost at once. As I said, at first we didn't know what it was. Mr. Julian kept getting queerer and queerer. He'd have spells where he'd sit and look ahead of him for hours at a time. If anyone spoke to him, he'd either not answer or he'd act dazed, like a person awaking from a sleep, and his replies were either incoherent or foolish. And he seemed possessed to look at that picture. I'd watch him over and over. He'd enter the hall, and it seemed as though something would catch him and force him into the library. I've seen him time and time again turn and try to walk away, and after a few steps, hesitate, stop, and slowly drag one foot after the other into the library, where he'd stand a long time gazing at that evil photograph. For a while, I thought the picture was doing it all, and I begged and prayed Miss Vivy to burn it. Miss Vivy was proud in her way, and she said Mr. Julian must choose between the picture and her, and she knew he'd choose her. Then one evening I saw her. It was just at twilight, and as I came along the hall, I saw something like a column of mist near the dining room. Then I saw two eyes staring at me, and I knew what it was. For when she first came back, that's what she was like, just mist, with two staring evil eyes. She's grown stronger since then." "Martha, what do you mean?" "Miss Ellis, I don't feel so afraid now I'm talking to you. I'll tell you what I thought about it, and I haven't dared put it into words. There was something of her here that had the power to dominate Mr. Julian's memory, so that he can't think of nothing but her. And the more he thought of her, the stronger she grew. In life, she was bitterly jealous of him, and couldn't bear to have him look at another woman, and her spirit feels the same way now, so that she's bound to take him from his wife. It's as though she was feeding herself on Miss Vivy, like those vampires you read about. The weaker Miss Vivy gets, the stronger she grows. Every time I see her, she is materialized a little more completely. From the mist and a pair of eyes, she has grown into a figure you saw tonight, that you thought was human. Where is it going to end? Oh, God, where is it going to end?" Conviction was growing in my mind, and growing with it was a dull horror. Incredible as it might seem, impossible as it must be, it was true. Martha was no raving mad creature. She was intelligent, a brave, sorely harassed woman, telling me in a straightforward fashion those incidents of which she had a clear and convincing cognition. "How do you suppose Mr. Grantham feels when he sees her?" I asked. "Miss Ellis," Martha looked at me straight in the eye, "I tell you, positively, Mr. Julian has never seen her." At my exclamation, she shook her head emphatically. "No, nor Miss Vivy either. For some reason, she can't appear to either of them. In a different way, they are conscious of her, but they can't see her. That's what terrifies Miss Vivy. She knows when she's near, and she feels cold and faint. and terribly fearful, as though some evil power was working to do her harm. That's what she's always watching for. She expects momentarily that the phantom will appear to her, and she is convinced that when it does, it will mean her death. I shuddered. I understood now the look of those imploring eyes. But I'm sure she can only influence Mr. Julian mentally, Martha continued. I've seen her wind her arms around his neck and lay her head on his shoulder, and he's sitting like a marble statue staring straight before him. He's getting worse all the time, and she can somehow make him think of her and dull his will, but she can't make him conscious of her as an entity. Not yet. But God only knows what she may be able to do eventually if this keeps up. I thought of the scene I had witnessed in the shadow-filled dining room and mentally corroborated Martha's opinion. Mr. Grantham was not conscious of the dancer as an entity. Not yet. But what could I do? How could one fight a spirit? I was as helpless as Martha herself. It was Martha's reiterated statement that pointed to the imminent danger. She's growing stronger. She'll kill Miss Vivian and drag Mr. Julian where? We dared not conjecture, but somehow, by some means, we must save this unhappy pair from the horror that lay before them. I sent Martha away at last, calm by the knowledge that her fears and responsibilities were shared, and alone in my room I strove to formulate some plan of action. It was useless. How could one war against phantoms? I was increasingly conscious that danger threatened this household, but what form it might take I was unable to imagine. Martha's words kept ringing in my ears. She's growing stronger, like those vampires. The weaker Miss Vivian gets, the stronger she grows. By means of the telephone in the hall, I sent my daily report to Dr. Rogers through the local telegraph office. My report that evening consisted of only 7 words. You are urgently needed. Come at once. That night I spent lying sleepless on the couch in Mrs. Grantham's room. I was determined that hereafter my vigil should be unceasing. Every apparition of which I had ever heard had appeared in the hours of darkness. If Zulita tried to make her presence known to Mrs. Grantham, I intended to be on hand. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful, and no apparition had appeared. A million sparkles of light danced upon the floor of the bay. The scent of honeysuckle drifted in through the open window. The crackle of a lawnmower sounded a cheerful note through the freshness of the morning. The busy, normal life of the world awoke. I had a feeling that last night's incidents were part of a nightmare from which I had awakened, free from every taint of fear. Ghosts, specters, spirits, bah! Who cared about them on a morning like this? I turned to Mrs. Grantham's bedside. She lay obviously weaker. She was almost spent with her struggle, but bravely fighting on. I'll rest for a while, she said. If Mr. Grantham asks for me, tell him to come to my room. I went down the stairs, where a servant showed me the breakfast room. Mr. Grantham did not appear, and I breakfasted alone. A little later I received a reply to my telegram. It read as follows. Dr. Rogers attending a conference in Atlantic City. Your message forwarded. It was signed by the doctor's secretary. This was a disappointment, but it did not affect me deeply at the moment. In the sunshine of that blue and gold June morning, I felt able to cope with all the powers of darkness that night could ever unloose. When I returned to my patient, I found Mrs. Grantham nervous and restless, with a rising temperature. She asked for her husband at once. How is Mr. Grantham this morning? Do you think he looks ill? Will you find him and tell him I want to see him?" I did what I could to make her comfortable, and I then went in search of this strange husband, who apparently did not care enough about his sick wife to make even one inquiry about her condition. I was indignant, and I meant Mr. Grantham should know it. He was in the library, seated before the desk which held the detestable photograph of the dancer, but he was not looking at it. He was sitting bent over, his hands hanging loose between his knees, his gaze fixed on the floor in an attitude of deepest dejection. He did not look up as I entered, and I addressed him without formality. "Mr. Grantham, I think you ought to know your wife is seriously ill. I have sent for Dr. Rogers, and I shall not feel at ease until he arrives. Mrs. Grantham is asking for you now." He did not change his attitude, nor raise his eyes. He only repeated dully, "Mrs. Grantham?" And again, after a pause, as if the name was unfamiliar, "Mrs. Grantham?" There was something unnatural and appalling in his lethargy. In spite of myself, I felt again the creeping horror of the night before. There was something terribly wrong with this man, and with a shudder I wondered if a figure stood beside him, invisible in the daylight, with a long white arm twined around his neck. Fighting back my fantasies, I tried again. "Do you understand? Mrs. Grantham is very ill and wants you. Come with me." I grasped his arm, and he rose and followed me into the hall. As I turned to the staircase, he said in the same dull tone, "I will come in a moment," and slipped out of the double door to the veranda. I did not follow him. I felt that it would be better if his wife did not see him in his present condition. I returned to her room and told her that Mr. Grantham had gone out, and she did not ask for him again. After midday, the weather changed. Thick clouds covered the sun, and the air grew sultry. Thunder began to rumble in the distance. Mrs. Grantham expressed a desire to rest upon a couch before the open window, and when the change was made, she seemed to fall asleep. The room grew darker, the air heavier. A tempest was surely coming, but it was gathering force slowly. The heavy air oppressed me, and I grew drowsy as a result of my sleepless night. I examined my patient attentively. She lay, white and beautiful, deep in sleep. I summoned Martha, and asked her to sit by her mistress, while I rested for an hour in my own room. As I lay down upon my bed, the last thing of which I was conscious was the ominous rumble of distant thunder. A wild shriek pierced my slumbers. Then came the blinding flash of lightning, followed by a crash like the shock of meeting armies. My shuttered room was dark, and in the confusion I could not think for a moment where I was. Then I heard Martha scream and cry out frantically, "Miss Ellis, for God's sake, come quick! She's dying!" I ran hurriedly to Mrs. Grantham's room. The tempest was at its height, and the room almost dark except when the vivid lightning flashes brought every detail into sharp relief. By one of these flashes I saw Mrs. Grantham, gasping for breath, writhing and struggling on the couch. The poor woman was plucking feebly at her throat, with her frail, impotent hands, choking horribly. As I raised her and tried to draw her hands away, I felt another pair of strong, muscular hands clasped tightly about the throat of the suffocating woman. I let out a loud shriek. I know I was never so near fainting in my life. As Martha snapped on the light, Mrs. Grantham dropped back on the pillow, unconscious, and I fell on my knees beside the bed. I couldn't stand. In my sick brain, one sentence beat and throbbed like a huge pulse. God knows what she may be able to do. God knows what she may be able to do. This, then, was what she was able to do. As the dimness left my eyes and my brain ceased to throb, my first thought was for my patient. Like one dead, she lay stark and livid under the electric light. I feared that death had clutched her in his tightening grip. From Martha's incoherent mutterings, I gathered that she had sat quietly by Mrs. Grantham for nearly an hour, while the sky became more and more thickly obscured, and the room grew darker. While the rumblings of the thunder grew heavier, she had grown drowsy, for Martha, too, had spent an almost sleepless night. Then she must have fallen into a doze, for suddenly she was awakened by a loud crash. She could see Zulitha standing by Mrs. Grantham's couch, her evil eyes shining like phosphorus in the dimness. Then, as vivid flashes of lightning illuminated the room, she saw the dancer bend over and clutch Mrs. Grantham's throat, her thumbs pressing against the windpipe. Between us, we got the unconscious woman into the bed, and then I prepared to face the night. The storm was passing over now, and the room was growing lighter, but we kept all the lights turned on. If Zulita was powerful only in the darkness, I meant that there should be no darkness. Then, because recollection of old ghost stories came to my mind, where lights were mysteriously darkened, I resolved not to trust to the electric lights alone. I procured candles and matches from the cook, and surreptitiously borrowed a large flashlight, which I observed lying on the table near the basement entrance. Then Martha and I took up our vigil. Throughout the evening and the whole night we sat on either side of the bed, prepared to battle against we knew not what. It was the longest night of my life. Motionless and almost lifeless, Mrs. Grantham lay in a blaze of light. I arranged a shield for her eyes, though no rays could cause her discomfort, but elsewhere there was not a shadow in the room. Candles flared in every corner, and these I renewed from time to time as they burned low. As the hours dragged by, Martha nodded in her chair, but I never closed an eye. Indeed, sleep was far from me. A strong excitement was upon me. I felt that a crisis was close at hand. Somehow, Mrs. Grantham must be saved from the doom that the fiend from another world had designated for her. Somehow, Mr. Grantham must be rescued from the insanity that threatened to engulf him. My brain worked ceaselessly as I tried to devise methods. But how can a mortal cope with an earth-bound spirit? Over and over in my thoughts, I fell back upon the one hope that glimmered through the darkness of this ill-fated house. Dr. Rogers. Slowly the hours wore on. Midnight sounded, and in solemn procession the small hours passed into eternity. Dawn came, pale and pearl-hued, to bring its blessing to the earth. And nothing happened. No visitor from across the border would cross our threshold. No specter murderess brought us to panic. Yet it was not until the sunshine was pouring a golden flood into the room that we finally extinguished the artificial lights. Not for one moment did we relax our vigilance. Martha went to the kitchen for her breakfast and brought a tray to me. Then she resumed her station by the bed. Mrs. Grantham was in a very serious condition, her pulse hardly discernible, her breathing imperceptible. Although I did not feel it safe to leave her, yet twice in the course of the morning I was forced to leave the room. The first time was in response to a telephone call from the telegraph office. A message had arrived from Dr. Rogers to the effect that he would arrive at Medusa Ridge on the 5 o'clock train. Never did a telephone message bring me greater relief than that. I returned to the sick room with a feeling that our troubles would soon be ended. I was wrong. The second summons came through a maid, saying that the butler wished to see me, if I would be so kind as to step down to the library. I went down and found the man distressed and nervous. "Mr. Grantham is in a very strange state, miss," he said. "I wish you'd just take a look at him. Being a nurse, you might suggest something to do for him, or tell me if I ought to get a doctor." I followed the man upstairs with a sinking heart. I felt some new catastrophe was now at hand, and it seemed to me I had no more strength to meet it. Mr. Grantham's room was a large, pleasant apartment, simply furnished. It had 3 windows overlooking the bay, and before one of these, with his back turned toward it, he was huddled, wrapped in a dark dressing gown. He was seated, as I had seen him the day before, bent far over, his hands hanging between his knees. He did not move as we entered the room, nor appeared to take any notice of the man who spoke to him in an anxious voice. "Mr. Grantham, Mr. Grantham, don't you know me, sir? It's Willett, sir. Won't you speak to me?" There was no response from the huddled creature whose head hung down on his chest. "Oh, Miss Ellis," cried the man, "what is the matter with him? I found him like this early in the morning, and he hasn't moved since." "Lift him," I said. "I want to see his face." And then I recoiled as Willis raised the figure upright, and I saw the face. That dreadful face. A face from which all life and intelligence had departed. A face that might have belonged to a congenital idiot, with its slack jaw and vacant eyes. The face of one whose mind was gone. I went back to Martha with tears running down my face. I think I realized fully for the first time the awfulness of the malignant power working against these 2 helpless people. And I was as helpless as they. I didn't know what to do. The little knowledge I had gained as a nurse, and of which I had been so proud, meant less than nothing now. There was only one thing I could do. I could pray. Over and over again I raised my petition. "Oh God, don't let anything else happen until Dr. Rogers comes." The day wore on. Deeper and deeper grew the atmosphere of apprehension that overhung the whole house. It seemed as though an almost tangible gloom enveloped us. The servants crept about whispering. In his room, the pitiful automaton that had been Mr. Grantham sat motionless, as though held in thrall. Mrs. Grantham lay like one in a trance, steadily growing weaker. I now began to realize fully for the first time that both were under an evil spell, and if it were not broken, both would die. At last Dr. Rogers came. His car drew up to the door, just as the sun, declining toward the west, turned the whole harbor into a sheet of liquid gold. Against that glowing background, the doorway of the house showed black, like the entrance to a tomb. I ushered him in, and then we told him our tale. Martha began it, and I taking up the narrative at the point where I entered the house. Dr. Rogers listened in silence, his face growing graver and graver as we proceeded. He examined the patients, making a long and critical examination in each case. "Mr. Grantham," he said, "is in a state of hypnosis. How induced I cannot tell. I believe I can overcome that. Mrs. Grantham's condition is less easy to diagnose. Her deep sleep may result from a variety of causes. I am convinced that there are superphysical conditions here, and I can only meet them on a physical plane. There is a force or a presence here which materializes itself in the guise of the first Mrs. Grantham. This must be eliminated. To save the life of our patients, I believe we must eliminate it before darkness falls." He looked out to where the rim of the sun was already sinking toward the floor of the bay. "We have no precedents to guide us, no authorities to follow. How shall we deal with a malevolent force, incorporeal and beyond physical laws?" He was silent for a long time. The sun dipped lower, and the glow faded from the room. At last he arose and came over to the bedside. "We can but try," he said. "Twilight is at hand. It is the hour when the earth-bound spirits find it the easiest to materialize. Miss Ellis, you have shown that you have courage. Do not fail me now." "I will do anything," I exclaimed, "to help these poor tortured souls." "Good," he said briefly. "Get Martha, and wait until I return." I summoned Martha, who took her seat by the bedside. I placed myself on the other side, and in a moment Dr. Rogers returned, leading Mr. Grantham, who shuffled along beside him like a blind man. What treatment the doctor had given him I cannot tell, but while he was still dazed and unconscious of our presence, the horrible vacancy was gone from his face. He sank into a chair near the foot of the bed and leaned back with his eyes closed. Dr. Rogers stood in front of him. "My whole experiment depends upon whether or not the phantom materializes," he said. "It is evident that her desire is to get possession of Mr. Grantham. She is not conscious of us any more than he is conscious of her. I'm going to hypnotize him deeply, and if she appears, he will command her to vanish forever. I believe it is the only way we can banish her from the house, and the only way we can save Mrs. Grantham's life. But I am not so psychic as some men of my profession. I shall not be able to see her if she comes. I must depend upon you and Martha to tell me if she appears, and what she does in her materialized form. You need not be afraid of her. She has her limitations, as we have ours. She is a powerful force which can operate only in a restricted area. No command of ours can reach her, but I believe that through Mr. Grantham, she may be forever removed to her proper sphere. Now let us wait in silence and see if she appears." Surely a stranger group, with a stranger purpose, was never formed. Slowly the colors in the western sky changed, deepened, and were gone, while the room grew shadowy with the coming of the night. Against the high back of the chair, Mr. Grantham's face showed pale and haggard, with closed eyes. Martha sat with her hands clasped and her lips moving in prayer. Mrs. Grantham lay like a carven figure on the bed. The doctor still stood in the middle of the room. His eyes were fixed on the door. Suddenly there was another figure in the room, a woman, her slanting, narrow eyes fixed upon Mr. Grantham. "She is here," I said in a low voice. "Right there beside you, doctor." He turned this way and that, but to him the woman was wholly invisible. For some minutes she stood, her gaze concentrated on Julian Grantham's pale face. Then she bent over and touched his closed eyelids with her fingertips. He did not move, and baffled, she turned to regard the room. Her gaze fell upon the motionless figure on the bed. For a long time her eyes flowed green like a cat's. Then, stealthily, she glided forward, and with a spring she bounded to the bed, her hands locked about Mrs. Grantham's throat. "Quick, doctor!" I screamed. "She's choking her!" I flung myself upon the air. There was no substance to her figure, but I could feel her hands, and I tore at them madly, for a brief instant. Then they too were gone. Dr. Rogers had passed a hand before Mr. Grantham's eyes and whispered a word in his ear. Mr. Grantham stood erect and flung the word at the strangler. "Zuleika!" It rang through the room like a clarion. She turned from the bed, stood straight, and faced him while her eyes burned with an emerald fire. The doctor continued to whisper in the ear of the man who seemed to tower at the foot of the bed. "Zuleika," commanded Mr. Grantham in ringing tones, "you must go back. I do not love you. I do not want you. Go back to your own abode. Cease to trouble me." The apparition stamped her foot, but there was no sound. Her lips curled back from her pointed teeth, like a tiger's before the kill. A fury of hate and rage stamped themselves together in her features, and the sight of her seared itself upon my brain to remain there forever. "Zuleika," came the ringing voice again, "you are evil. I loathe you. You are vile. I sicken of your vileness. I command you, depart hence to your own place, and never come near me again." She beat her hands together in fury, but her eyes grew less brilliant. Slowly, her outline became vague. Slowly, her hateful features were blurred. Before my eyes, she was disintegrating, vanishing. Yet, to the end, she strove to withstand his command. Again and again the light flamed from her eyes, and her outline became plain, only to fade wraith-like after each effort. She was only a mist now, with two burning eyes dully gleaming with green fire, and at Julian's last voracious "Go! Go, and never return!" it faded into nothingness. Dr. Rogers again passed his hand before Julian Grantham's face. The man seemed transformed. He gazed about the room, then darting to the bedside. "Vivie, Vivie," he cried, "my darling, are you ill? Why didn't they tell me?" He gathered her into his arms, whispering endearments brokenly. Then the blue eyes opened, and the beautiful head rested on his shoulder. "Julian, sweetheart," she muttered. The curtain fluttered. A cool, sweet breeze swept through the room, bringing comfort, healing, and forgiveness on its wings. We tiptoed out, leaving them both together. 6 months later, I met Martha in a crowd of Christmas shoppers, the picture of a busy, cheerful, capable housekeeper, intent on the business of the season. She greeted me with enthusiasm. "It's good to see you again," she exclaimed. "Many and many's the time we speak of you and the good doctor." "They're both fine," she went on in answer to my inquiry regarding the Granthams. "That dreadful time is all over now. The house at Medusa Ridge is sold. None of us ever want to see it again. It's queer, though, when you come to think of it. Neither of them knows exactly what happened there. Mr. Julian has never asked any questions, and I beg Miss Vivie not to mention those awful experiences to me. They are content to let the matter drop into oblivion. Some things don't bear talking about, Miss Ellis. I know they're both afraid to think of that fiend for fear they'll resurrect her again. They are happy now, the happiest people that I know. May no shadow from another world ever darken their lives again." As I left Martha, waving to me cheerfully across the busy thoroughfare, in my heart I murmured, "Amen," and I gave a little prayer that the terrible apparition that haunted Medusa Ridge was laid forever. One never knows about these things. Doubtless they have much to do with the mind itself. That is, the condition of the mind is apt to have an effect upon the supernatural agencies that are prone to affect it, a healthy mind being the best protection. The end of The Haunt of Medusa Ridge by Nurse Ellis. Told by Una E. Derry.
John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. John Mortonson was dead. His lines in the tragedy Man had all been spoken, and he had left the stage. The body rested in a fine mahogany coffin fitted with a plate of glass. All arrangements for the funeral had been so well attended to that had the deceased known, he would doubtless have approved. The face, as it showed under the glass, was not disagreeable to look upon. It bore a faint smile, and as the death had been painless, had not been distorted beyond the repairing power of the undertaker. At 2:00 of the afternoon, the friends were to assemble to pay their last tribute of respect to one who had no further need of friends and respect. The surviving members of the family came severally every few minutes to the casket and wept above the placid features beneath the glass. This did them no good. It did no good to John Mortonson, but in the presence of death, reason and philosophy are silent. As the hour of 2 approached, the friends began to arrive, and after offering such consolation to the stricken relatives as the proprieties of the occasion required, solemnly seated themselves about the room with an augmented consciousness of their importance in the scheme funereal. Then the minister came, and in that overshadowing presence the lesser lights went into eclipse. His entrance was followed by that of the widow, whose lamentations filled the room. She approached the casket, and after leaning her face against the cold glass for a moment, was gently led to a seat near her daughter. Mournfully and low, the man of God began his eulogy of the dead, and his doleful voice, mingled with the sobbing which was its purpose to stimulate and sustain, rose and fell, seemed to come and go like the sound of a sullen sea. The gloomy day grew darker as he spoke. A curtain of cloud underspread the sky, and a few drops of rain fell audibly. It seemed as if all nature were weeping for John Mortonson. When the minister had finished his eulogy with a prayer, a hymn was sung, and the pallbearers took their places beside the bier. As the last notes of the hymn died away, the widow ran to the coffin, cast herself upon it, and sobbed hysterically. Gradually, however, she yielded to dissuasion, becoming more composed, and as the minister was in the act of leading her away, her eyes sought the face of the dead beneath the glass. She threw up her arms, and with a shriek fell backward, insensible. The mourners sprang forward to the coffin. The friends followed, and as the clock on the mantel solemnly struck 3, all were staring down upon the face of John Mortonson, deceased. They turned away, sick and faint. One man, trying in his terror to escape the awful sight, stumbled against the coffin so heavily as to knock away one of its frail supports. The coffin fell to the floor. The glass was shattered to bits by the concussion. From the opening crawled John Mortonson's cat, which lazily leapt to the floor, sat up, tranquilly wiped its crimson muzzle with a forepaw, then walked with dignity from the room. End of John Mortonson's Funeral.
Mujina by Lefcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. Mujina by Lafcadio Hearn. On the Akasaka Road in Tokyo, there is a slope called Kiai no Kunizaka, which means the slope of the province of Kiai. I do not know why it is called the slope of the province of Kiai. On one side of this slope you see an ancient moat, deep and very wide, with high green banks rising up to some place of gardens, and on the other side of the road extend the long and lofty walls of an imperial palace. Before the era of street lamps and jinrikishas, this neighborhood was very lonesome after dark, and belated pedestrians would go miles out of their way rather than mount the Kiai no Kunizaka alone after sunset. All because of a Mujina that used to walk there. The last man who saw the Mujina was an old merchant of the Kyobashi quarter who died about 30 years ago. This is the story as he told it. One night, at a late hour, he was hurrying up the Kiai no Kunizaki when he perceived a woman crouching by the moat, all alone and weeping bitterly. Fearing that she intended to drown herself, he stopped to offer her any assistance or consolation in his power. She appeared to be a slight and graceful person, handsomely dressed, and her hair was arranged like that of a young girl of good family. "Ojochu!" he exclaimed, approaching her. "Ojochu, do not cry like that. Tell me what the trouble is, and if there be any way to help you, I shall be glad to help you." He really meant what he said, for he was a very kind man. But she continued to weep, hiding her face from him with one of her long sleeves. "Ojochu," he said again as gently as he could, please listen to me. This is no place for a young lady at night. Do not cry, I implore you. Only tell me how I may be of some help to you." Slowly she rose up, but turned her back to him and continued to moan and sob behind her sleeve. He laid his hand lightly upon her shoulder and pleaded, "Ojochu! Ojochu! Ojochu! Listen to me, just for one little moment. Ojochu! Ojochu!" Then that Ojochu turned around and dropped her sleeve and stroked her face with her hand. And the man saw that she had no eyes or nose or mouth, and he screamed and ran away. Up Kiai no Kunizaka he ran, and all was black and empty before him. On and on he ran, never daring to look back, and at last he saw a lantern so far away that it looked like the gleam of a firefly, and he made for it. It proved to be only the lantern of an itinerant soba seller, who had set down his stand on the roadside. But any light and any human companionship was good after that experience, and he flung himself down at the feet of the soba seller, crying out, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" "Kore! Kore!" roughly exclaimed the soba man. "Here, what is the matter with you? Anybody hurt you?" "No, nobody hurt me," panted the other. "Only, "Only scared you?" queried the peddler unsympathetically. "Robbers?" "Not robbers, not robbers," gasped the terrified man. I saw a woman by the moat, and she showed me... I cannot tell you what she showed me." "Eh, was it anything like this that she showed you?" cried the soba man, stroking his own face, which therewith became like unto an egg. And simultaneously the light went out. End of Mujina.
The Mysterious Bell by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garth Burton. The Mysterious Bell by Anonymous. It was a dead calm. The sun beamed bright and beautiful upon the ocean in setting glory, and all life and animation had given place to that overpowering listlessness which none can form any conception of but they who have experienced a long continued calm at sea. I was leaning against the taffrail, gazing upon the dark waters below, in that state of apathy in which thought itself becomes almost too great an exertion, when suddenly a gentle breath of wind that swept along so lightly as to cause no ripple upon the glossy surface of the waveless deep wafted to my awakened sense a tinkling sound like the ringing of a small bell at an immense distance. The unusual circumstance aroused my dormant faculties, and I listened with breathless attention. But the flaw had passed, and all was again silent and deathlike. I remained upon the same spot nearly an hour, but it came not again, and at length, overcome with drowsiness, I retired to my berth. The next morning, when I came upon deck, I found that the calm still continued, and the captain was of opinion that it would last some days. I mentioned to him the incident that had attracted my attention, but he laughed and said I had been dreaming. He knew we were too far from land for any sound to reach us, and no vessel, he said, could have been near enough for me to hear the ringing of the bell without also being in sight. The mate agreed with him, but I observed one weather-beaten tar who was standing near to shake his head doubtfully, and his rugged countenance betrayed great anxiety. But he said nothing. The morning passed away, still the sea was unruffled by any breeze. After dinner, to while away the tedious hours, the captain and I sat down upon the quarter-deck to cards. We had scarcely commenced playing, when I was startled by hearing the same bell-like tones, so faint and far that nothing lived twixt them and silence. I called to the captain to listen. He sat a moment without speaking, and then started up, exclaiming, "I hear it too." The sailors seemed to have noticed it also, for they were hushed and listening. The captain went aloft with his glass and looked in every direction. "I hear it," said he, "distinctly, but I can see nothing. It cannot be from shore, for we are more than 50 leagues from any land." The attention of all on board was now fully awake. The sailors stood upon the forecastle in anxious groups, all but the old man, the singular expression of whose features I had remarked in the morning. He sat upon the windlass, with his hands folded, and his eyes intently fixed upon the deck, but still he spoke not. Various conjectures were hazarded among us, but none that satisfactorily accounted for the noise. The afternoon passed, and the sun again set, while the tinkling sound still came floating over the waters. It was late before sleep closed my eyes that night. When the morning of the next day dawned, the captain went again to the masthead with his glass, but no sail appeared upon the horizon. Yet still the ceaseless bell was plainly to be heard, while not a breath of wind could be felt. Noon came, and still the calm continued, and the sound approached nearer and nearer, when on a sudden the captain from the top cried out, "I see it now, but what it is, God only knows. It does not look like any craft that ever the hand of man fashioned." We all rushed to the forecastle, and in silence awaited the approach of this strange navigator. It came careering over the waters with a rapid motion, and as it drew near, exhibited to our wondering gaze a single black mast, rising from the centre of what seemed a square and solid block of wood, but without yard or sail, nor did any living creature appear upon it. I proposed to take the boat and board it, but the sailors shook their heads, and the captain was silent. Determined to discover the meaning of this phenomenon, I jumped into the boat, intending to scull towards it, when the old sailor, seeing my resolution, declared that he would go with me, and the captain, after a moment's hesitation, also joined us. We rowed swiftly onwards to meet the object of our curiosity, which which was now within 1/2 mile of the ship, and in a few minutes were sufficiently near to perceive the bell at the top of the mast, the ringing of which had announced its coming. It was green and rusty as if with age, and the sides of the nondescript bark were covered with barnacles and tangled masses of seaweed. Immediately beneath the bell, which still swung from side to side with deafening din, was attached a deep sea line, passing over the side and descending into the water. The moment our boat touched this strange vessel, the bell ceased to toll, and the floating mass became immovable. We gazed upon it and upon each other in amazement, and at length the captain, in a low and tremulous voice, proposed to return, but the sailor said, "No, it was an evil hour when we met this accursed—" His voice sunk, and I could not distinguish what he uttered. "But we have met it, and we must not leave it thus. Let us haul upon this line." We did so for nearly 20 minutes, but with great difficulty, for it seemed as if some ponderous body at the extremity resisted our efforts. At length the profound stillness that had hitherto prevailed amongst us was broken by the captain, who looked down into the water and exclaimed, "Great God, what have we here?" We followed with our eyes the motion of his hand, and saw a large object glistening white beneath the waves, and appearing like a gigantic corpse, wrapped in a white cloth and bound with cords. "Now may heaven shield us," said the seaman in a husky voice. "It is the shrouded demon of the sea." As he spoke, he drew his knife from his belt, and in an instant severed the line. The body turned its white sides, flashing through the dark waters, and with the rapidity of lightning disappeared from our view. End of The Mysterious Bell.
Nyarlathotep by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hunter. Nyarlathotep by H.P. Lovecraft. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. I am the last. I will tell the audient void. I do not recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheaval was added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger. A danger widespread and all-embracing, such a danger as may be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. I recall that the people went about with pale and worried faces, and whispered warnings and prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to himself that he had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made men shiver in dark and lonely places. There was a demoniac alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and everyone felt that the world and perhaps the universe had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. And it was then that Nyarlathotep came out of Egypt. Who he was, none could tell, but he was of the old native blood and looked like a pharaoh. The fellahin knelt when they saw him, yet could not say why. He said he had risen up out of the blackness of 27 centuries, and that he had heard messages from places not on this planet. Into the lands of civilization came Nyarlathotep, swarthy, slender, and sinister, always buying strange instruments of glass and metal, and combining them into instruments yet stranger. He spoke much of the sciences, of electricity and psychology, and gave exhibitions of power which sent his spectators away speechless, yet which swelled his fame to exceeding magnitude. Men advised one another to see Nyarlathotep, and shuddered. And where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmare. Never before had the screams of nightmare been such a public problem. Now the wise men almost wished they could forbid sleep in the small hours, that the shrieks of cities might less horribly disturb the pale, pitying moon as it glimmered on green waters gliding under bridges and old steeples crumbling against a sickly sky. I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his uttermost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings, that what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none but Nyarlathotep dare prophesy, and that in the splutter of his sparks there was taken from men that which had never been taken before, yet which shewed only in the eyes. And I heard it hinted abroad that those who knew Nyarlathotep looked on sights which others saw not. It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds to see Nyarlathotep, through the stifling night and up the endless stairs into the choking room, and shadowed on a screen I saw hooded forms amidst ruins, and yellow, evil faces peering from behind fallen monuments. And I saw the world battling against blackness, against the waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling, churning, struggling around the dimming, cooling sun. Then the sparks played amazingly around the heads of the spectators, and hair stood on end, while shadows more grotesque than I can tell came out and squatted on the heads. And when I, who was colder and more scientific than the rest, mumbled a trembling protest about imposture and static electricity, Nyarlathotep drave us all out, down the dizzy stairs into the damp, hot, deserted midnight streets. I screamed aloud that I was not afraid, that I never could be afraid, and others screamed with me for solace. We swore to one another that the city was exactly the same, and still alive, and when the electric lights began to fade, we cursed the company over and over again, and laughed at the queer faces we made. I believe we felt something coming down from the greenish moon, for when we began to depend on its light, we drifted into curious involuntary marching formations, and seemed to know our destinations, though we dared not think of them. Once we looked at the pavement and found the blocks loose and displaced by grass, with scarce a line of rusted metal to show where the tramways had run. And again we saw a tramcar, lone, windowless, dilapidated, and almost on its side. When we gazed around the horizon, we could not find the third tower by the river, and noticed that the silhouette of the second tower was ragged at the top. Then we split up into narrow columns, each which seemed drawn in a different direction. One disappeared in a narrow alley to the left, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another filed down a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with a laughter that was mad. My own column was sucked towards the open country, and presently felt a chill which was not of the hot autumn. For as we stalked out on the dark moor, we beheld around us the hellish moon-glitter of evil snows. Trackless, inexplicable snows, swept asunder in one direction only, where lay a gulf all the blacker for its glittering walls. The column seemed very thin indeed, as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. I lingered behind, for the black rift in the green-litten snow was frightful, and I thought I had heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as my companions vanished. But my power to linger was slight. As if beckoning by those who had gone before, I half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering and afraid, into the sightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient, dumbly delirious, only the gods that were can tell. a sickening, sensitive shadow writhing in hands that are not hands, and whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotting creation, corpses of dead worlds with sores that were cities, charnel winds that brush the pallid stars and make them flicker low. Beyond the world's vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples that rest on nameless rocks beneath space and reach up to dizzy vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. And through this revolving graveyard of the universe, the muffled, maddening beating of drums and thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from the inconceivable, unlighted chambers beyond time, the detestable pounding and piping whereunto dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic, tenebrous ultimate gods, the blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles whose soul is Nyarlathotep. End of Nyarlathotep.
The Story of the Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells. The scene amidst which Clayton told his last story comes back very vividly to my mind. There he sat, for the most part of the time, in the corner of the authentic settle by the spacious open fire, and Sanderson sat beside him, smoking the Broseley clay that bore his name. There was Evans, and that marvel among actors, Wish, who is also a modest man. We had all come down to the Mermaid Club that Saturday morning, except Clayton, who had slept there overnight, which indeed gave him the opening of his story. We had golfed until golfing was invisible, we had dined, and we were in that mood of tranquil kindliness when men will suffer a story. When Clayton began to tell one, we naturally supposed he was lying. It may be that indeed he was lying. Of that the reader will speedily be able to judge as well as I. He began, it's true, with an air of matter-of-fact anecdote, but that, we thought, was only the incurable artifice of the man. "I say," he remarked, after a long consideration of the upward rain of sparks from the log that Sanderson had thumped. "You know, I was alone here last night." "Except for the domestics," said Wish. "Who sleep in the other wing," said Clayton. "Yes. Well." He pulled at his cigar from some little time as though he still hesitated about his confidence. Then he said, quite quietly, "I caught a ghost." "Caught a ghost, did you?" said Sanderson. "Where is it?" And Evans, who admires Clayton immensely and has been 4 weeks in America, shouted, "Caught a ghost, did you, Clayton? I'm glad of it. Tell us all about it right now." Clayton said he would, in a minute, and asked him to shut the door. He looked apologetically at me. "There's no eavesdropping, of course, but we don't want to upset our very excellent service with rumours of ghosts in the place. There's too much shadow and oak panelling to trifle with that. And this, you know, wasn't a regular ghost. No, I don't think it will come again, ever." "What, you mean to say you didn't keep it?" said Sanderson. "I hadn't the heart to," said Clayton. And Sanderson said he was surprised. We laughed, and Clayton looked aggrieved. "I know," he said, with the flicker of a smile, "but the fact is, it really was a ghost. And I'm as sure of it as I'm talking to you now. I'm not joking. I mean what I say." Sanderson drew deeply on his pipe, with one reddish eye on Clayton, and then emitted a thin jet of smoke more eloquent than many words. Clayton ignored the comment. It's the strangest thing that has ever happened in my life. You know, I never believed in ghosts or anything of the sort before, ever. And then, you know, I bag one in a corner and the whole business is in my hands. He meditated still more profoundly, and produced and began to pierce a second cigar with a curious little stabber he affected. "You talk to it?" asked Wish. "For the space probably of an hour." "Chatty," I said, joining the party of skeptics. "The poor devil was in trouble," said Clayton, bowed over his cigar end with the very faintest note of reproof. "Sobbing?" someone asked. Clayton heaved a realistic sigh at the memory. "Good Lord," he said, "yes." And then, poor fellow, yes. "Where did you strike it?" asked Evans in his best American accent. "I never realized," said Clayton, ignoring him, "the poor sort of thing a ghost might be." And he hung us up again for a time while he sought for matches in his pocket and lit and warmed to his cigar. I took an advantage, he reflected at last. We were none of us in a hurry. "A character," he said, "remains just the same character for all that it's been disembodied. That's a thing we too often forget. People with a certain strength or fixity of purpose may have ghosts of a certain strength and fixity of purpose. Most haunting ghosts, you know, they must be as one-idead as monomaniacs and as obstinate as mules to come back again and again. This poor creature wasn't." He suddenly looked up rather queerly, and his eye went round the room. "I say it," he said, "in all kindliness, but that's the plain truth of the case. Even at the first glance, he struck me as weak." He punctuated with the help of a cigar. "I came upon him, you know, in the long passage. His back was to me, and I saw him first. Right off I knew him for a ghost. He was transparent, whitish. Clean through his chest I could see the glimmer of the little window at the end. And not only his physique, but his attitude struck me as being weak. He looked, you know, as though he didn't know in the slightest whatever he was meant to do. One hand was on the panelling, and the other fluttered to his mouth, like so." "What sort of physique?" said Sanderson. "Lean. You know, that sort of young man's neck that has two great flutings down the back, here and here, so. And a little meanish head with scrubby hair, rather bad ears, shoulders bad, narrower than the hips, turned-down collar, ready-made short jacket, trousers baggy, little frayed at the heels. That's how he took me. I came very quietly up the staircase. I did not carry a light, you know. The candles are on the landing table, and there is that lamp. And I was in my list slippers, and I saw him as I came up. I stopped dead at that, taking him in. I wasn't a bit afraid. I think that in most of these affairs one is never nearly so afraid or excited as one imagines one would be. I was surprised and interested, and I thought, good Lord, here's a ghost at last. And I haven't believed for a moment in ghosts during the last 25 years. Said Wish. I suppose I wasn't there a moment before he found out I was there. He turned on me sharply, and I saw the face of an immature young man, a weak nose, scrubby little moustache, feeble chin. So, for instance, we stood, he looking over his shoulder at me, and we regarded one another. Then he seemed to remember his high calling. He turned round, he drew himself up, projected his face, raised his arms, spread his hands in approved ghost fashion, came towards me, and as he did so his little jaw dropped, and he emitted a faint, drawn-out "Boo!" No, it wasn't not a bit dreadful. I'd dined, I'd had a bottle of champagne, and being all alone, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps even 4 or 5 whiskies, so I was solid as rocks, and no more frightened than if I'd been assailed by a frog. "Boo!" I said. "Nonsense. You don't belong to this place. What are you doing here?" I could see him wince. "Boo!" he said. "Oh, boo be hanged! Are you a member?" I said, and just to show I didn't care a pin for him, I stepped through a corner of him and made to light my candle. "Are you a member?" I repeated, looking at him sideways. He moved a little so as to stand clear of me, and his bearing became crestfallen. "No," he said, in answer to the persistent interrogation of my eye. "I'm not a member. I'm a ghost." "Well, that doesn't give you the run of the Mermaid Club. Is there anyone you want to see, or anything of that sort?" And doing it as steadily as possible, for fear that he should mistake the carelessness of whiskey for the distraction of fear, I got my candle alight. I turned on him, holding it. "What are you doing here?" I said. He had dropped his hands and stopped his booing, and there he stood, abashed and awkward, the ghost of a weak, silly, aimless young man. "I'm haunting," he said. "You haven't any business to," I said in a quiet voice. "I'm a ghost," he said as if in defense. "That may be, but you haven't got any business to haunt here. This is a respectable private club. People often stop here with nursemaids and children, going about in the careless way that you do. Some poor little mite might easily come upon you and be scared out of her wits. I suppose you didn't think of that." "No, sir," he said, "I didn't." "Well, you should have done. You haven't any claim to the place, have you? Weren't murdered here or anything of the sort?" "None, sir, but as I thought it was old and oak-panelled—" "That's no excuse." I regarded him firmly. "Your coming here is a mistake," I said, in a tone of friendly superiority. I feigned to see if I had my matches, and then looked up at him frankly. "If I were you, I wouldn't wait for cockcrow. I'd vanish right away." He looked embarrassed. "The fact is, sir," he began. "I'd vanish," I said, driving it home. "The fact is, sir, that somehow I can't." "You can't?" "No, sir, there's something I've forgotten. I've been hanging about here since midnight last night, hiding in the cupboards of the empty bedrooms and things like that. I'm flurried. I've never come haunting before, and it seems to put me out." "Put you out?" "Yes, sir. I've tried to do it several times, and it doesn't come off. There's some little thing slipped me, and I can't get back." That, you know, rather bowled me over. He looked at me in such an abject way that for the life of me I couldn't keep up quite the high acting vein I'd adopted. "That's queer," I said, and as I spoke I fancied I heard someone moving about down below. "Come into my room and tell me more about it," I said. I didn't, of course, understand this, and I tried to take him by the arm, but of course you might as well have tried to take hold of a puff of smoke. I had forgotten my number, I think. Anyhow, I remember going into several bedrooms. It was lucky I was the only soul in that wing, until I saw my traps. "Here we are," I said, and sat down in the armchair. "Sit down and tell me all about it. It seems to me you've got yourself into a jolly awkward position, old chap." Well, he said he wouldn't sit down. He preferred to flit up and down the room, if it was all up the same to me, and so he did, and in a little while we were deep in a long and serious talk. And presently, you know, something of those whiskies and sodas evaporated out of me, and I began to realize just a little what a thundering rum and weird business it was that I was in. There he was, semi-transparent, the proper conventional phantom, and noiseless, except for the ghost of a voice, flitting to and fro in that nice, clean, chintz-hung old bedroom. You could see the gleam of the copper candlesticks through him, and the lights of the brass fender, and the corners of the framed engravings on the wall. And there he was, telling me all about this wretched little life of his that had recently ended on earth. He hadn't a particularly honest face, you know. But being transparent, of course, he couldn't avoid telling the truth. "Eh?" said Wish, suddenly sitting up in his chair. "What?" said Clayton. "Being transparent, couldn't avoid telling the truth. I don't see it," said Wish. "I don't see it," said Clayton with inimitable assurance, "but it is so. I can assure you, nevertheless, I don't believe he once got a nail's breadth of the Bible truth. He told me how he'd been killed. He went down into a London basement with a candle to look for a leakage of gas, and described himself as a senior English master in a London private school when that release occurred." "Poor wretch," said I. "That's what I thought. And the more he talked, the more I thought it. There he was, purposeless in life and purposeless out of it. He talked of his father and mother and his schoolmaster, and all who had ever been anything to him in the world, mainly. He had been too sensitive, too nervous. None of them had ever valued him properly or understood him, he said. He had never had a real friend in the world, I think. He'd never had success. He bad-shirked games, failed examinations. It's like that with some people, he said. Whenever I get into the examination room or anywhere, everything seems to go. Engaged to be married, of course, to another oversensitive person, I suppose. When the indiscretion with the gas escape ended his affairs. And where are you now? I asked. Not in... He wasn't clear on that point at all. The impression he gave me was of a sort of vague intermediate state, sort of special reserve for souls too non-existent for anything so positive as either sin or virtue. I don't know. He was much too egotistical and unobservant to give me any clear idea of the kind of place, the kind of country there is in the other side of things. Wherever he was, he seems to have fallen in with a set of kindred spirits, ghosts of weak Cockney young men who were on a footing of Christian names, and among these there was certainly a lot of talk about going haunting and things like that. Yes, going haunting. They seemed to think haunting a tremendous adventure, and most of them funked it all the time. And so primed, you know, he had come. But really, said Wish to the fire, these are the impressions he gave me anyhow, said Clayton modestly. I may, of course, have been in a rather uncritical state, but that was the sort of background he gave to himself. He kept flitting up and down with his thin voice going, talking about his wretched self, and never a word of clear, firm statement from first to last. He was thinner and sillier and more pointless than if he had been real and alive. Only then, you know, he wouldn't have been in my bedroom here if he had been alive. I should have kicked him out. Of course, said Evans, there are poor mortals like that, and there's just as much chance of their having ghosts as the rest of us, I admitted. What gave a sort of point to him, you know, was the fact that he did seem within limits to have found himself out. The mess he had made of haunting had depressed him terribly. He'd been told it would be a lark. He had come expecting it to be a lark, and here it was, nothing but another failure added to his record. He proclaimed himself an utter and out failure. He said, and I can quite believe it, that he had never tried to do anything all his life that he hadn't made a perfect mess of, and through all the wastes of eternity he never would. If he had had sympathy, perhaps... He paused at that and stood regarding me. He remarked that, strange as it might seem to me, nobody, not anyone, ever had given him the amount of sympathy I was doing now. Oh, I could see what he wanted straight away, and I determined to head him off at once. I may be a brute, you know, But being the only real friend, the recipient of the confidences of one of these egotistical weaklings, ghosts or body, is beyond my physical endurance. I got up briskly. Don't you brood on these things too much, I said. The thing you've got to do is to get out of this. Get out of this sharp. You pull yourself together and try. I can't, he said. You try, I said, and try he did. Try, said Sanderson. How? Passes, said Clayton. Passes? Complicated series of gestures and passes with the hands. That's how he had come in, and that's how he had to get out again. Lord, what a business I had. But how could any series of passes, I began. My dear man, said Clayton, turning on me and putting a great emphasis on certain words, you want everything clear. I don't know how. All I know is that you do, that he did, anyhow. At least, after a fearful time, you know, he got his passes right and suddenly disappeared. Did you, said Sanderson slowly, observe the passes? Yes, said Clayton, and seemed to think. It was tremendously queer, he said. There we were, I and this thin, vague ghost in that silent room, in this silent, empty inn, in this silent little Friday night town. Not a sound, except for our voices, and a faint panting he made when he swung. There was the bedroom candle, and one candle on the dressing-table light. That was all. Sometimes one or other would flare up into a tall, lean, astonished flame for a space. And queer things happened. I can't, he said. I shall never. And suddenly he sat down on a little chair at the foot of the bed and began to sob and sob. Lord, what a harrowing, whimpering thing he seemed. You pull yourself together, I said, and tried to pat him on the back, and, you know, my confounded hand ran through him. By that time, you know, I wasn't nearly so massive as I'd been on the landing. I got the queerness of it full. I remember snatching back my hand out of him, as it were, with a little thrill, and walking over to the dressing-table. You pull yourself together, I said to him, and try. And in order to encourage and help him, I began to try as well. What? Said Sanderson. The passes? Yes, the passes. But, I said, moved by an idea that eluded me for a space. This is interesting, said Sanderson with his finger in his pipe bowl. You mean to say this ghost of yours did his level best to give away the whole confounded barrier, yes? He didn't, said Wish. He couldn't. Or you would have gone there too. That's precisely it, I said, finding my elusive idea put into words for me. That is precisely it, said Clayton with thoughtful eyes upon the fire. For just a little while there was silence. And at last he did it, said Sanderson. At last he did it. I had to keep him up to it hard, but he did it at last, rather suddenly. He despaired. We had a scene, and then he got up suddenly, and he asked me to go through the whole performance slowly, so that he might see. I believe, he said, if I could see, I should spot what was wrong at once. And he did. I know, he said. What do you know? Said I. I know, he repeated. Then he said suddenly, I can't do it if you look at me. I really can't. It's been that partly all along. I'm such a nervous fellow that you put me out. Well, we had a bit of an argument. Naturally, I wanted to see, but he was as obstinate as a mule. And suddenly, I'd come over as tired as a dog. He tired me out. All right, I said, I won't look at you, and turned towards the mirror on the wardrobe by the bed. He started off very fast. I tried to follow him by looking in the looking-glass to see just what it was that had hung. Round went his arms and his hands, so and so and so, and then with a rush came to the last gesture of all. You stand erect, and you open out your arms, and so, don't you know, he stood. And then he didn't. He didn't. He wasn't. I wheeled round from the looking-glass to him. There was nothing. I was alone, with the flaring candles and a staggering mind. What had happened? Had anything happened? Had I been dreaming? And then, with an absurd note of finality about it, the clock upon the landing discovered the moment was ripe to striking 1. So, bing! And I was as grave and sober as a judge, with all my champagne and whiskey gone into the fast serene. Feeling queer, you know. Confoundedly queer. Queer, good Lord. He regarded the cigar ash for a moment. That's all that happened, he said. And then you went to bed? Asked Evans. What else was there to do? I looked Wish in the eye. We wanted to scoff, and there was something perhaps in Clayton's voice and manner that hampered our desire. And about these passes? Said Sanderson. I believe I could do them now. Oh, said Sanderson, and produced a penknife and set himself to grub the dottle out of the bowl of his clay. Why don't you do them now? Said Sanderson, shutting his penknife with a click. That's what I'm going to do, said Clayton. They won't work, said Evans. If they do, I suggested. You know, I'd rather you didn't, said Wish, stretching out his legs. Why? Asked Evans. I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. But he hasn't got them right, said Sanderson, plugging too much tobacco into his pipe. All the same, I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. We argued with Wish. He said that for Clayton to go through those gestures was like mocking a serious matter. But you don't believe, I said. Wish glanced at Clayton, who was staring into the fire, weighing something in his mind. I do. More than half. Anyhow, I do, said Wish. Clayton, said I, you're too good a liar for us. Most of it was all right, but the disappearance happened to be convincing. Tell us it's the tale of cock and bull. He stood up without heeding me, took the middle of the hearthrug and faced me. For a moment he regarded his feet thoughtfully, and then for all the rest of the time his eyes were on the opposite wall with an intent expression. He raised his 2 hands slowly to the level of his eyes, and so began. Now, Sanderson is a Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the 4 Kings, which devotes itself so ably to the study and elucidation of all the mysteries of Masonry past and present, and among the students of this lodge Sanderson is by no means the least. He followed Clayton's motions with a singular interest in his reddish eye. It's not bad, he said when it was done. You really do, put things together, Clayton, in a most amazing fashion. But there's one little detail out. I know, said Clayton. I believe I could tell you which. Well, this, said Clayton, and did a queer little twist and writhing and thrust of the hands. Yes. That, was what he couldn't get right, said Clayton. But how do you... Most of this business, and particularly how you invented it, I don't understand at all, said Sanderson. But just that phase I do. He reflected. These happen to be a series of gestures connected with a certain branch of esoteric masonry. Probably you know. Or else, how? He reflected still further. I do not see I can do any harm in telling you the proper twist. After all, if you know, you know. If you don't... I know nothing, said Clayton, "except what that poor devil let out last night." "Well, anyhow," said Sanderson, and placed his churchwarden very carefully upon the shelf over the fireplace. And then, very rapidly, he gesticulated with his hands. "So," said Clayton, repeating. "So," said Sanderson, and took his pipe in hand again. "Ah, now," said Clayton, "now I can do the whole thing right." He stood up before the waning fire and smiled at us all. But I think there was just a little hesitation in his smile. "If I begin," he said. "I wouldn't begin," said Wish. "It's all right," said Evans. "Matter's indestructible. You don't think any jiggery-pokery of this sort is going to snatch Clayton into the world of shades? Not it. You may try, Clayton, so far as I'm concerned, until your arms drop off at the wrists." "I don't believe that," said Wish, and stood up and put his arm on Clayton's shoulder. "You've made me half believe in that story somehow, and I don't want to see the thing done." "Goodness," said I, "here's Wish frightened." "I am," said Wish, with real or admirably faint intensity. "I believe that if he goes through these motions right, he'll go." "He'll not do anything of the sort," I cried. "There's only one way out of this world for men, and Clayton is 30 years from that. Besides, and such a ghost, do you think—" Wish interrupted me by moving. He walked out from among our chairs and stopped beside the table and stood there. "Clayton," he said, "you're a fool." Clayton, with a humorous light in his eyes, smiled back at him. "Wish," he said, "is right, and all you others are wrong. I shall go. I shall get to the end of these passes, and as the last swish whistles through the air, presto, this hearthrug will be vacant. The room will be blank amazement, and a respectably dressed gentleman in 17 stone will plump into the world of shades. I'm certain. And so will you be. I decline to argue further. Let the thing be tried." "No," said Wish, and made a step and ceased. And Clayton raised his hands once more to repeat the spirit's passing. By that time, you know, we were all in a state of tension, largely because of the behavior of Wish. We sat all of us with our eyes on Clayton. I, at least, with a sort of tight, stiff feeling about me, as though from the back of my skull to the middle of my thighs my body had been changed to steel. And there, with a gravity that was imperturbably serene, Clayton bowed and swayed and waved his hands and arms before us. As he drew towards the end, one piled up, one tingled in one's teeth. The last gesture, I've said, was to swing the arms out wide open with the face held up. And when at last he swung out to this closing gesture, I ceased even to breathe. It was ridiculous, of course, but you know that ghost story feeling? It was after dinner in a queer and old shadowy house. Would he, after all? There he stood for one stupendous moment, with his arms open and his upturned face assured and bright in the glare of the hanging lamp. We hung through that moment as if it were an age, and then came from all of us something that was half a sigh of infinite relief and half a reassuring "No," for visibly he wasn't going. It was all nonsense. He had told an idle story, and carried it almost to conviction. That was all. And then in that moment the face of Clayton changed. It changed. It changed as a lit house changes when its lights are suddenly extinguished. His eyes were suddenly eyes that are fixed. His smile was frozen on his lips, and he stood there still. He stood there very gently swaying. That moment, too, was an age. And then, you know, Chairs were scraping, things were falling, we were all moving. His knees seemed to give, and he fell forward, and Evans rose and caught him in his arms. It stunned us all. For a minute, I suppose no one said a coherent thing. We believed it, yet could not believe it. I came out of a muddled stupefaction to find myself kneeling beside him, and his vest and shirt were torn open, and Sanderson's hand lay on his heart. Well, the simple fact before us could very well wait our convenience. There was no hurry for us to comprehend. It lay there for an hour. It lies athwart my memory, black and amazing still to this day. Clayton had indeed passed into the world that lies so near to and so far from our own, and he had gone thither by the only road mortal man may take. But whether he did indeed pass there by that poor ghost's incantation, or whether he was stricken suddenly by apoplexy in the midst of an idle tale, as the coroner's jury would have us believe, is no matter for my judging. It's just one of those inexplicable riddles that must remain unsolved until the final solution of all things shall come. All I certainly know is that in the very moment, in the very instant of concluding these passes, he changed and staggered and fell down before us dead. End of the story of the Inexperienced Ghost. Recording by Bart.
The Striding Place by Gertrude Atherton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by NatashaU. The Striding Place by Gertrude Atherton. Weigel, continental and detached, tired early of grouse shooting. To stand propped against a sod fence, while his host's workmen rooted up the birds with long poles and drove them towards the waiting guns, made him feel himself a parody on the ancestors who had roamed the moors and forests of this West Riding of Yorkshire in hot pursuit of the game worth the killing. But when in England in August, he always accepted whatever proffered for the season, and invited his host to shoot pheasants on his estates in the south. The amusements of life, he argued, should be accepted with the same philosophy as its ills. It had been a bad day. A heavy rain had made the moor so spongy that it fairly sprang beneath the feet. Whether or not the grouse had haunts of their own, wherein they were immune from rheumatism, the bag had been small. The women, too, were an unusually dull lot, with the exception of a new-minded debutante who bothered Weigel at dinner by demanding the verbal restoration of the vague paintings on the vaulted roof above them. But it was no one of these things that sat on Weigel's mind, as, when the other men went up to bed, he let himself out of the castle and sauntered down to the river. His intimate friend, the companion of his boyhood, the chum of his college days, his fellow traveler in many lands, the man for whom he possessed stronger affection than for all men, had mysteriously disappeared 2 days ago, and his track might have sprung to the upper air for all trace he had left behind him. He had been a guest on the adjoining estate during the past week, shooting with the fervor of the true sportsman, making love in the intervals to Adeline Cavan, and apparently in the best of spirits. As far as was known, there was nothing to lower his mental mercury, for his rent roll was a large one. Miss Cavan blushed whenever he looked at her, and, being one of the best shots in England, he was never happier than in August. The suicide theory was preposterous, all agreed, and there was as little reason to believe him murdered. Nevertheless, he had walked out of the March Abbey 2 nights ago without hat or overcoat, and he had not been seen since. The country was being patrolled night and day. 100 keepers and workmen were beating the woods and poking the bogs on the moors, but as yet not so much as a handkerchief had been found. Weigel did not believe for a moment that Wyatt Gifford was dead, and although it was impossible not to be affected by the general uneasiness, he was disposed to be more angry than frightened. At Cambridge, Gifford had been an incorrigible practical joker, and by no means had outgrown the habit. It would be like him to cut across the country in his evening clothes, board a cattle train, and amuse himself touching up the picture of the sensation in West Riding. However, Weigel's affection for his friend was too deep to companion with tranquillity in the present state of doubt, and, instead of going to bed early with the other men, he determined to walk until ready for sleep. He went down to the river and followed the path through the woods. There was no moon, but the stars sprinkled their cold light upon the pretty belt of water flowing placidly past wood and ruin, between green masses of overhanging rocks or sloping banks tangled with tree and shrub, leaping occasionally over stones with the harsh notes of an angry scold, to recover its equanimity the moment the way was clear again. It was very dark in the depths where Weigel trod. He smiled as he recalled a remark of Gifford's. An English wood is like a good many other things in life. Very promising at a distance, but a hollow mockery when you get within. You see daylight on both sides, and the sun freckles the very bracken. Our woods need the night to make them seem what they ought to be, what they once were, before our ancestors' descendants demanded so much more money in these so much more various days. Weigel strolled along, smoking and thinking of his friend, his pranks, many of which had done more credit to his imagination than this, and recalling conversations that had lasted the night through. Just before the end of the London season, they had walked the streets one hot night after a party, discussing the various theories of a soul's destiny. That afternoon, they had met at the coffin of a college friend, whose mind had been a blank for the past 3 years. Some months previously, they had called at the asylum to see him. His expression had been senile, his face imprinted with the record of debauchery. In death, the face was placid, intelligent, without ignoble lineation, the face of the man they had known at college. Weigel and Gifford had had no time to comment there, and the afternoon and evening were full, but, coming forth from the house of festivity together, they had reverted almost at once to the topic. "I cherish the theory," Gifford had said, "that the soul sometimes lingers in the body after death. During madness, of course, it is an impotent prisoner, albeit a conscious one. Fancy its agony and its horror! What more natural than that, when the life-spark goes out, the tortured soul should take possession of the vacant skull and triumph once more for a few hours while old friends look their last. It has had time to repent while compelled to crouch and behold the result of its work, and it has shrived itself into a state of comparative purity. If I had my way, I should stay inside my bones until the coffin had gone into its niche, that I might obviate for my poor old comrade the tragic impersonality of death. And I should like to see justice done to it, as it were, to see it lowered among its ancestors with the ceremony and solemnity that are its due. I am afraid that if I dissevered myself too quickly, I should yield to curiosity and hasten to investigate the mysteries of space." "You believe in the soul as an independent entity, then? That it and the vital principle are not one and the same?" "Absolutely. The body and soul are twins, life comrades, sometimes friends, sometimes enemies, but always loyal in the last instance. Some day, when I am tired of the world, I shall go to India and become a Mahatma, solely for the pleasure of receiving proof during life of this independent relationship. Suppose you were not sealed up properly, and returned after one of your astral fights to find your earthly part unfit for habitation. It is an experiment I don't think I should care to try, unless even juggling with soul and flesh had palled. That would not be an uninteresting predicament. I should rather enjoy experimenting with broken machinery. The high, wild roar of water smote suddenly upon Weigel's ear and checked his memories. He left the wood and walked out on the huge slippery stones which nearly closed the river wharf at this point, and watched the waters boil down into the narrow pass with their furious, untiring energy. The black quiet of the woods rose high on either side. The stars seemed cooler and whiter just above. On either hand, the perspective of the river might have run into a rayless cavern. There was no lonelier spot in England, nor one which had the right to claim so many ghosts, if ghosts there were. Weigel was not a coward, but he recalled uncomfortably the tales of those that had been done to death in the Strid. Wordsworth's boy of Ergemond had been disposed of by the practical Whitaker, but countless others, more venturesome than wise, had gone down into the narrow boiling course, never to appear in the still pool a few yards beyond. Below the great rocks which formed the walls of the Strid were believed to be a natural vault, onto whose shelves the dead were drawn. The spot had an ugly fascination. Weigel stood, visioning skeletons uncoffined in green, the home of the eyeless things which had devoured all that had covered and filled that rattling symbol of man's mortality. Then fell to wondering if any one had attempted to leap the Strid of late. It was covered with slime. He had never seen it look so treacherous. He shuddered and turned away, impelled, despite his manhood, to flee the spot. As he did so, something tossing in the foam below the fall, something as white yet independent of it, caught his eye and arrested his step. Then he saw that it was describing a contrary motion to the rushing water, an upward-backward motion. Weigel stood rigid, breathless. He fancied he heard the crackling of his hair. Was that a hand? It thrust itself still higher above the boiling foam, turned sideways, and 4 frantic fingers were distinctly visible against the black rock beyond. Weigel's superstitious terror left him. A man was there, struggling to free himself from the suction beneath the Strid, swept down, doubtless, but a moment before his arrival, perhaps as he stood with his back to the current. He stepped as close to the edge as he dared. The hand doubled as if in imprecation, shaking savagely in the face of that force which leaves its creatures to immutable law. Then spread wide again, clutching, expanding, crying for help as audibly as the human voice. Weigel dashed to the nearest tree, dragged and twisted off a branch with his strong arms, and returned as swiftly to the Strid. The hand was in the same place, still gesticulating wildly. The body was undoubtedly caught in the rocks below, perhaps already halfway along one of those hideous shelves. Weigel let himself down upon a lower rock, braced his shoulder against the mass beside him, then, leaning out over the water, thrust the branch into the hand. The fingers clutched it convulsively. Weigel tugged powerfully, his own feet dragged perilously near the edge. For a moment he produced no impression. Then an arm shot above the waters. The blood sprang to Weigel's head. He was choked with the impression that the Strid had him in her roaring hold, and he saw nothing. Then the mist cleared. The hand and arm were near, although the rest of the body was still concealed by the foam. Weigel peered out with distended eyes. The meager light revealed in the cuffs links of a peculiar device. The fingers clutching the branch were as familiar. Weigel forgot the slippery stones, the terrible death, if he stepped too far. He pulled with passionate will and muscle. Memories flung themselves into the hot light of his brain, trooping rapidly upon each other's heels, as in the thought of the drowning. Most of the pleasures of his life, good and bad, were identified in some way with this friend. Scenes of college days, of travel, where they had deliberately sought adventure and stood between one another and death upon more occasions than one, of hours of delightful companionship among the treasures of art, and others in the pursuit of pleasure, flashed like the changing particles of a kaleidoscope. Weigel had loved several women, but he would have flouted in these moments the thought that he had ever loved any woman as he loved Wyatt Guilford. There were so many charming women in the world, and in the 32 years of his life he had never known another man to whom he cared to give his intimate friendship. He threw himself on his face. His wrists were cracking. The skin was torn from his hands. The fingers still gripped the stick. There was life in them yet. Suddenly, something gave way. The hand swung about, tearing the branch from Weigel's grasp. The body had been liberated and flung outward, though still submerged by foam and spray. Weigel scrambled to his feet and sprang along the rocks, knowing that the danger from suction was over, and that Gifford must be carried straight to the quiet pool. Gifford was a fish in the water and could live under it longer than most men. If he survived this, it would not be the first time that his pluck and signs had saved him from drowning. Weigel reached the pool. A man in his evening clothes floated on it, his face turned towards a projecting rock over which his arm had fallen, upholding the body. The hand that had held the branch hung limply over the rock, its white reflection visible in the black water. Weigel plunged into the shallow pool, lifted Gifford in his arms, and returned to the bank. He laid the body down and threw off his coat, that he might be the freer to practice the methods of resuscitation. He was glad of the moment's respite. The valiant life in the man might have been exhausted in that last struggle. He had not dared to look at his face, to put his ear to the heart. The hesitation lasted but a moment. There was no time to lose. He turned to his prostrate friend. As he did so, something strange and disagreeable smote his senses. For a half-moment, he did not appreciate its nature. Then his teeth cracked together, his feet, his outstretched arms pointed towards the woods. But he sprang to the side of the man and bent down and peered into his face. There was no face. This striding place is called the Stride, a name which it took of yore. 1,000 years hath it borne the name, and it shall 1,000 more. End of the Striding Place.
An Unfinished Race by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Unfinished Race by Ambrose Bierce. James Byrne Warson was a shoemaker who lived in Leamington, Warwickshire, England. He had a little shop in one of the byways leading off the road to Warwick. In his humble sphere he was esteemed an honest man, although, like many of his class in English towns, he was somewhat addicted to drink. When in liquor he would make foolish wagers. On one of these too frequent occasions, he was boasting of his prowess as a pedestrian and athlete, and the outcome was a match against nature. For a stake of 1 sovereign, he undertook to run all the way to Coventry and back, a distance of something more than 40 miles. This was on the 3rd day of September in 1873. He set out at once, the man with whom he had made the bet, whose name is not remembered, accompanied by Barham Wise, a linen-draper, and Hammerson Burns, a photographer, I think, following in a light cart or wagon. For several miles Warson went on very well, at an easy gait, without apparent fatigue, for he had really great powers of endurance, and was not sufficiently intoxicated to enfeeble them. The 3 men in the wagon kept a short distance in the rear, giving him occasional friendly chaff or encouragement, as the spirit moved them. Suddenly, in the very middle of the roadway, not a dozen yards from them, and with their eyes full upon him, the man seemed to stumble, pitched headlong forward, uttered a terrible cry, and vanished. He did not fall to the earth. He vanished before touching it. No trace of him was ever discovered. After remaining at and about the spot for some time, with aimless irresolution, the 3 men returned to Leamington, told their astonishing story, and were afterward taken into custody. but they were of good standing, had always been considered truthful, were sober at the time of the occurrence, and nothing ever transpired to discredit their sworn account of their extraordinary adventure, concerning the truth of which, nevertheless, public opinion was divided throughout the United Kingdom. If they had something to conceal, their choice of means is certainly one of the most amazing ever made by sane human beings. End of An Unfinished Race. Recording by Elizabeth Copnall, Ventura, California, October 2024.
A Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. It was a dark, starless night. We were becalmed in the northern Pacific. Our exact position I do not know, for the sun had been hidden during the course of a weary, breathless week by a thin haze which seemed to float above us, about the height of our mastheads, at whiles descending and shrouding the surrounding sea. With there being no wind, we had steadied the tiller, and I was the only man on deck. The crew, consisting of 2 men and a boy, were sleeping forward in their den, while Will, my friend, and the master of our little craft, was aft in his bunk on the port side of the little cabin. Suddenly, from out of the surrounding darkness, there came a hail. "Schooner ahoy!" The cry was so unexpected that I gave no immediate answer, because of my surprise. It came again, a voice curiously throaty and inhuman, calling from somewhere upon the dark sea away on our port broadside. "Schooner ahoy!" "Hello!" I sung out, having gathered my wits somewhat. "What are you? What do you want?" "You need not be afraid," answered the queer voice, having probably noticed some trace of confusion in my tone. "I am only an old man." The pause sounded odd, but it was only afterward that it came back to me with any significance. "Why don't you come along, then?" I queried somewhat snappishly, for I liked not his hinting at my having been a trifle shaken. "I can't. It wouldn't be safe. The voice broke off, and there was silence. "What do you mean?" I asked, growing more and more astonished. "Why not safe? Where are you?" I listened for a moment, but there came no answer. And then a sudden indefinite suspicion of I knew not what coming to me, I stepped swiftly to the binnacle and took out the lighted lamp. At the same time, I knocked on the deck with my heel to waken Will. Then I was back at the side, throwing the yellow funnel of light out into the silent immensity beyond our rail. As I did so, I heard a slight muffled cry, and then the sound of a splash, as though someone had dipped oars abruptly. Yet I cannot say with certainty that I saw anything, save, it seemed to me, that with the first flash of the light there had been something upon the waters, where now there was nothing. "Hello there!" I called. "What foolery is this?" But there came only the indistinct sounds of a boat being pulled away into the night. Then I heard Will's voice from the direction of the after scuttle. "What's up, George?" "Come here, Will," I said. "What is it?" he asked, coming across the deck. I told him the queer thing that had happened. He put several questions. Then, after a moment's silence, he raised his hands to his lips and hailed, "Boat ahoy!" From a long distance away there came back to us a faint reply, and my companion repeated his call. Presently, after a short period of silence, there grew on our hearing the muffled sound of oars, at which Will hailed again. This time there was a reply. "Put away the light!" "I'm damned if I will," I muttered, but Will told me to do as the voice bade, and I shoved it down under the bulwarks. "Come nearer," he said, and the oars continued. Then, when apparently some half-dozen fathoms distant, they again ceased. "Come alongside!" exclaimed Will. "There's nothing to be frightened of aboard here. Promise that you will not show the light." "What's to do with you?" I burst out, "that you're so infernally afraid of the light?" "Because," began the voice, and stopped short. "Because what?" I asked quickly. Will put his hand on my shoulder. "Shut up a minute, old man," he he said in a low voice. "Let me tackle him." He leaned more over the rail. "See here, mister," he said. "This is a pretty queer business, you coming upon us like this, right out in the middle of the blessed Pacific. How are we to know it's sort of a hanky-panky trick you're up to? You say there's only one of you. How are we to know unless we get a squint at you, eh? What's your objection to the light, anyway?" As he finished, I heard the noise of the oars again, and then the voice came, but now from a greater distance and sounding extremely hopeless and pathetic. "I am sorry. I would not have troubled you, only I am hungry, and so is she." The voice died away, and the sound of the oars dipping irregularly was borne to us. "Stop!" sang out Will. "I don't want to drive you away. Come back. We'll keep the light hidden if you don't like it." He turned to me. "It's a damn queer rig, this. I think there's nothing to be afraid of." There was a question in his tone, and I replied, "No, I think the poor devil's been wrecked around here and gone crazy." The sound of the oars drew nearer. "Shove that lamp back in the binnacle," said Will. Then he leaned over the rail and listened. I replaced the lamp and came back to his side. The dipping of the oars ceased some dozen yards distant. "Won't you come alongside now?" said Will in an even voice. "I've had the lamp put back in the binnacle." I cannot," replied the voice. "I dare not come nearer. I dare not even pay you for the provisions." "That's all right," said Will, and hesitated. "You're welcome to as much grub as you can take." Again he hesitated. "You are very good," exclaimed the voice. "May God, who understands everything, reward you." The lady?" said Will abruptly. "Is she—" "I've left her behind on the island," came the voice. "What island?" I cut in. "I know not its name," returned the voice. "I would to God—" it began, and checked itself as suddenly. "Could we not send a boat for her?" asked Will at this point. "No," said the voice, with extraordinary emphasis. "My God, no!" There was a moment's pause. Then it added, in a tone which seemed a merited reproach, "It was because of our want I ventured, because her agony tortured me." "I'm a forgetful brute," exclaimed Will. "Just wait a minute, whoever you are, and I will bring you up something at once." In a couple of minutes he was back again, and his arms were full of various edibles. He paused at the rail. "Can't you come alongside for him?" he asked. "No, I dare not," replied the voice, and it seemed to me that in its tones I detected a tone of stifled craving, as though the owner hushed a mortal desire. It came to me then in a flash that the poor old creature out there in the darkness was suffering for actual need for that which Will held in his arms, and yet, because of some unintelligible dread, refraining from dashing to the side of our schooner and receiving it. And with the lightning-like conviction there came the knowledge that the invisible was not mad, but sanely facing some intolerable horror. "Damn it, Will!" I said, full of many feelings over which predominated a vast sympathy. "Get a box. We must float off the stuff to him in it." This we did, propelling it away from the vessel, out into the darkness, by means of a boat-hook. In a minute a slight cry from the invisible came to us, and we knew that he had secured the box. A little later he called out a farewell to us, and so heartfelt a blessing that I am sure we were the better for it. Then, without more ado, we heard the ply of oars across the darkness. "Pretty soon off," remarked Will, with perhaps just a little sense of injury. "Wait," I replied. "I think somehow he'll come back. He must have been badly needing that food." "And the lady?" said Will. For a moment he was silent, then he continued. "It's the queerest thing I've ever tumbled across since I've been fishing." "Yes," I said, and fell to pondering. And so the time slipped away, an hour, another, and still Will stayed with me, for the queer adventure had knocked all desire for sleep out of him. The third hour was 3 parts through when he heard again the sound of oars across the silent ocean. "Listen," said Will. "He's coming, just as I thought," I muttered. The dipping of the oars grew nearer, and I noted that the strokes were firmer and longer. The food had been needed. They came to a stop a little distance off the broadside, and the queer voice came again through the darkness. "Schooner ahoy! That you?" asked Will. "Yes," replied the voice. "I left you suddenly, but there was great need." "The lady?" questioned Will. "The lady is grateful now on earth. She'll be more grateful soon in heaven." Will began to make some reply in a puzzled voice, but became confused and broke off short. I said nothing. I was wondering at the curious pauses, and apart from my wonder, I was full of a great sympathy. The voice continued. She and I have talked, as we shared the result of God's tenderness and yours." Will interposed, but without coherence. "I beg of you not to belittle your deed of Christian charity this night," said the voice. "Be sure that it has not escaped his notice." It stopped, and there was a full minute's silence. Then it came again. "We have spoken together upon that which has befallen us. We had thought to go out, without telling anyone of the terror which has come into our lives. She is with me in believing that tonight's happenings are under a special ruling, and that it is God's wish that we should tell you all that we have suffered since... "Yes?" said Will softly. "Since the sinking of the Albatross." "Ah!" I exclaimed involuntarily. "She left Newcastle for Frisco some 6 months ago, and hasn't been heard of since." "Yes," answered the voice. "But some few degrees to the north of the line, she was caught in a terrible storm and dismasted. When the day came, it was found that she was leaking badly, and, presently, it falling to a calm, the sailors took to the boats, leaving a young lady, my fiancée, and myself upon the wreck. We were below, gathering together a few of our belongings when they left. They were entirely callous through fear, and when we came up upon the decks, we saw them only as small shapes afar off the horizon. Yet we did not despair, but set to work and constructed a small raft. Upon this we put such few matters as it would hold, including a quantity of water and some ship's biscuit. Then, the vessel being very deep in the water, we got ourselves onto the raft and pushed off. It was latter, when I observed that we seemed to be in the way of some tide or current, we bore us from the ship at an angle, so that in the course of 3 hours, by my watch, her hull became invisible to our sight, her broken masts remaining in view for a somewhat longer period. Then, towards evening, it grew misty, and so through the night. The next day we were still encompassed by the mist, the weather remaining quiet. For 4 days we drifted through this strange haze, until, on the evening of the 4th day, there grew upon our ears the murmur of breakers at a distance. Gradually it became plainer, and somewhat after midnight it appeared to sound upon either hand at no very great space. The raft was raised upon a swell several times, and then we were in smooth water, and the voice of the breakers was behind. When the morning came, we found that we were in a sort of great lagoon, but of this we noticed little at the time, for close before us, through the enshrouding mist, loomed the hull of a large sailing vessel. With one accord we fell upon our knees and thanked God, for we thought that here was an end to our perils. We had much to learn. The raft drew near to the ship, and we shouted on them to take us aboard, but none answered. Presently the raft touched against the side of the vessel, and seeing a rope hanging downward, I seized it and began to climb. Yet I had much ado to make my way up, because of a kind of grey, lichenous fungus that had seized upon the rope, and which blotched the side of the ship lividly. I reached the rail and clambered over it, onto the deck. Here I saw that the decks were covered, in great patches, with grey masses, some of them rising into nodules several feet in height. But at the time I thought less of this matter than of the possibility of there being people aboard the ship. I shouted, but none answered. Then I went to the door below the poop deck. I opened it and peered in. There was a great smell of staleness, so that I knew in a moment that nothing living was in, and with the knowledge I shut the door quickly, for I felt suddenly lonely. I went back to the side where I had scrambled up. My sweetheart was still sitting quietly upon the raft. Seeing me look down, she called up to know whether there were any aboard of the ship. I replied that the vessel had the appearance of having been long deserted, but that if she would wait a little I would see whether there was anything in the shape of a ladder by which she could ascend to the deck. Then we would make a search through the vessel together. A little later, on the opposite side of the decks, I found a rope-side ladder. This I carried across, and a minute afterwards she was beside me. Together we explored the cabins and apartments in the after part of the ship, but nowhere was there any sign of life. Here and there within the cabins themselves we came across odd patches of that queer fungus, but this, as my sweetheart said, could be cleansed away. In the end, having assured ourselves that the after portion of the vessel was empty, we picked our ways to the bows, between the ugly gray nodules of that strange growth, and here we made a further search, which told us that there was indeed none aboard but ourselves. This being now beyond any doubt, we returned to the stern of the ship and proceeded to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Together we cleared out and cleaned 2 of the cabins, and after that I made examination whether there was anything eatable in the ship. This I soon found was so, and thanked God in my heart for his goodness. In addition to this, I discovered the whereabouts of the freshwater pump, and having fixed it, I found the water drinkable, though somewhat unpleasant to the taste. For several days we stayed aboard the ship, without attempting to get to the shore. We were busily engaged in making the place habitable, yet even thus early we became aware that our lot was even less to be desired than might have been imagined. For though, as a first step, we scraped away the odd patches of growth that studded the floors and walls of the cabins and saloon, yet they returned almost to their original size within the space of 24 hours, which not only discouraged us, but gave us a feeling of vague unease. Yet we would not admit ourselves beaten, so set to work afresh, and not only scraped away the fungus, but soaked the places where it had been with carbolic, a canful of which I had found in the pantry. Yet, by the end of the week, the growth had returned in full strength, and, in addition, it had spread to other places, as though our touching it had allowed germs from it to travel elsewhere. On the 7th morning, my sweetheart woke to find a small patch of it growing on her pillow, close to her face. After that she came to me, as soon as she could get her garments upon her. I was in the galley at the time lighting the fire for breakfast. "Come here, John," she said, and led me aft. When I saw the thing upon her pillow, I shuddered, and then and there we agreed to go right out of the ship to see whether we could not fare to make ourselves more comfortable ashore. Hurriedly we gathered together our few belongings, and even among those I found that the fungus had been at work, for one of her shawls had a little lump of it growing near one edge. I threw the whole thing over the side without saying anything to her. The raft was still alongside, but it was too clumsy to guide, and I lowered down a small boat that hung across the stern, and yet in this we made our way to the shore. Yet as we drew near to it, I became gradually aware that here the vile fungus, which had driven us from the ship, was growing riot. In places it rose into horrible, fantastic mounds, which seemed almost to quiver, as with a quiet life when the wind blew across them. Here and there it took on the forms of vast fingers, and in others it just spread out flat and smooth and treacherous. Odd places it appeared as grotesque stunted trees, seeming extraordinarily kinked and gnarled, the whole quaking vilely at times. At first it seemed to us that there was no single portion of the surrounding shore which was not hidden beneath the masses of the hideous lichen. Yet, in this, I found we were mistaken, for somewhat later, coasting along the shore at a little distance, we described a smooth white patch of what appeared to be fine sand, and there we landed. It was not sand. What it was, I do not know. All I know is that I have observed is that upon it the fungus will not grow, while everywhere else, save where the sand-like earth wanders oddly, pathwise, amid the grey desolation of the lichen, there is nothing but that loathsome greyness. It is difficult to make you understand how cheered we were to find one place that was absolutely free from the growth, and here we deposited our belongings. Then we went back to the ship for such things as it seemed to us we should need. Among other matters, I managed to bring ashore with me one of the ship's sails, with which I constructed 2 small tents, which, though exceedingly rough-shaped, served the purposes for which they were intended. In these we lived and stored our various necessities, and thus for a matter of some 4 weeks all went smoothly and without particular unhappiness. Indeed, I may say with much happiness, for we were together. It was on the thumb of her right hand that the growth first showed. It was only a small circular spot, much like a little grey mole. My God, how the fear leapt to my heart when she showed me the place. We cleansed it, between us, washing it with carbolic and water. In the morning of the following day she showed her hand to me again. The grey warty thing had returned. For a little while we looked at one another in silence. Then, still wordless, we started again to remove it. In the midst of the operation she spoke suddenly. "What's that on the side of your face, dear?" Her voice was sharp with anxiety. I put my hand up to feel. "There, under the hair by your ear, a little to the front a bit." My finger rested upon the place, and then I knew. "Let us get your thumb done first," I said, and she submitted, only because she was afraid to touch me until it was cleansed. I finished washing and disinfecting her thumb, and then she turned to my face. After it was finished, we sat together and talked a while of many things, for there had come into our lives sudden, very terrible thoughts. We were all at once afraid of something worse than death. We spoke of loading the boat with provisions and water and making our way out onto the sea, yet we were helpless. For many causes, and the growth had attacked us already, we decided to stay. God would do with us what was his will. We would wait. A month, 2 months, 3 months passed, and the places grew somewhat, and there had come others. Yet we fought so strenuously with the fear that its headway was but slow, comparatively speaking. Occasionally we ventured off to the ship for such stores as we needed. There we found that the fungus grew persistently. One of the nodules on the main deck soon became as high as my head. We had now given up all thought or hope of leaving the island. We had realized that it would be unallowable to go among healthy humans, with the things from which we were suffering. With this determination and knowledge in our minds, we knew that we should have to husband our food and water, for we did not know, at that time, but that we should possibly live for many years. This reminds me that I have told you that I am an old man. Judged by years, this is not so. But he broke off, then continued somewhat abruptly. As I was saying, we knew that we should have to use care in the matter of food, but we had no idea then how little food there was left of which to take care. It was a week later that I made the discovery that all the other bread tanks which I had supposed full were empty, and that they, beyond odd tins of vegetables and meat, and some other matters, we had nothing on which to depend, but the bread in the tank which I had already opened. After learning this, I bestirred myself to do what I could, and set to work at fishing in the lagoon, but with no success. At this I was somewhat inclined to feel desperate until the thought came to me to try outside the lagoon, in the open sea. Here, at times, I caught odd fish, but so infrequently that they proved of little help in keeping us from the hunger which threatened. It seemed to me that our deaths were likely to come by hunger, and not by the growth of the things which had seized upon our bodies. We were in this state of mind when the 4th month wore out. Then I made a very horrible discovery. One morning, a little before midday, I came off from the ship with a portion of the biscuits which were left. In the mouth of her tent I saw my sweetheart sitting, eating something. "What is it, my dear?" I called out as I leapt ashore. Yet, on hearing my voice, she seemed confused, and, turning slyly, threw something toward the edge of the little clearing. It fell short, and a vague suspicion having arisen within me, I walked across and picked it up. It was a piece of the grey fungus. As I went to her with it in my hands, she turned deadly pale, then a rose red. I felt strangely dazed and frightened. "My dear! My dear!" I said, and could say no more. Yet at my words she broke down and cried bitterly. Gradually, as she calmed, I got from her the news that she had tried it the preceding day and liked it. I got her to promise on her knees not to touch it again, however great our hunger. After she had promised, she told me that the desire for it had come suddenly, and that, until the moment of desire, she had experienced nothing towards it but the most extreme repulsion. Later in the day, feeling strangely restless and much shaken with the thing which I had discovered, I made my way along one of the twisted paths formed by the white, sand-like substance which led among the fungoid growth. I had, once before, ventured along there, but not to any great distance. This time, being involved in perplexing thought, I went much farther than hitherto. Suddenly I was called to myself by a queer hoarse sound on my left. Turning quickly, I saw that there was movement among an extraordinarily shaped mass of fungus close to my elbow. It was swaying uneasily, as though it possessed life of its own. Abruptly, as I stared, the thought came to me that the thing had a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a distorted human creature. Even as the fancy flashed into my brain, there was a slight, sickening noise of tearing, and I saw that one of the branch-like arms was detaching itself from the surrounding gray masses and coming toward me. The head of the thing, a shapeless gray ball, inclined in my direction. I stood stupidly, and the vile arm brushed across my face. I gave out a frightened cry and ran back a few paces. There was a sweetish taste upon my lips where the thing had touched me. I licked them, and was immediately filled with an inhuman desire. I turned and seized a mass of the fungus, then more and more. I was insatiable. In the midst of devouring, the remembrance of the morning's discovery swept into my mazed brain. It was sent by God. I dashed the fragment I held to the ground. Then, utterly wretched and feeling a dreadful guiltiness, I made my way back to the little encampment. I think she knew, by some marvelous intuition which love must have given, as soon as she set eyes upon me. Her quiet sympathy made it easier for me, and I told her of my sudden weakness, yet omitted to mention the extraordinary thing which had gone before. I desired to spare her all unnecessary terror, but for myself I had added an intolerable knowledge, to breed an incessant terror in my brain, for I doubted not but that I had seen the end of one of those men who had come to the island in the ship in the lagoon, and in that monstrous ending I had seen our own. Thereafter we kept from the abominable food, though the desire for it had entered into our blood. Yet our drear punishment was upon us, for, day by day, with monstrous rapidity, the fungoid growth took hold of our poor bodies. Nothing we could do would check it materially, and so we who had been human became, well, it matters less each day. Only we had been man and maid, and day by day the fight is more dreadful, to withstand the hunger lust for the terrible lichen. A week ago we ate the last of the biscuit, and since that time I have caught 3 fish. I was out here fishing tonight when your schooner drifted upon me out of the mist. I hailed you. You know the rest, and may God, out of his great heart, bless you for your goodness to a couple of poor outcasts. There was the dip of an oar, another. Then the voice came again, and for the last time, sounding through the slight surrounding mist, ghostly and mournful. God bless you. Goodbye. Goodbye, we shouted together hoarsely, our hearts full of many emotions. I glanced about me, and became aware that the dawn was upon us. The sun flung a stray beam across the hidden sea, pierced the mist dully, and lit up the receding boat with a gloomy fire. Indistinctly I saw something nodding between the oars. I thought of a sponge, a great gray nodding sponge. The oars continued to ply. They were gray, as was the boat, and my eyes searched a moment vainly for the conjunction of hand and oar. My gaze flashed back to the head. It nodded forward as the oars went backward for the stroke. Then the oars were dipped, the boat shot out of the patch of light, and the thing went nodding into the mist. End of The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson.
The Wolf Woman by Bassett Morgan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Wolf Woman by Bassett Morgan. Beaten back by fogs and blizzards of the heights, the Stanwell party was camped in a sun-warmed valley at the base of Mount Logan, which lifts its ice-capped head in eternal solitude and awful silence above the most intensely glaciated region of the world. 3 years before, in an attempt to follow McCarthy, who first ascended Logan, the intrepid mountain climber Morsi had fallen into a crevasse, and Professor Stamwell was now attempting to recover his body from the glacier and, by a process of his own experimentation, restore it to life. His assistant, Lieutenant Cressy, who had been more intrigued by the adventure of the climb than by Stamwell's sanguinary hope of resuscitating flesh entombed and even perfectly preserved in the ice, was reluctant to admit failure. Nevertheless, he enjoyed the sun warmth of the valley after the terrific frost fangs and ice claws of the heights. Along the shores of a little river whose source lay in the glaciers, the dogs romped, catching fish with the dexterity of the husky breed, and gorging themselves. Baptiste, the big half-breed Canadian guide who looked after the comforts of the men, had been roving all day. At supper time he returned, tossing his cap in the air and yelling excitedly.
"Monsieur," he shouted, "I have find one funny mans who makes things of ivory. You come and see. You like him very much."
Nothing loth to leave the discussion of their defeat, Stemwell and Cressy followed the exuberant Baptiste for a mile or two along the river to a stoutly timbered cabin beside which an old man watched his supper cooking over a fire outside. At sight of him, Cressy laughed, while Baptiste explained his new acquaintance.
"His name is Joe. He is half Indian, half Eskimo, and I savvy he's talk very fine."
While Baptiste talked in a tribal jargon, Cressy's amusement mounted. The old man was toothless and wrinkled. A beaded band kept the lank hair from obscuring his sight, and as his jaw wagged constantly on a quid of chewing tobacco, two knobbed knuckle-bones of seals thrust through slits in his cheeks gave the appearance of tusks. Ragged wolfskin trousers and elk-hide moccasins completed his attire, but he smiled grotesquely as he led the way inside the cabin. There he lighted a wick floating on a dish of oil, threw wide a window shutter and let in sunlight, which revealed a collection of carved ivory objects on shelves about the walls. Baptiste was even more eager than the carver to display his skill. He handed Stemwell a figure copied from comic supplements of newspapers and familiar in homes from the Arctic Circle to the Florida Keys. A moment later he brought forth its mate. Stemwell held in his hands cleverly chiseled likenesses of Mutt and Jeff. Flattered by the interest of these white men, Joe showed them the source of his inspiration, a sheaf of old newspapers from the pages of which he took his ivory models. Baptiste, convulsed with mirth, laid in Cressy's hand a figure which brought a responsive laugh.
"She got bellyache,"
he shouted. Even Professor Stemwell chuckled at his description of a lovely little September morn. They spent a good deal of time with the contents of the shelf before Joe took up the oil dish and threw a flickering light on a recumbent figure in the cabin corner. Stemwell went on his knees, and Cressy gasped at the beauty of a woman, carved in ivory, lying as if asleep with one arm under her head, and her long hair draped over her shoulder. The figure was almost life-size, and the ivory block showed no seam or joint. Stemwell touched the slender leg with gentle fingers, then looked at Cressy. "Cressy, this ivory is of different texture from the small figurines. I should say it was fossilized, but where on earth would the old fellow obtain such a huge block of material?"
"And the woman model," exclaimed Cressy. "A white woman, undoubtedly. Look at the sensitive nostrils and straight nose, and the rounded cheeks. No Cogmillic or Indian squaw posed for this. The old fellow didn't create her, either. He couldn't. You can see he has only a great skill in imitating and copying. Baptiste, ask Joe where he saw such a woman asleep."
Baptiste's conversation with the old man occupied some time, and before it ended the big guide was fingering his scapular.
"Joe, he say dis woman froze in ice. He get dis big chunk ivory from ver big land whale, also froze in ice."
"A land whale? Cressy, he means a mammoth. We've come across real treasure. Baptiste, tell Joe we would like to see this land whale." Baptiste interpreted. The ivory carver nodded good-naturedly and started at once to lead them to the source of his art material.
"Joe, he say,"
offered Baptiste, when the dogs were harnessed and food on the sled in case of an overnight trip.
"He say, dis woman's is frozen in ice long time. Maybe this summer fetch her out. She come down very fast, long time ago. Joe see her very high up. Joe say more as 100 snows when he first see her."
"Frozen in the glacier more than 100 years ago? Preposterous. The old fellow exaggerates." Stemwell waved aside Joe's veracity. "We've evidently stumbled on a tragedy. Snow madness makes its victims strip naked, usually, which would account for her nudity, and Joe looks aged, but I don't credit his 100-year memory."
"Her hair must have touched the ground, Professor. That dates her pretty far back."
For some hours, the ice trail, steep though not perilous, claimed their attention. The sun swung down to the horizon for the brief moments of northern midnight, then began its upward arc. They found that Joe had cut steps on the glacial river which wound down from the grim sides of Mount Logan. Mounting steadily, they reached a terrace which led to lofty pinnacles of ice so clearly blue it was like a fairy palace, where steps led to an outstanding archway, a natural grotto of rock that had been broken from its base and carried down. Inside the grotto, the light was weirdly blue, the ice underfoot clear as glass. Joe pointed and Cressy knelt, and a moment later his cry echoed from the grotto walls. Under the crystal shell lay the carver's model, more beautiful than the carved ivory, a woman, young, lovely, golden hair half-robing her form. Tawny eyelashes on her rounded cheeks. Nearby, as if they had lain down to sleep and been caught by instant and painless death, were 7 large hounds or wolves, with snow-white pelts. Baptiste, plagued by superstitious fear, gazed long and earnestly, then leaped from the cave with a wild cry and ran down the steps which led to the broken end of the lower terrace. Cressy and Stamwell, engrossed by the sight beneath their feet, did not miss Baptiste until he returned, holding his nose and grimacing.
"Name of a name. She smell ver dead, that land well."
They followed him to the terrace, below which lay the enormous carcass of a hairy mammoth in advanced stages of putrefaction, smelling, as Baptiste had said, very dead. One great tusk lay on the tundra, the other had been sawn off, proving Joe's assertion about the source of his ivory. Cressy was staring at the mass below in absorbed silence when Stamwell clutched his arm and exclaimed, "Cressy, we did not find Morsi, but we found this woman. By heaven, we'll take her and the dogs from their ice tomb."
But what a pity," cried Cressy. "The air will finish them in no time, like that mammoth, and she is beautiful in death."
"Another summer would bring her down to that finish anyway," argued Stamwell. "And what if it isn't death? What about its being merely suspended animation? Here is our chance to test my discovery. I meant to try it on Morsi. We can't do that for him, but what a triumph to bring this woman back to life after God alone knows how many years of sleep. A Diana of Eld and her hunting pack."
"But aren't you interested in this mammoth at all, Stamwell?"
"What is a mammoth? Decayed at that." Stamwell's eyes burned with the passion of a zealot. "Mammoths have been found everywhere, their skeletons mounted and their existence traced. We shouldn't have even the satisfaction of originality, but to carry out a living woman who has been buried in the ice, no one can say how long. Cressy, look at those hounds." Stamwell was hurrying to the cave and growing more excited every moment. "Do you know of a living breed of dogs like them? They are true wolf, even larger than the timber wolves, and albinos. It is stupendous, staggering, the antiquity revealed under this shell of ice. And to think, if we had been a year later, this superb discovery would have moved down with the glacier and broken off at the terrace, the prey of wild animals, the bones scattered. That will happen next year, unless we rescue her." Cressy did not answer. The idea of taking this frozen beauty from the ice and restoring her to life sounded like the talk of a man demented. Yet as he heard the calculating plan of Stamwell unfold, Cressy admitted to himself that it was a new and alluring adventure. At Stamwell's succinct commands, he accompanied Baptiste to the valley camp to bring back their packs and establish a camp in the grotto, which penetrated the flow for 100 feet or more, and would serve admirably as a shelter. By the time Baptiste had made beds of pine boughs and started a fire with wood hauled from below, Cressy found that Stamwell had made remarkable progress in chipping the ice from the entombed woman and her dogs. The guide cooked breakfast. The cave had assumed an appearance of comfort exceeding their valley tents, and after a meal of flapjacks they slept. Cressy was wakened by the noise of Stamwell's pick on the ice.
"What if that hammering should start an avalanche?"
he asked. "There isn't much danger. The sun warmth melting the ice also welds it, and the flow is less crisp here than in higher altitudes. Don't think up discouragements, Cressy. Get busy and help me." They worked all day, cutting a rectangular space which included the entire group. Baptiste and the half-breeds had slept huddled in parkas in the tents erected outside the grotto, which they refused to enter except to carry out the broken ice. It was apparent to both Stamwell and Cressy that their men regarded this disturbance of the ice-entombed woman as a sacrilege that would brew trouble, and Baptiste solemnly voiced prophetic warning.
"Dogs," he snorted. "Who ever see dogs like them? They look more like Ghost Wolf, the loup-garou. Me, I don't like this business. I come for to climb mountain, not dig up dead womans."
Nor would he gaze into the deepening hole where Stamwell and Cressy labored until only a thin shell of ice covered the bodies of the woman and hounds, when Stamwell called a halt. "We must prepare things for her resuscitation, Cressy. Help me with these packs." They toiled until Cressy reeled with weariness, preparing ice slabs covered with furs, arranging apparatus, pulmonary respirators, hypodermics, bottles of precious distillations known only to Professor Stamwell, blankets and kettles of hot water. "If you should be tempted to give an account of this to the world, Cressy, I trust you will guard the secret of my process," said Stamwell that night.
"Obviously," answered Cressy, "since I haven't the faintest idea of success in such a preposterous attempt to cheat death."
Buoyed up by excitement, Stamwell seemed unwearied, but Cressy was glad to lie down, and it seemed only a few moments of sleep when again he was awakened by Stamwell's chipping ice in the task of extricating one of the white hounds. By noontime they were lifting it from the hole and placing it on a fur-covered slab of ice to roll in blankets and be gradually warmed with hot water cans until the 9-inch length of fur fell wet and limp as it thawed. It was some time before the flesh grew pliable, for the beast measured 11 feet from snout to tail tip, and was all the two men could manage. With sweat pouring down his face, Cressy obeyed the crisp commands of Stamwell with trained military precision, while the professor applied one after another of his processes, and both took turns in expanding and contracting the great fur-clad chest by sheer strength, and manipulating the hypodermic of fluid which started heart action. Then Cressy felt a twitching of the body muscles and saw the legs jerk. He could scarcely credit his sight as Stamwell poured small doses of prepared broth down the dog's throat, and it swallowed them with a faint, gurgling whimper. Stamwell's cry held triumph. In vain Baptiste announced mealtime. The sun had dipped and begun another day before the great hound was swathed in blankets and furs, and the two white men took the hot coffee they sorely needed.
"Eureka!"
shouted Stamwell beside himself with joy.
"And now that the beast is alive, what will we do with him?"
was Cressy's rejoinder.
"Take excellent care of him. Take him down to the valley as soon as possible, where Baptiste can feed and look after him."
After a brief 3 hours of sleep, Stamwell roused Cressy and they exhumed another hound, going through the same laborious work as before, to be rewarded eventually by recurring animation. By that time, the first hound was able to take boiled meat and showed ravenous greed, and after the meal it attempted to struggle to its feet, but was still weak. In 3 days it left the blankets and took a few staggering steps, then lifted its magnificent head and howled mournfully again and again, a sound at which Baptiste made the sign of the cross and muttered Chippewayan incantations against evil. When 10 days were gone, Baptiste was delegated to escort a pack of 7 white hounds, for which stout leather collars and light chains were provided, to the valley. With him went all the half-breeds except one, who remained to cook for the white men in the grotto. Baptiste had orders to hunt game and feed the hounds and keep the sled dogs on leash at the cabin of the ivory carver for greater safety. With the grotto cleared of the dogs, Stamwell turned his attention to the central block of ice. The hypodermic needles were carefully sterilized, and the greatest care and precautions taken as they lifted the crystal casket from the hole and carefully thawed the ice embedding the woman. Sweat poured off both men while they worked, and their breaths came in sharp hisses long before the first sign of life was evinced in a whispered sigh from the pale lips. Stamwell's eyes were shadowed to the cheekbones, and he seemed to have aged years when the muscular twitching of her slender legs began, and a sigh of agony quivered into the silence. "If you've had your flesh frozen and thawed, you will understand the pain she feels," said Stamwell. "I almost regret inflicting this suffering upon her, but when she pulls through and realizes that she is alive, then, Cressy, I shall be repaid." Cressy's thoughts denied that potential gratitude. Suppose this woman had been dead any great length of time and found none of her own generation alive in the world. Would she thank them? Cressy doubted it. But she was so lovely that he lost all sense of dread, and felt only a vast pity in his heart for the beautiful creature lying in the red blankets, her golden hair spread like a silken veil on the colored wool. It was almost midnight when her eyelids fluttered open and the two men saw eyes of purple softness, which moved slowly as she seemed aware of the two men, and firelight illuminating the dark ice of the cave. The blueness left her fingernails, and color returned to her lips as she fed hot milk and broth. Then her eyelids closed and her body relaxed in sleep. Stamwell was like a man insane with fear, until he applied a stethoscope to her breast. "Thank God it is sleep," he cried. "But there will be no peace for me until she is out of danger. While I watch her, you had better rest. Cressy, do you realize that I have brought the dead to life?" To Cressy his cry was a challenge, a sacrilege. He felt something of the same uncanny fear which Baptiste had displayed at Stamwell's assumption of supernatural power, and wondered if it were beneficence or crime to restore that lovely creature to life after her long sleep. His sleep was troubled because in the valley the great hounds howled all night. Dozing, waking to curse them, he saw Stamwell beside the woman's couch, and rising he bade the professor sleep while he watched. He made coffee and carried a steaming cup to his seat beside the sleeping beauty, sipping it as he gazed at the sun-gold creeping down the glacier to the grotto door. A sigh roused him. A white hand touched his wrist. Turning, Cressy was aware that the violet eyes of the woman gazed at him, and she smiled. Then her fingers touched the tin cup he held as if she was thirsty.
"I can't give you that,"
he found himself telling her as if she understood his talk. He reached for a bowl of broth simmering on the alcohol stove, heavy with meat juices and nourishing tonic medicines, and fed her. Color tinted her throat and cheeks. She seemed momentarily to gain strength. Cressy was thrilled and awed by the miracle happening before his eyes, and shocked at the languorous coquetry of her glance and the white fingers clinging to his hand. Again he fed her, aware that she was ravenously hungry, until the broth was finished. He thought she was again asleep until her hand lifted her golden hair and trailed it across his face, and a low-toned, throaty laugh startled him. Feeling helpless in the face of a crisis, he replaced the golden tress on the couch and felt his fingers tingling as from a light galvanic shock at its touch. He leaned forward, and instantly his neck was circled by her arms and she pressed her face against his throat. Cressy was so astonished that he did not try to draw back, and an instant later he felt her teeth on the flesh of his neck. Alarm and swift revulsion seized him. He was afraid to tear her arms away for fear of bruising the tender skin. He knew her heart beat under the forced stimulation of Stamwell's drugs, and feared a sudden shock might halt its action. Then, while he hesitated, a strange drowsiness clouded his senses and stole over his body. He felt no pain where her teeth pierced the skin of his throat. Her arms were satin smooth. The warmth of her lips tempted him to rest in the alluring embrace. Then a cry from Stamwell roused Cressy from drowsiness that nearly swung into blissful unconsciousness. He was wrenched from her arms and felt the sting of flesh her teeth released. Glancing at her, he saw her lips moist and crimson-stained, and she was struggling in the clutch of Stamwell. "Fill that hypo with the medicine in the third bottle, quickly, Cressy. She is so strong I can scarcely control her." Cressy obeyed, even to inserting the needle into the skin of her arm. Her scream was piercing as she fought Stamwell, who held her until the drug took effect, and she sank back, relaxed. Then Stamwell turned to Cressy. "Good God, man. I trusted you to stay awake and watch." Cressy did not reply. Stamwell was disinfecting the wound on his neck, to which he applied a pad of cotton gauze and adhesive tape. Cressy could not even smile, nor would he tell Stamwell how she had coquetted with him before catching him in her arms. A few minutes later they saw Baptiste toiling up the glacial drift, and from outside the grotto door he called to them. "Monsieurs, I cannot hold those dog. They grow so big, so strong, and my men is scared they break them chain. I am very scared those dog myself. Me, I am good dog man, but not that kind of dog. I feed him 19 rabbit, 7 coyote, 1 elk, and much fish in 1 week. All my men do is hunt for feed those dog. Me, I am about ready quit my job. I take sled dogs and tie him across river, cause if those white dog get loose, well, we walk back outside." "Cressy, the white hounds must not kill our sled dogs, and Baptiste must be pacified, for if he deserted we should never get our menagerie out alive. I think we can take the woman down to the valley by tomorrow. Suppose you go down now and look after the camp." Following Baptiste down the ice trail, Cressy saw the ivory carver industriously sawing off the remaining tusk of the mammoth, and watching him a moment he slipped and fell headlong. He was only slightly stunned, but a worse calamity had befallen, for in extricating his foot from a small fissure, he felt the snapping of bone and a dull pain. Cressy cursed. "Baptiste, I've snapped a bone!" The warm-hearted Baptiste lifted him to his shoulder and made his way down to the valley, where their arrival started a terrific din of howling dogs and answering yelps of the sled huskies leashed across the river. Baptiste muttered oaths. "If those white dog get loose, they swallow my dog like I swallow loachy liver without chewing him." He commented and grumbled his distaste of the whole business of the grotto miracle. Baptiste was about ready to desert, and it occurred to Cressy that he had better summon Stamwell at once. The great white hounds leaped the length of their chains, and the sturdy pine trees were swaying and jerking from the lunge of their powerful bodies.
"Baptiste, you had better fetch Professor Stamwell and his packs down at once, and we'll make a start outside,"
he said. Again Baptiste took the trail to the grotto, while Cressy soaked his foot in hot water, then bound it with wet moss and cotton. The cook was preparing supper. The other men had gone to assist old Joe to fetch his big mammoth tusk to his cabin. Then they all came to where Cressy sat, and one of the breeds translated Joe's talk.
"Monsieur, he say it is not good to stay where devils come to life. This white wolf is devil wolf. This woman is devil woman. Joe, he say we better froze the dogs and womans again and go out quick."
"He's a timid, superstitious old man," said Cressy. "The dogs are savage, but the woman cannot harm anyone."
Yet as he spoke, Cressy felt uneasy. The gauze pad on his neck was a reminder of his personal experience with the woman. He ate supper and waited impatiently for the coming of Stamwell, but it was nearly midnight when he saw Baptiste coming down swiftly, alone. The big guide broke into excited cries as he ran toward Cressy.
"Monsieur, la professor is dead, and la femme, she is gone."
"Gone? Stamwell dead?"
echoed Cressy. Baptiste crossed himself and muttered broken snatches of Chippewan mingled with Roman Catholic prayers, looking apprehensively at the hounds. The dog stood silent but alert, ears stiffly pointed and sniffing the wind.
"Monsieur, in the cave, everything toss this way and that. The professor, he is lay on floor, and his throat he's got bite. His hands, they look like they soak in water long time."
Like a blow from a bludgeon, the explanation crashed on Cressy. When Stamwell dozed, the woman had caught him as she seized Cressy, possibly draining his blood like vampire bats of southern caves, and renewed strength had left the grotto. He remembered that she was unclad, and the air of the ice fields bitterly cold. With his injured foot he was hampered in reaching the glacier, and nothing he could say or do would persuade Baptiste and his men to search and bring the woman to the valley. Stamwell's death had come so suddenly he could not yet realize the tragedy. Then he noticed that the dogs were rousing to uncanny excitement, whining and growling, tugging strenuously at their chains. Cressy began to regret bitterly what had been done and longed to break camp and escape from the weird influences loosed by Stamwell and himself. Baptiste saw him look toward the ivory carver's cabin.
"Good monsieur, we camp tonight in Joe's house. It is not good to be here."
"No." Under Baptiste's commands, the men toiled to carry everything to the cabin. Then they set about strengthening it with a barricade of young firs quickly cut down and heaped about the log walls.
"The good priest, he say all trees is made by le bon Dieu,"
explained Baptiste.
"And name of a name, we need him this night to keep us safe."
Cressy could only nod assent, for as he dropped on a couch of freshly cut pine branches, he was aware that stealing over him was that same blissful unrest he had felt in the arms of the death-delivered woman of the glacier. He felt possessed of a wild desire to find her and thrill again to the touch of her satin arms and her mouth warm on his flesh. He knew it for an evil thing, a worse craving than whiskey or dope, and found himself battling the weakness of flesh with arguments prompted by reason which his lips betrayed to Baptiste.
"It is cruel to let the woman wander alone on the ice. If you do not go and find her, Baptiste, I will."
The breed's dark face was grim with dogged determination.
"Monsieur, you do not leave this cabin. Not if we must chain you like one dog. Me, I think you have evil curse on you."
And Baptiste barred both door and window of the cabin, which held 8 men, until within an hour of midnight the air had grown hot and foul, and Cressy demanded fresh air. Reluctantly, Baptiste threw open the window shutter and admitted a bar of diminishing sunlight. The white hounds were giving tongue in unearthly howlings, mournful as dog wailings, which, to the superstitious folk, announced death, and the blood of Cressy was leaping as at the cry of a hunting pack. He hobbled to the window and looked toward the glacier where Stamwell lay. Even now he could scarcely realize that his friend was dead, and again he urged Baptiste to open the door.
"No, for my life, monsieur. Look!"
There in the river of slow-moving ice stood the huntress, poised daintily on her toes as if in a dance, her arms uplifted to cup her hands at her lips, her long golden hair blowing about a body as softly rounded as a young girl. and on the midnight silence came a clear, ringing cry. Instantly, pandemonium broke loose among the white hounds. Their howls were deafening, and the clink of chains made wild metallic music, and they leapt and fell back and leapt again. With their heads thrust through the window opening, Baptiste and Cressy watched, leaning back against men crowded behind them, as one of the hounds snapped his chain and raced like a white cloud in great swift bounds towards the glacier. Within a few moments they were all free and flying to the heights, where they leaped about the woman with joyous yelps until she was hidden by a frenzied tumult of gigantic hounds. Then, seemingly at her command, their yelps ceased, and they were squatted on their haunches at her feet, pink eyes shining like rubies in the soft twilight, red tongues lolling and quivering from white-fanged jaws. Again she cupped hands to her lips and sent out her hunting cry. At the sound, Cressy shivered. In every nerve he felt the piercing lure of that wail. She was calling him forth, and some hell-born desire to answer and go to her was fighting every prompting of reason. Again came her call, and Cressy plunged from the window toward the door. Baptiste was too quick for him, and thrust his own great bulk against the timbers, flinging Cressy aside. "No! Monsieur, are you crazy? Look!" Baptiste had snatched a small silver crucifix from inside his shirt and clamped it against Cressy's forehead. He felt it searing his skin like white-hot metal, and he sank to the pine couch, shuddering, sweat breaking out on his face. At Baptiste's command, the men held Cressy down, and again Baptiste flattened the crucifix over his breast and repeated bits of prayers strangely mixed with the incantations of his Chippewan mother's teachings. The sweat grew clammy on his body before Baptiste released him and gave him whiskey from an emergency flask. A somber group of men waited in the cabin until the sun was sailing high and the last faint howling of the white hounds had dwindled to silence. Cressy slept and wakened to see the door open and feel the warm wind blowing through the cabin. Then Baptiste brought him coffee and flapjacks hot from the pan.
"Monsieur, I say to Joe that we use one sled to carry out his big tusk. We have sled to spare, now we don't carry out medicine packs. Today we break camp."
Cressy considered in silence, his mind quite clear. The horror of the night frenzy vanished with the sunlight. He could not, would not, go outside and leave Stamwell's body without decent burial, and said so.
"Monsieur, what happened his body makes no never mind. Me, Baptiste, say you do not go to that cave no more. It is la chasse du diable." "Call it what you will, Baptiste. I do not leave here without placing the body of my friend out of reach of wolves. Perhaps already the white hounds have found it. If so, I shall be haunted for life." "Me, I think that is happen already, monsieur," commented Baptiste. "But now, they are gone. Maybe we go fetch down le professeur."
Baptiste had clashed wills with Cressy before, and met defeat. Yet when they dragged Cressy up the ice trail on a sled, the breed wore crucifix and scapular in full view on his breast, and every man did likewise. They found no trace of the hounds, not even pad marks on the snow. The grotto showed signs of a struggle, but fortunately Stamwell had packed his medicines and instruments. His body lay on the couch, relaxed before rigor mortis set in, and his face had even the semblance of a smile. But on his throat was an ominous white mark of strong, even teeth, and the visible skin was puckered as if his veins were empty. Otherwise the corpse was unmolested, at which Cressy marveled until he remembered that the white hounds had been supplied with meat by the men. The gaping ice-hole presented a solution of a temporary tomb, and Professor Stamwell, blanket-wrapped, was laid deep, the broken ice shoveled in, and heated water poured until the grave was filled and already freezing, safe against depredation. It was while that task engrossed him that Cressy felt the force of the tragedy and a growing desire to avenge the murder of Stamwell, and he forgot the weird spell of the night in which the untombed woman had tempted him to follow her by the memory of her beauty and blissful languor of her caress. It was cowardly to run away now, nor had he any proof of the tale he must tell of Stamwell's death when he was again outside. Then he remembered that since the conquest of Mount Logan by McCarthy, other parties had set out, and he knew approximately the location of 3 groups headed for that ascent, all hard-headed mountain climbers and scientists. Giving orders to Baptiste to dispatch men in search of these expedition groups, he started up the glacier in spite of the vehement protests of the guide, who just before leaving on the valley trail tossed over Cressy's head the deerskin thong holding the crucifix.
"One very good priest, blessed, monsieur. You take care of him for Baptiste."
Irreligious himself, Cressy respected the faiths of other men and humored Baptiste. Then, drawn on a sled by two breeds, he adventured the heights, watching for a glimpse of the woman. They had traversed a considerable distance, had seen ptarmigan tame as chickens, and edelweiss growing through the snow. Halting to pluck one of these brave little blooms, Cressy saw something glittering over a flower that seemed withered in first unfolding, and he picked from it a long, glistening thread of golden hair that curled by some attraction of warm blood about his fingers. The snow glare was blinding. The wind whistled keen as whiplashes, and to eat their meal sheltered from its cutting blast, Cressy ordered a detour toward a group of ice spires, which on closer inspection proved a labyrinthine entrance of shining columns leading to a second grotto. Leaning on a stout fir branch used as a cane, he limped down the passage, then halted in alarm. Low, menacing growls and clanking metal told of the hounds within, and a moment later they had leaped forth, a cloud of white death. Cressy turned to run, knowing how meager was his chance for life. His revolver was in his hand, but as shots rang out, the hounds circled past him, apparently untouched, while he reeled in shocked amazement that he had missed a hit at such close range. Screams from the ice entrance brought his heart to his throat, cries of the two breeds that were drowned in the bay of wolves on the kill. Cressy stood paralyzed, unable to prevent the dreadful carnage, unable to save his men, even while he pumped lead into that swirling, milling cloud of destruction now fighting fiercely over the mangled remains of their victims. Weakly he leaned against the ice wall, his senses reeling as he reloaded his revolver with trembling fingers, knowing lead was impotent against these ghost wolves, for he knew them now to be more than flesh and blood. They were some infernal incarnation, invulnerable to man-dealt destruction. A high-pitched, ringing call, clear as a bugle, brought his gaze to the grotto when he saw the woman standing against the blue gloom, golden hair wind-blown, poised on her toes. She glided, dazzlingly lovely, toward him with arms outstretched, and in his last moment of reason, Cressy threw one wrist up to shield his eyes from that dread allure. Then again, he felt the fierce desire of her, and flung out his arms. She came within 5 feet of him and halted, a puzzled expression on her features, her hands sweeping and weaving as if she tried to tear from between them some barrier invisible to Cressy. When he tried to seize her, she retreated, still fighting at the space separating them, until man and woman reached the entrance to the ice passage, where the dogs leaped back from too close a contact. And with a gesture of despair, she turned and ran, calling in her ringing voice and leading her pack to the heights. Cressy fell on his knees beside the gnawed bones of his men and heard his own cries imploring her to return. Sweat rained from his face, his body quivered. He was a man corroded by the poison of an evil desire. After a long time his head lifted and he clutched at the crucifix on his breast. Then reason gradually conquered, and as he pressed it to his head and lips, he felt the sun warmth and cool wind and knew he was himself. Slowly, painfully, he retraced his trail down the glacier and found Baptiste had reached the lower grotto and was searching for him, frantic with fear.
"The 2 men are dead, eaten by the white hounds,"
he told Baptiste, and shuddered at the breed's cry of horror.
"Take me down and bind me in the cabin, Baptiste. I am a man accursed." "Help will come with those men I send out, monsieur,"
comforted Baptiste. But they waited for 3 days, seeing nothing of the white hounds and woman, until one man returned, a trapper old on the trails, and with chattering teeth told a tale of horror.
"White wolves broke into the first camp I get to, monsieur, and I find only one man alive. He tell me of la chasse du diable, then he die. Monsieur, I am very old man, but I hear when I was baby of the chasse du diable from my grand-grandpère, and his grandpère tell him."
For a week they waited the return of the second man sent out. Then one morning Baptiste reported men coming up the valley, and Cressy hobbled to meet them.
"Thank God you've come," he cried. "My name is Cressy. My companion, Professor Stamwell, is dead, and I have a tale to tell almost beyond belief."
"I'm Johnson," said the leader of the newcomers, "and I think I know something of your story. Your man told us a little, and we found the Stillwell camp ravaged. A terrible sight. I'm worried about another party toward the west, for we had a friendly wager as to who would first climb Logan. but I am amazed at the hunger of wolves in summer, that they attack men.
These are more than wolves, Johnson, as Baptiste will tell you.
Cressy began to relate his adventures, omitting nothing, not even his own accursed desire, which had recurred each night, and which Baptiste fought with incantation and holy symbol.
Laugh if you will. To me it is horrible,
he ended. I'm not even smiling. Your face shows the strain, Cressy. But have you nerve enough to accompany me and the men to the grotto again?
Of course. Waiting here is hell.
Johnson and Baptiste held weighty consultations while Cressy lay on the grass, too pain-racked to take part. His lips twisted in a sneer when the men made rude crosses of wood and gathered a blanket full of windflowers, those pale blooms which Indian converts say spring up where angels' tears have fallen, and loaded sleds. Cressy was oblivious to everything but the fact that he was returning to the grotto where he had seen the huntress, and with a low cunning that shamed him, he was plotting a meeting with her that should cradle him in her arms. They threaded the passageway of ice turrets, carrying pine torches which gave smoky light to the blueness of the grotto, as Johnson examined it, then flung himself on the ice floor with a cry. Cressy, for God's sake, look! Here's a mammoth, as I'm alive. And other beasts, Lord, man, some mighty convulsion of nature must have herded your huntress, her wolves, and other denizens of her long-departed era into close quarters and caught them. Good heavens, if your secret process will restore the woman and wolves, why not try it on bigger game? Cressy laughed. The evil spell of the place had caught Johnson, and if he could be persuaded to carry out this wild scheme of digging up this frozen mammoth, there would be time. Time to seek again his huntress and find the lethe of her embrace. Through ensuing talk, Cressy was enthusiastic. The men were sent to bring the packs from the first grotto, and the digging began. About the cave entrance, the wooden crosses were arranged with arms touching, and draped with windflowers that were also scattered on the ice trail. Cressy's own men and Baptiste refused to assist the ice digging. Joe, the ivory carver, was still below in his cabin. Nothing would persuade him to take part.
Old Joe declares this woman and her dogs are evil, yet he seems unafraid,
Cressy remarked one day.
Joe, interrupted Baptiste, he may say he too old, and have not much blood. He say he make charm in his ivory womans. When this hunter womans come, he pick up axe and smash ivory womans. And the ghost womans go away, and never come back.
Oddly enough, the natives of the South Seas and Africa have the same belief, said Johnson. They make an image of some enemy, and either burn it or put it in water to rot, and the object of their venom sickens and dies. The world, Cressy, is small. That night, as the sun sank lower, came the howling of wolves, and Cressy felt the prickling of his scalp and leap of blood. Although toil-weary, the men were awake, and guns in hand they watched the great white hounds streaking down the glacier, led by the flying huntress. Cressy started for the ice passage, but Baptiste leaped and bore him down, his great weight pressing the breath from the smaller man as he struggled and fought in sudden rage. Subsiding, he laughed, but the sound of his laughter was unpleasant even to his own hearing. It seemed as if the party had small chance of defense against those ghastly, ravening death wolves, but to the amazement of every man, the pack halted abruptly beyond the wooden crosses, and the huntress stood there twisting her white hands as if baffled. The crosses and blessed windflowers had turned the hunt, but there began hours of fearful waiting until the pack circled the pinnacles, even leaping over the grotto arch and howling from behind the fence of crosses over the cave entrance. The sun was well above the horizon when they drifted away. Night after night, the diabolic chase returned only to retreat, baffled by barriers they could not break down. By day the men slaved to unearth the frozen beasts belonging to an era when the north was tropic swale. Baptiste, who hunted in the valley for fresh meat, reported that Joe was carving a second figure of the huntress, standing upright, extremely lifelike, and that he scarcely left his work to eat or sleep. At last the great hairy mammoth lay clear of ice, and because they had no means of lifting its immense weight from the hole, Cressy and Johnson built fires about it, shielded from the carcass by screens of flattened oil cans until it was thawed and restoratives from Stamwell's stores applied. Blankets and fur robes were shoved under it by leverage of cut pine sticks, and all hands rubbed the gigantic limbs and trunk with rough pads of twigs bound together by coarse grass. It was a Herculean task, and the men were exhausted before the monster shuddered, stirred his mighty body, strained ponderously while everyone scrambled out of the ice hole. Then, heaving himself to his knees, the mammoth staggered slowly to his feet. As the puny humans fled from his path, he crushed the ice under his forefeet, burst the ropes with which he had been bound, and lumbered out of his tomb, his tusks crashing down the ice pinnacles of the passage and scattering the protecting crosses. Then he lunged to the glacial river and went tottering to the valley. Cressy, white-faced and shaking as he realized the titanic grimness of the thing he and Johnson had loosed, ordered the trek to begin immediately down the ice floe to the valley. At the same time he realized that, working with pick and shovel, concentrating on the healthful task of manual labor, he liberated his mind and body from the huntress's evil sway. He no longer paid attention to the midnight chasse du diable, and he slept soundly through the baying of ghost wolves. He breathed deep draughts of the balsam-laden valley warmth as they approached Joe's cabin, reverently thankful for his release.
"Baptiste," he said gently, "you have looked after me, and I am grateful. I have been caught in the power of hell, but it is gone."
Baptiste caught him by the arms and looked deep into his eyes.
"Oui, monsieur. No more I can see that woman's shape in your eyeball. All this time it was there, and I know you are in her power. Now it is gone."
Cressy felt a tremor of apprehension. He had not known that the image of the huntress was photographed on the retinas of his eyes until Baptiste spoke of it. He held out his hand, and the breed gripped it in solemnity of silence that was like prayer. Then he pointed to the almost finished figure at which Joe worked assiduously, never lifting his hands from the task. The delicacy of his skill was never so apparent as now. From the ivory base still shrouding her feet, the huntress seemed to dance, wind-blown hair, curving limbs, round young breasts so perfect that it seemed a pity he could not, like Pygmalion of old, breathe life into this Galatea. Cressy put out a hand to touch it, but Joe waved him aside and yelped a warning.
"He say you must not touch her, or you have devil in your liver some more," translated Baptiste. "Tell him I shall buy her and pay well," said Cressy, but Baptiste returned a disconcerting negative. "Joe say he keep her for to lay curse you have loosen this world. Now, monsieur, we go outside."
But this time it was Joe who demurred at departure. His harangue, interpreted by Baptiste, told Cressy that he was responsible for releasing the powers of darkness in the valley, and it was no longer safe to be caught on the trail at night until the evil was overcome. This simple acceptance by the old ivory carver of the presence of terrifying supernatural powers did more to persuade Johnson than all Cressy's talk. "They're merely flesh and blood animals," he argued. "We may have to take precautions as we would with any wild beast, but I mean to follow that mammoth and herd him into some museum." In the sun-warmed valley, where fires and cooking spread the comfort of commonplace occurrences, it was easier to lay aside superstitious fears, but when Baptiste's convictions were strengthened by Joe's calm acceptance of peril, Cressy realized he would better bow to their opinion that they take the river instead of land trails on their way out, and for this purpose Baptiste was already cutting timber to make rafts, which were the quickest and most serviceable solution of their need. The long day passed and night closed in again. The crosses, carried down by the careful Baptiste, stood like a fence about the cabin, draped with fresh windflowers, with one gap left by which the men went to and fro on the way to logs they rolled to the river for the raft. Johnson fell into heavy sleep, and Cressy lay near him, smoking a last pipe. The old ivory carver worked by the light of his oil lamp in the corner, although sunlight still shone in at the open window. The sled dogs had been brought and leashed inside the encircling crosses, but Cressy had scarcely dozed off when he heard their whimperings. Rising, he went outside. From far off came the baying of the chase, and he saw the huntress flying down the ice, followed by her hounds. Johnson came from the cabin, and both men stood in that twilight which had grown longer in the waning of summer, which would soon give way to winter. A pale crescent moon danced on one silver toe, a fit companion for that lovely Diana dancing on the ice. "Even now," said Johnson, "I can't believe but that she is a flesh-and-blood woman. Cressy, I'd like to clasp her hand and know for myself." Cressy did not reply. The huntress was coming nearer. The baying of the hounds grew louder. He looked to see that the crosses were in place, and did not observe that Johnson had stepped past them until he heard the cry of Baptiste. Then he saw the dark figure of the man, the radiant white fire of the huntress's beauty, and they melted into each other's arms. With a yell, Cressy leaped the barrier of crosses and raced to where the two stood swaying in close embrace. As if the hounds sensed the symbol on Cressy's breast, they fell back as he approached. He had a swift wonder at their timidity until his hands seized Johnson, who screamed and writhed at his touch and fought being rescued as the huntress's head lifted from his shoulder, and she slowly retreated, step by step, her moistened red lips parted, showing her strong white teeth in almost a snarl of hatred. Cressy fought to draw Johnson to safety, and as he came nearer the cabin, the huntress advanced, hands reaching, weaving, tearing at the space separating her from her victim, unable to brush aside or combat the force for good protecting him. Slowly the hounds advanced with her, and the cries of the sled dogs made the night hideous, when suddenly the huntress threw back her head and shrilled her wild call. Once inside the barrier of crosses, Cressy dropped the half-crazed Johnson into Baptiste's arms. Then he stared into the brightened light of dawn on the mountains. There were sounds from far off, of crashing brush and thunderingly ominous tread, and into their view loomed the giant of the ancient world, lumbering forward with incredible speed until it reached the woman's side, a dreadful menace which only for the frail barrier could have crushed the cabin and scattered the last vestige of men and dogs. The howling of sled dogs and cries of men were terror-muted for a few moments. Then they were alert. Guns cracked in sharp fusillade, but the ghost beast neither quivered nor showed signs of a wound. The huntress was screaming at her beasts and waving white arms to urge them on, but they slunk aside until she howled at the mammoth, who caught her in his trunk and swung her to his broad head. There she stood, ethereally lovely and evil, her lips stained by the interrupted draught of human life, while the night waned and the blessed sun shot from the curving breasts of snow on Mount Logan. A cry as of frenzied despair came from her. The mammoth turned, the hounds leaped ahead, and the whole cavalcade vanished in the direction of the ice fields. Cressy turned to find Johnson as mad as he himself had been.
"You cur," he howled, "to come between me and my woman. You've had your day. Now you begrudge me my hour of happiness."
"Johnson, she killed Stamwell, drained his body of life. She almost killed me, left me like a maniac as she will leave you. Here, this trinket of Baptiste protected me. You shall wear it."
He dropped the thong of the crucifix over Johnson's head and heard his cry of pain. Cressy knew the white-hot searing of that symbol on flesh accursed, and felt only pity for the man. All that day Johnson moaned, watched over by Cressy, while Baptiste directed the men in their task of making the raft.
"No ghost can pass running water,"
he said, and that night the logs were lashed together and the rafts moored to shore trees, and the barrier of crosses was strengthened. Meanwhile, working ceaselessly, Joe had cut the ivory from the feet of the huntress he was carving, and was chiseling her pretty toes with their filbert-shaped nails. He had truly caught the grace of her dancing poise in the slender ankles, and she stood like a fairy molded of mellow gold when the sun touched the far horizon, and brief night began in violet-tinted twilight. Cressy was fascinated by the figure.
"Tell Joe that I must have it. I will pay well. $500, even $1,000. I will take her out with me."
Reluctantly, Baptiste interpreted his demand, and for the first time the old ivory carver showed emotion. Fire leaped in his eyes as he wrathfully waved Cressy aside and refused to consider even so great a sum of money for his statue of the woman. Cressy did not argue, but in his heart he determined to obtain the ivory figure, and fell asleep planning a means to that end. He slept lightly, dreaming of the huntress, and muttering in his sleep. His broken talk wakened Johnson, who looked toward Cressy with hatred in his eyes, which changed to cunning. Johnson cautiously slipped the thong of the crucifix from his neck, and it dropped to the floor. Then for a time he lay still except for the convulsive twitching of his body and the rolling of his tortured eyes. At midnight came the whimpering of the sled dogs and baying of white hounds from afar. Immediately every man in the cabin was alert. They grabbed guns and plunged outside, waiting that dread visitation. The moon was fuller and gave silver light pricked out by velvet dark blotches of the trees. The glacial river gleamed like pearl. Another day and the party would have escaped, afloat on rafts carried by the swift-running stream. But this one night must be endured. The huntress was not alone with her dogs, for she stood on the head of the mammoth which thundered into the plain cleared by his voracious feeding, and about them raced the white hounds. The hearts of the men were seized by icy fingers of fear even while they poured volley after volley of shots at the advancing horror, and realized as they pulled the triggers that no man-invented mode of death could halt them. The old ivory carver Joe alone seemed fearless or careless of those terrific ghouls of eld, for he came leisurely from the cabin, toddling toward the barrier fence of wooden crosses, and peering as if to feast his sight on the vision he had foregone during those nights he toiled at the ivory figure of the woman. Cressy stepped to Joe's side. He had forgotten Johnson in the cabin. There was none to see Johnson spring from the couch and, with the desperation of a madman, seize the ivory huntress in his arms and rush from the door on shoeless feet that made no sound. Cressy's first glimpse of him came when Johnson leaped the barrier of crosses and headed for the river raft. But the huntress had also seen that plunging human, and her cry rang like the long-drawn note of a silver horn. The mammoth lunged forward, the hounds leaped in white arcs of flying fur, and Johnson's scream stabbed through the din of animal howls. They saw the huntress leap from her titanic steed to catch Johnson in her arms, saw the ivory figure knocked from his grasp. The golden hair of the huntress enveloped him like a ruddy silk mantle, and her mouth was pressed to his throat. But a greater tragedy was imminent. As if the scent of human blood maddened it, the mammoth plunged forward, his great tusks lunging between the leaping hounds to stab his human enemy, and the hounds closed in with unearthly yelpings. Transfixed by the sight, the men at the cabin stared at the calamity they were powerless to avert, until there came a loud crunch as the mammoth's foot trod on the ivory figure of the huntress which Johnson had dropped. Then, as if at a signal, the ghost beasts seemed frozen in their tracks, and from them came a glistening white mist which swayed to and fro as it rose and drifted across the face of the young moon, and the watchers saw like a frail cloud the shining form of that lovely hell-born huntress as it blew away on the wind of dawn. Light grew swiftly. The sun came up and shone on a mountainous mass of hairy mammoth flesh and long-furred hounds lying on the tundra. As they stood, chained to the spot by paralysis of horror, every nerve taut, the men at the cabin saw that mound of flesh subside to pulp, and a dreadful stench arose in a smoky steam. By noon there was a gelatinous mass which by nightfall had soaked into the earth, leaving only the skeletons. A clean cold wind from the snows sweetened the air where Joe prodded the bones with a stick to recover all that was left of his ivory huntress, a head on which the features faithfully depicted her inscrutable smile, with lips and teeth slightly parted. Cressy did not offer to buy it, and the head still hangs above Joe's cabin door. One glance at that lovely face had power to recall all too vividly the fate of Stamwell and Johnson, for whom crosses were erected in the valley, and lopsticks nearby carved with their names. Cressy did not smile nor dispute the assertion of Baptiste that he should never return to that valley.
"Monsieur," said Baptiste, "that devil woman's have drink your blood one time, and if some day she come back, she catch you again, because all womans is jealous, and if a woman's get jealous, it opens doors of very bad hells. You do what Baptiste say. You wear little crucifix all time."
And though not a religious man, Cressy has never since been without that symbol. End of The Wolf Woman by Bassett Morgan.